Section 23 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 17 of Infinity. Part 2. Number 13. No positive idea of infinity. Though it be hard, I think, to find anyone so absurd as to say he has the positive idea of an actual infinite number, the infinity whereof lies only in a power still of adding any combination of units to any former number, and that as long as and as much as one will. The like also being in the infinity of space and duration, which power leaves always to the mind room for endless additions. Yet there be those who imagine they have positive ideas of infinite duration and space. It would, I think, be enough to destroy any such positive idea of infinite, to ask him that has it, whether he should add to it or no, which would easily show the mistake of such a positive idea. We can, I think, have no positive idea of any space or duration which is not made up of, and commensurate to, repeated numbers of feet, or yards, or days, and years, which are the common measures, whereof we have the ideas in our minds, and whereby we judge of the greatness of this sort of quantities. And therefore, since an infinite idea of space or duration must needs be made up of infinite parts, it can have no other infinity than that of a number capable still of further addition, but not an actual positive idea of a number infinite. For I think it is evident that the addition of finite things together, as are all lengths whereof we have the positive ideas, can never otherwise produce the idea of infinite than as number does, which consisting of additions of finite units one to another, suggests the idea of infinite, only by a power we find we have of still increasing the sum, and adding more of the same kind, without coming one jot nearer the end of such progression. Number 14. How we cannot have the positive idea of infinity in quantity. They who prove their idea of infinite to be positive, seem to me to do it by a pleasant argument taken from the negation of an end, which being negative, the negation on it is positive. He that considers that the end is, in body, but the extremity or superficies of that body, will not perhaps be forward to grant that end is a bare negative; and he that perceives the end of his pen is black or white, will be apt to think that the end is something more than pure negation. Nor is it, when applied to duration, the bare negation of existence, but more properly the last moment of it. But as they will have the end to be nothing but the bare negation of existence, I am sure they cannot deny but the beginning of the first instant of being, and is not by anybody conceived to be a bare negation; and therefore, by their own argument, the idea of eternal, a parte ante, or of a duration without beginning, is but a negative idea. Number 15. What is positive, what negative, in our idea infinite? The idea of infinite has, I confess, something of positive in all those things we apply to it. When we would think of infinite space or duration, we at first step usually make some very large idea, as perhaps of millions of ages or miles, which possibly we double and multiply several times. All that we thus amass together in our thoughts is positive, and the assemblage of a great number of positive ideas of space or duration. But what still remains beyond this, we have no more a positive distinct notion of than as a mariner has of the depth of the sea, where, having let down a large portion of his sounding line, he reaches no bottom, whereby he knows the depth to be so many fathoms, and more. But how much the more is, he hath no distinct notion at all. And could he always supply new line, and find the plummet always sink, without ever stopping, he would be something in the posture of mind reaching after a complete and positive idea of infinity. in which case, let this line be 10 or 10,000 fathoms long, it equally discovers what is beyond it, and gives only the confused and comparative idea that is not all, but one may yet go further. So much as the mind comprehends of any space, it has a positive idea of, but in endeavouring to make it infinite, it being always enlarging, always advancing, the idea is still imperfect and incomplete. So much space as the mind takes a view in its contemplation of greatness is a clear picture and positive in the understanding, but infinite is still greater. 1. Then the idea of so much is positive and clear. 2. The idea of greater is also clear, but it is also a comparative idea, the idea of so much greater as cannot be comprehended. 3. And this is plainly negative, not positive, for he has no positive clear idea of the largeness of any extension, which is that sought for in the idea of infinite, that has not a comprehensive idea of the dimensions of it, and such, nobody, I think, pretends to in what is infinite. For to say a man has a positive clear idea of any quantity, without knowing how great it is as reasonable as to say he has the positive clear idea of the number of the sands on the seashore, who knows not how many there be, but only that they are more than 20. For just such a perfect and positive idea has he of an infinite space or duration, who says it is larger than the extent or duration of 10, 100, 1000, or any other number of miles or years, whereof he has or can have a positive idea, which is all the idea, I think, we have of infinite. So what lies beyond our positive idea towards infinity lies in obscurity, and as the indeterminate confusion of a negative idea, wherein I know I neither do nor can comprehend all I would, it being too large for a finite and narrow capacity, and that cannot but be very far from a positive complete idea, wherein the greatest part of what I could comprehend is left out, under the undeterminate imitation of being still greater. For to say that, having in any quantity measured so much, or gone so far, you are not yet at the end, is only to say that that quantity is greater. So that the negation of an end in any quantity is, in other words, only to say that it is bigger, and a total negation of an end is but carrying this bigger still with you, in all the progressions your thoughts shall make in quantity, and adding this idea of a still greater to all the ideas you have, or can be supposed to have, of quantity. Now, whether such an idea as to be positive, I leave any one to consider. Number 16. We have no positive idea of an infinite duration. I ask those who say they have a positive idea of eternity, whether their idea of duration includes in it succession or not. If it does not, they ought to show the difference of their notion of duration when applied to an eternal being and to a finite, since, perhaps, there may be others as well as I, who will own to them their weakness of understanding in this point, and acknowledge that the notion they have of duration forces them to conceive that whatever has duration is of a longer continuance today than it was yesterday. If, to avoid succession in external existence, they return to the punctum stance of the schools, I suppose they will thereby very little mend the matter, or help us to a more clear and positive idea of infinite duration, there being nothing more inconceivable to me than duration without succession. Besides, the punctum stance, if it signify anything, being not quantum, finite or infinite, cannot belong to it. But if our weak apprehensions cannot separate succession from any duration whatsoever, our idea of eternity can be nothing but of infinite succession of moments of duration wherein anything does exist. And whether anyone has or can have a positive idea of an actual infinite number, I leave him to consider till his infinite number be so great that he himself can add no more to it, and as long as he can increase it, I doubt he himself will think the idea he hath of it a little too scanty for positive infinity. Number 17. No complete idea of eternal being. I think it unavoidable for every considering rational creature that will but examine his own or any other existence to have the notion of an eternal, wise being who had no beginning, and such an idea of infinite duration I am sure I have. But this negation of a beginning, being but the negation of a positive thing, scarcely gives me a positive idea of infinity, which, whenever I endeavour to extend my thoughts to, I confess myself at a loss, and I find I cannot attain any clear comprehension of it. Number 18. No positive idea of infinite space. He that thinks he has a positive idea of infinite space will, when he considers it, find that he can no more have a positive idea of the greatest than he has of the least space. For in this latter, which seems the easier of the two, and more within our comprehension, we are capable only of a comparative idea of smallness, which will always be less than any one whereof we have the positive idea. All our positive ideas of any quantity, whether great or little, have always bounds, though our comparative idea, whereby we can always add to the one, and take from the other, hath no bounds. For that which remains, either great or little, not being comprehended, in that positive idea which we have, lies in obscurity, and we have no other idea of it, but of the power of enlarging the one and diminishing the other without ceasing. A pestle and a mortar will as soon as bring any particle of matter to indivisibility as the acutest thought of a mathematician, and a surveyor may as soon with his chain measure out infinite space as a philosopher by the quickest flight of his mind reach it, or by thinking comprehend it, which is to have a positive idea of it. He that thinks on a cube of an inch diameter has a clear and positive idea of it in his mind, and so can frame of one half, one quarter, one eighth, and so on, till he has the idea in his thoughts of something very little, but yet reaches not the idea of that incomprehensible littleness which division can produce. What remains of smallness is as far from his thoughts as when he first began, and therefore he never comes at all to have a clear and positive idea of that smallness which is consequent to infinite divisibility. Number 19. What is positive, what negative, in our idea of infinite? Every one that looks towards infinity does, as I have said, at first glance, make some very large idea of what which he applies it to, let it be space or duration, and possibly he wearies his thoughts by multiplying in his mind that first large idea, and yet by that he comes no nearer to having a positive clear idea of what remains to make up a positive infinite, than the country fellow had of the water which was yet to come, and pass the channel of the river where he stood. Rusticus expectat dum defluat aminis, at ille labitur, e labetur in omne volibilis avevum. Number 20. Some think they have a positive idea of eternity, and not of infinite space. There are some I have met that put so much difference between infinite duration and infinite space, that they persuade themselves that they have a positive idea of eternity, but that they have not, nor can have any idea of infinite space. The reason of which mistake I suppose to be this, that finding, by a due contemplation of causes and effects, that it is necessary to admit some eternal being, and so to consider the real existence of that being as taken up and commensurate to their idea of eternity; but, on the other side, not finding it necessary, but on the contrary apparently absurd, that body should be infinite, they forwardly conclude that they can have no idea of infinite space, because they can have no idea of infinite matter; which consequence, I conceive, is very ill collected, because the existence of matter is no ways necessary to the existence of space, no more than the existence of motion, or the sun is necessary to the duration, though duration uses to be measured by it. And I doubt not but that a man may have the idea of 10,000 miles square without any body so big, as well as the idea of 10,000 years without any body so old. It seems as easy to me to have the idea of space empty of body as to think of the capacity of a bushel without corn, or the hollow of a nutshell without a kernel in it. It being no more necessary that there should be existing a solid body infinitely extended, because we have an idea of infinity of space, than it is necessary that the world should be eternal, because we have an idea of infinite duration. And why should we think our idea of infinite space requires the real existence of matter to support it, when we find that we have as clear an idea of an infinite duration to come as we have of an infinite duration past? Though I suppose nobody thinks it conceivable that anything does or has existed that future duration, nor is it possible to join our idea of future duration with present or past existence, any more than it is possible to make the ideas of yesterday, today, and tomorrow to be the same, or bring ages past and future together and make them contemporary. But if these men are of the mind that they have clearer ideas of infinite duration than of infinite space, because it is passed out that God has existed from all eternity, but there is no real matter co-extended with infinite space, yet those philosophers who are of the opinion that infinite space is possessed by God's infinite omnipresence, as well as infinite duration by his eternal existence, must be allowed to have as clear an idea of infinite space as of infinite duration, though neither of them, I think, has any positive idea of infinity in either case. For whatsoever positive ideas a man has in his mind of any quantity, he can repeat it and add it to the former as easy as he can add together the ideas of 2 days or 2 paces, which are positive ideas of lengths he has in his mind, and so on as long as he pleases. Whereby, if a man had a positive idea of infinite, either duration or space, he could add two infinities together, nay, make one infinite infinitely bigger than another, absurdities too gross to be confuted. Number 21. Supposed positive ideas of infinity, cause of mistakes. But yet, if after all this, there be men who persuade themselves that they have a clear positive comprehensive ideas of infinity, it is fit they enjoy their privilege. And I should be very glad, with some others that I know who acknowledge they have none such, to be better informed by their communication. For I have been hitherto apt to think that the great and inextricable difficulties which perpetually involve all discourses concerning infinity, whether of space, duration, or divisibility, have been the certain marks of a defect in our ideas of infinity, and the disproportion the nature thereof has to the comprehension of our narrow capacities. For, whilst men talk and dispute of infinite space or duration, as if they had as complete and positive ideas of them as they have of the names they use for them, or as they have of a yard or an hour, or any other determinate quantity, it is no wonder if the incomprehensible nature of the thing they discourse of or reason about leads them into perplexities and contradictions, that their minds be overlaid by an object too large and mighty to be surveyed and managed by them. Number 22. All these are modes of ideas got from sensation and reflection. If I have dwelt pretty long on the consideration of duration, space, and number, and what arises from the contemplation of them, infinity it is possibly no more than matter requires. There being few simple ideas whose modes give more exercise to the thoughts of men than those do, I pretend not to treat them in their full latitude. It suffices to my design to show the mind receives them, such as they are, from sensation and reflection, and how even the idea we have of infinity, how remote soever it may seem to be from any object of sense or operation of our mind, has, nevertheless, as all our other ideas, its original there. Some mathematicians, perhaps, of advanced speculations, may have other ways to introduce into their minds ideas of infinity. But this hinders not but that they themselves, as well as other men, got the first ideas which they had of infinity from sensation and reflection in the method we have here set down. End of section 23. Read by Lambda.
Section 24 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 18. Of Other Simple Modes, of the Modes of Thinking, of Modes of Pleasure and Pain. 1. Other Simple Modes of Simple Ideas of Sensation. Though I have, in the foregoing chapters, shown how from simple ideas, taken in by sensation, the mind comes to extend itself even to infinity, which, however it may of all others seem most remote from any sensible perception, yet at last hath nothing in it but what is made out of simple ideas, received into the mind by the senses, and afterwards there put together by the faculty the mind has to repeat its own ideas. Though I say these might be instances enough of simple modes of the simple ideas of sensation, and suffice to show how the mind comes by them, yet I shall, for method's sake, though briefly, give an account of some few more, and then proceed to more complex ideas. 2. Simple modes of motion. To slide, roll, tumble, walk, creep, run, dance, leap, skip, an abundance of others that might be named, are words which are no sooner heard, but every one who understands English has presently in his mind distinct ideas, which are all but the different modifications of motion. Modes of motion answer those of extension. Swift and slow are two different ideas of motion, the measures whereof are made of the distances of time and space put together. So they are complex ideas, comprehending time and space with motion. 3. Modes of sounds. The like variety have we in sounds. Every articulate word is a different modification of sound, by which we see that, from the sense of hearing, by such modifications, the mind may be furnished with distinct ideas, to almost an infinite number. Sounds also, besides the distinct cries of birds and beasts, are modified by diversity of notes of different length put together, which make that complex idea called a tune, which a musician may have in his mind when he hears or makes no sound at all, by reflecting on the ideas of those sounds, so put together silently in his own fancy. 4. Modes of colors. Those of colors are also very various. Some we take notice of as the different degrees, or they were termed shades, of the same color. But since we very seldom make assemblages of colors, either for use or delight, but figure is taken in also, and has its part in it, as in painting, weaving, needleworks, and so on. Those which are taken notice of do most commonly belong to mixed modes, as being made up of ideas of diverse kinds, namely figure and color, such as beauty, rainbow, and so on. 5. Modes of tastes. All compounded tastes and smells are also modes, made up of the simple ideas of those senses, but they, being such as generally we have no names for, are less taken notice of, and cannot be set down in writing, and therefore must be left without enumeration to the thoughts and experience of my reader. 6. Some simple modes have no names. In general, it may be observed that those simple modes which are considered but as different degrees of the same simple idea, though they are in themselves many of them very distinct ideas, yet have ordinarily no distinct names, nor are much taken notice of as distinct ideas, where the difference is but very small between them. Whether men have neglected these modes, and given no names to them, as wanting measures nicely to distinguish them, or because, when they were so distinguished, that knowledge would not be of general or necessary use, I leave it to the thoughts of others. It is sufficient to my purpose to show that all our simple ideas come to our minds only by sensation and reflection, and that when the mood has them, it can variously repeat and compound them, and so make new complex ideas. But though white, red, or sweet, and so on, have not been modified or made into complex ideas by several combinations, so as to be named and thereby ranked into species, yet some others of the simple ideas, namely those of unity, duration, and motion, and so on, above instanced in, as also power and thinking, have been thus modified to a great variety of complex ideas, with names belonging to them. 7. Why some modes have and others have not names. The reason whereof, I suppose, has been this, that the great concernment of men being with men one amongst another, the knowledge of men, and their actions, and the signifying of them to one another, was most necessary, and therefore they made ideas of actions very nicely modified, and gave those complex ideas names, that they might the more easily record and discourse of those things they were daily conversant in, without long ambages and circumlocutions, and that the things they were continually to give and receive information about might be the easier and quicker understood. That this is so, and that men in framing different complex ideas, and giving them names, have been much governed by the end of speech in general, which is a very short and expedite way of conveying their thoughts one to another, is evident in the names which in several arts have been found out and applied to several complex ideas of modified actions, belonging to their several trades, for dispatch's sake, in their direction or discourses about them, which ideas are not generally framed in the minds of men not conversant about those operations, and thence the words that stand for them by the greatest part of men of the same language are not understood, namely culture, drilling, filtration, cohobation, are words standing for certain complex ideas, which, being seldom in the minds of any but those few whose particular employments do at every turn suggest them to their thoughts, those names of them are not generally understood but by smiths and chemists, who, having framed the complex ideas which those words stand for, and having given names to them, or received them from others, upon hearing of those names in communication, readily conceive those ideas in their minds, as by cohobation all the simple ideas of distilling, and the pouring the liquor distilled from anything back upon the remaining matter, and distilling it again. Thus we see that there are great varieties of simple ideas, as of tastes and smells, which have no names, and of modes many more, which either not having been generally enough observed, or else not being of any great use to be taken notice of in the affairs and converse of men, they have not had names given them, and so pass not for species. This we shall have occasion hereafter to consider more at large, when we have come to speak of words. Chapter 19 of the Modes of Thinking. 1. Sensation, remembrance, contemplation, and so on, modes of thinking. When the mind turns its view inwards upon itself, and contemplates its own actions, thinking is the first that occurs. In it the mind observes a great variety of modifications, and from thence receives distinct ideas. Thus the perception or thought which actually accompanies, and is annexed to, any impression on the body, made by an external object, being distinct from all other modifications of thinking, furnishes the mind with a distinct idea, which we call sensation, which is, as it were, the actual entrance of any idea into the understanding by the senses. The same idea, when it again occurs without the operation of the like object on the external sensory, is remembrance. If it be sought after by the mind, and with pain and endeavour found, and brought again in view, it is recollection. If it be held there long under attentive consideration, it is contemplation. When ideas float in our mind without any reflection or regard of the understanding, it is that which the French call reverie. Our language has scarce a name for it. When the ideas that offer themselves, for, as I have observed in another place, whilst we are awake, there will always be a train of ideas succeeding one another in our minds, are taken notice of, and, as it were, registered in the memory, it is attention. When the mind with great earnestness, and of choice, fixes its view on any idea, considers it on all sides, and will not be called off by the ordinary solicitation of other ideas, it is that we call intention or study. Sleep, without dreaming, is rest from all these, and dreaming itself is the having of ideas, whilst the outward senses are stopped, so that they receive not outward objects with their usual quickness in the mind, not suggested by any external objects or known occasion, nor under any choice or conduct of the understanding at all. And whether that which we call ecstasy be not dreaming with the eyes open, I leave to be examined. 2. Other modes of thinking. There are some few instances of those various modes of thinking which the mind may observe in itself, and so have as distinct ideas of as it hath of white and red, a square or a circle. I do not pretend to enumerate them all, nor to treat at large of this set of ideas, which are got from reflection. That would be to make a volume. It suffices to my present purpose to have shown here, by some few examples, of what sort these ideas are, and how the mind comes by them, especially since I shall not have occasion hereafter to treat more at large of reasoning, judgment, volition, and knowledge, which are some of the most considerable operations of the mind and modes of thinking. 3. The various degrees of attention in thinking. But perhaps it may not be an unpardonable digression, nor wholly impertinent to our present design, if we reflect here upon the different state of the mind in thinking, which those instances of attention, reverie, and dreaming, and so on, before mentioned, naturally enough suggest. That there are ideas, some or other, always present in the mind of a waking man, everyone's experience convinces him, though the mind employs itself about them with several degrees of attention. Sometimes the mind fixes itself with so much earnestness on the contemplation of some objects that it turns their ideas on all sides, marks their relations and circumstances, and views every part so nicely and with such intention that it shuts out all other thoughts, and takes no notice of the ordinary impressions made then on the senses, which at another season would produce very sensible perceptions. At other times it barely observes the train of ideas that succeed in the understanding, without directing and pursuing any of them, and at other times it lets them pass almost quite unregarded, as faint shadows that make no impression. Hence it is probable that thinking is the action, not the essence of the soul. This difference of intention and remission of the mind in thinking, with a great variety of degrees between earnest study and very near minding nothing at all, everyone, I think, has experimented in himself. Trace it a little further, and you find the mind in sleep retired, as it were, from the senses, and out of the reach of those motions made on the organs of sense, which at other times produce very vivid and sensible ideas. I need not, for this, instance in those who sleep out whole stormy nights without hearing the thunder, or seeing the lightning, or feeling the shaking of the house, which are sensible enough to those who are waking. But in this retirement of the mind from the senses, it often retains a yet more loose and incoherent manner of thinking, which we call dreaming. And, last of all, sound sleep closes the scene quite, and puts an end to all appearances. This, I think, almost every one has experience of in himself, and his own observation, without difficulty, leads him thus far. That which I would further conclude from hence is, that since the mind can sensibly put on, at several times, several degrees of thinking, and be sometimes, even in a waking man, so remiss as to have thoughts dim and obscure to that degree that they are very little removed from none at all, and at last, in the dark retirements of sound sleep, loses the sight perfectly of all ideas whatsoever. Since, I say, this is evidently so in matter of fact and constant experience, I ask whether it be not probable that thinking is the action and not the essence of the soul, since the operations of agents will easily admit of intention and remission, but the essences of things are not conceived capable of any such variation. But this by the by. Chapter 20 of Modes of Pleasure and Pain. 1. Pleasure and pain, simple ideas. Amongst the simple ideas which we receive both from sensation and reflection, pain and pleasure are two very considerable ones. For as in the body there is sensation barely in itself, or accompanied with pain or pleasure, so the thought or perception of the mind is simply so, or else accompanied also with pleasure or pain, delight or trouble, call it how you please. These, like other simple ideas, cannot be described, nor their names defined. The way of knowing them is, as of the simple ideas of the senses, only by experience. For to define them by the presence of good or evil is no otherwise to make them known to us than by making us reflect on what we feel in ourselves, upon the several and various operations of good and evil upon our minds, as they are differently applied to or considered by us. 2. Good and evil, what? Things, then, are good or evil only in reference to pleasure or pain. That we call good, which is apt to cause or increase pleasure, or diminish pain in us, or else to procure or preserve us the possession of any other good or absence of any evil. And, on the contrary, we name that evil which is apt to produce or increase any pain or diminish any pleasure in us, or else to procure us any evil or deprive us of any good. By pleasure and pain I must be understood to mean of body or mind, as they are commonly distinguished, though in truth they be only different constitutions of the mind, sometimes occasioned by disorder in the body, sometimes by thoughts of the mind. 3. Our passions moved by good and evil. Pleasure and pain, and that which causes them, good and evil, are the hinges on which our passions turn, and if we reflect on ourselves, and observe how these, under various considerations, operate in us, what modifications or tempers of mind, what internal sensations, if I may so call them, they produce in us, we may thence form to ourselves the ideas of our passions. 4. Love. Thus any one reflecting upon the thoughts he has of the delight which any present or absent thing is apt to produce in him, has the idea we call love. For when a man declares in autumn, when he is eating them, or in spring, when there are none, that he loves grapes, it is no more but that the taste of grapes delights him. Let an alteration of health or constitution destroy the delight of their taste, and he can then be said to love grapes no longer. 5. Hatred. On the contrary, the thought of the pain which anything present or absent is apt to produce in us is what we call hatred. Were it my business here to inquire any further than into the bare ideas of our passions, as they depend on different modifications of pleasure and pain, I should remark that our love and hatred of inanimate, insensible beings is commonly founded on that pleasure and pain which we receive from their use and application any way to our senses, though with their destruction. But hatred or love, to beings capable of happiness or misery, is often the uneasiness of delight which we find in ourselves, arising from their being or happiness. Thus the being and welfare of a man's children or friends, producing constant delight in him, he is said constantly to love them. But it suffices to note that our ideas of love and hatred are but the dispositions of the mind, in respect of pleasure and pain in general, however caused in us. 6. Desire. The uneasiness a man finds in himself upon the absence of anything whose present enjoyment carries the idea of delight with it, is that we call desire, which is greater or less as that uneasiness is more or less vehement, where, by the by, it may perhaps be of some use to remark that the chief, if not only spur to human industry and action, is uneasiness. For whatsoever good is proposed, if its absence carries no displeasure or pain with it, if a man be easy and content without it, there is no desire of it, nor endeavour after it. There is no more but a bare velleity, the term used to signify the lowest degree of desire, and that which is next to none at all, when there is so little uneasiness in the absence of anything, that it carries a man no further than some faint wishes for it, without any more effectual or vigorous use of the means to attain it. Desire also is stopped or abated by the opinion of the impossibility or unattainableness of the good proposed, as far as the uneasiness is cured or allayed by that consideration. This might carry our thoughts further, were it seasonable in this place. 7. Joy. Joy is a delight of the mind from the consideration of the present or assured approaching possession of a good, and we are then possessed of any good when we have it so in our power that we can use it when we please. Thus a man almost starved has joy at the arrival of relief, even before he has the pleasure of using it, and a father, in whom the very well-being of his children causes delight, is always, as long as his children are in such a state, in the possession of that good, for he needs but to reflect on it to have that pleasure. 8. Sorrow. Sorrow is uneasiness in the mind upon the thought of a good lost, which might have been enjoyed longer, or the sense of a present evil. 9. Hope. Hope is that pleasure in the mind which everyone finds in himself upon the thought of a probable future enjoyment of a thing, which is apt to delight him. 10. Fear. Fear is an uneasiness of the mind upon the thought of future evil likely to befall us. 11. Despair. Despair is the thought of the unattainableness of any good, which works differently in men's minds, sometimes producing uneasiness or pain, sometimes rest and indolency. 12. Anger. Anger is uneasiness or discomposure of the mind upon the receipt of any injury, with a present purpose of revenge. 13. Envy. Envy is an uneasiness of the mind caused by the consideration of a good we desire, obtained by one we think should not have had it before us. 14. What passions all men have. These two last, envy and anger, not being caused by pain and pleasure simply in themselves, but having in them some mixed considerations of ourselves and others, are not therefore to be found in all men, because those other parts of valuing their merits or intending revenge is wanting in them. But all the rest, terminating purely in pain and pleasure, are, I think, to be found in all men, for we love, desire, rejoice, and hope only in respect of pleasure. We hate, fear, and grieve only in respect of pain ultimately. In fine, all these passions are moved by things only as they appear to be the causes of pleasure and pain, or to have pleasure or pain some way or other annexed to them. Thus we extend our hatred usually to the subject, at least if a sensible or voluntary agent, which has produced pain in us, because the fear it leaves is a constant pain. But we do not so constantly love what has done us good, because pleasure operates not so strongly on us as pain, and because we are not so ready to have hope it will do so again. But this by the by. 15. Pleasure and pain, what? By pleasure and pain, delight and uneasiness, I must all along be understood, as I have above intimated, to mean not only bodily pain and pleasure, but whatsoever delight or uneasiness is felt by us, whether arising from any grateful or unacceptable sensation or reflection. 16. Removal or lessening of either. It is further to be considered that, in reference to the passions, The removal or lessening of a pain is considered and operates as a pleasure, and the loss or diminishing of a pleasure as a pain. 17. Shame. The passions, too, have most of them, in most persons, operations on the body, and cause various changes in it, which, not being always sensible, do not make a necessary part of the idea of each passion. For shame, which is an uneasiness of the mind upon the thought of having done something which is indecent, or will lessen the valued esteem which others have for us, has not always blushing accompanying it. 18. These instances to show how our ideas of the passions are got from sensation and reflection. I would not be mistaken here if I meant this as a discourse of the passions. There are many more than those I have named, and those I have taken notice of would each of them require a much larger and more accurate discourse. I have only mentioned these here as so many instances of modes of pleasure and pain resulting in our minds from various considerations of good and evil. I might perhaps have instanced in other modes of pleasure and pain, more simple than these, as the pain of hunger and thirst, and the pleasure of eating and drinking to remove them, the pain of teeth set on edge, the pleasure of music, pain from captious, uninstructive wrangling, and the pleasure of rational conversation with a friend, or of well-directed study in the search and discovery of truth. But the passions being of much more concernment to us, I rather made choice to instance in them, and show how the ideas we have of them are derived from sensation or reflection. End of section 24. Reading by Malone.
Section 25 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 21 of Power, Part 1. Number 1. This idea, how God. The mind being every day informed by the senses of the alteration of those simple ideas it observes in things without, and taking notice how one comes to an end, and ceases to be, and another begins to exist which was not before, reflecting also on what passes within itself, and observing a constant change of its ideas, sometimes by the impression of outward objects on the senses, and sometimes by the determination of its own choice, and concluding from what it has so constantly observed to have been, that the like changes will for the future be made in the same things, by like agents, and by the like ways, considering in one thing the possibility of having any of its simple ideas changed, and in another the possibility of making that change, and so comes by that idea which we call power. Thus we say, fire has a power to melt gold, that is, to destroy the consistency of its insensible parts, and consequently its hardness, and make it fluid; and gold has the power to be melted, that the sun has power to blanch wax, and wax has power to be blanched by the sun, whereby the yellowness is destroyed, and whiteness made to exist in its room. In which and the like cases, the power we consider is in reference to the change of perceivable ideas: for we cannot observe any alteration to be made in, or operation upon anything, but by the observable change of its sensible ideas, nor conceive any alteration to be made but by conceiving a change of some of its ideas. Number 2. Power, active and passive. Power thus considered is twofold, namely, as able to make or able to receive any change. The one may be called active, and the other passive power. Whether matter, not wholly destitute of active power, as its author, God, is truly above all passive power, and whether the intermediate state of created spirits be not that alone which is capable of both active and passive power, may be worth consideration. I shall not now enter into that enquiry, my present business being not to search into the original of power, but how we come by the idea of it. But since active powers make so great a part of our complex ideas of natural substances, as we shall see hereafter, and I mention them as such, according to common apprehension, yet they being not, perhaps, so truly active powers of our hasty thoughts are apt to represent them, I judge it not amiss, by this intimation, to direct our minds to the consideration of God and spirits for the clearest idea of active power. Number 3. Power includes relation. I confess power includes in it some kind of a relation to action or change, as indeed which our ideas of what kind soever, when attentively considered, does not. For our ideas of extension, duration, and number, do they not all contain in them a secret relation of the parts? Figure and motion have something relative in them much more visibly. And sensible qualities, as colours and smells, etc., what are they but the powers of different bodies in the relation to our perceptions, and etc.? And if considered in the things themselves, do they not depend on the bulk, figure, and texture and motion of the parts? All which include some kind of relation in them. Our idea therefore of power, I think, may well have a place amongst other simple ideas, and be considered as one of them, being one of those that make a principal ingredient in our complex ideas of substances, as we shall hereafter have occasion to observe. Number 4. The clearest idea of active power had from spirit. Of passive powers all sensible things abundantly furnish us with sensible ideas, whose sensible qualities and beings we find to be in continual flux; and therefore with reason we look on them as liable still to the same change. Nor have we of active power, which is the more proper signification of the word power, fewer instances; since whatever change is observed, the mind must collect a power somewhere able to make that change, as well as a possibility in thing itself to receive it. But yet, if we will consider it attentively, bodies, by our own senses, do not afford us so clear and distinct an idea of active power as we have from reflection on the operations of our minds. For all power relating to action, and there being but two sorts of action whereof we have an idea, namely thinking and motion, let us consider whence we have the clearest ideas of the powers which produce these actions. 1. Of thinking. Body affords us no idea at all; it is only from reflection that we have that. 2. Neither we have from the body any idea of the beginning of motion. A body at rest affords us no idea of any active power to move, and when it is set in motion itself, that motion is rather a passion than an action in it. For, when the ball obeys the motion of a billiard stick, it is not any action of the ball, but a bare passion. Also, when the impulse it sets another ball in motion that lay in its way, it only communicates the motion it had received from another, and loses in itself so much as the other received, which gives us but a very obscure idea of an active power of moving in body, whilst we observe it only to transfer, but not produce any motion. For it is but a very obscure idea of power, which reaches not the production of the action, but the continuation of the passion. For so is motion in a body impelled by another, the continuation of the alteration made in it from rest to motion being little more an action, than the continuation of the alteration of its figures by the same blow is an action. The idea of the beginning of motion we have only from the reflection on what passes in ourselves, where we find by experience that barely by willing it, barely by a thought of the mind, we move the parts of our bodies which were before at rest; so that it seems to me we have, from the observation of the operation of bodies by our senses, but a very imperfect, obscure idea of active power, since they afford us not any idea in themselves of the power to begin any action, either motion or thought. But if, from the impulse bodies are observed to make one upon another, any one thinks he has a clear idea of power, it serves as well to my purpose. Sensation being one of those ways whereby the mind comes by its ideas. Only I thought it worth while to consider here, by the way, whether the mind doth not receive its idea of active power clearer from reflection on its own operations than it doth from any external action. Number 5. Will and understanding, two powers in mind or spirit. This, at least, I think evident, that we find in ourselves a power to begin or forbear, continue or end several actions of our minds, and motions of our bodies, barely by a thought or preference of the mind ordering, or as it were commanding, the doing or not doing such or such a particular action. This power, which the mind has thus to order the consideration of any idea, or the forbearing to consider it, or prefer the motion of any part of the body to its rest, and vice versa, in any particular instance, is that which we call will. The actual exercise of power by directing any particular action or its forbearance is that which we call volition or willing. The forbearance of that action, consequent to such order or command of the mind, is called voluntary; and whatsoever action is performed without such a thought of the mind is called involuntary. The power of perception is that which we call understanding. Perception, which we make the act of understanding, is of three sorts: 1. The perception of ideas in our minds; 2. The perception of the signification of signs; 3. The perception of the connection or repugnancy, agreement or disagreement, that there is between any of our ideas. All these are attributed to understanding or perceptive power, though it be the two latter only that use allows us to say we understand. Number 6. Faculties not real beings. These power of the mind, namely of perceiving and of preferring, are usually called by another name; and the ordinary way of speaking is, that the understanding and the will are two faculties of the mind, a word proper enough, if it be used, as all words should be, so as not to breed any confusion in men's thoughts, by being supposed, as I suspect it has been, to stand for some real beings in the soul that perform those actions of understanding and volition. For when we say that the will is the commanding and superior faculty of the soul, that it is or is not free, that it determines the inferior faculties, that it follows the dictates of the understanding, and etc., though these and the like expressions, by those that carefully attend to their own ideas, and conduct their thoughts more by the evidence of things than the sound of words, may be understood in a clear and distinct sense, yet I suspect, I say, that this way of speaking of faculties has misled many into a confused notion of so many distinct agents in us, which had their several provinces and authorities, and did command, obey, and perform several actions, as so many distinct beings, which has been no small occasion of wrangling, obscurity, and uncertainty in questions relating to them. Number 7. Whence the idea of liberty and necessity. Every one, I think, finds in himself a power to begin or forbear, continue or put an end to several actions in himself. For the consideration of the extent of this power of mind over actions of the man, which every one finds in himself, arises the ideas of liberty and necessity. Number 8. Liberty, what? All the actions that we have any idea of reducing themselves, as has been said, to these two, namely thinking and motion, so far as a man has power to think or not to think, to move or not to move, according to the preferences or direction of his own mind, so far is a man free. Wherever any performance or forbearance are not equally in a man's power, whatever doing or not doing will not equally follow upon the preference of his mind directing it, there he is not free, though perhaps the action may be voluntary, so that the idea of liberty is the idea of a power in any agent to do or forbear any particular action according to the determination or thought of the mind, whereby either of them is preferred to the other, where either of them is not in the power of the agent to be produced by him according to his volition. There he is not at liberty, that agent is under necessity, so that liberty cannot be where there is no thought, no volition, no will, but there may be thought, there may be will, there may be volition, where there is no liberty. A little consideration of an obvious instance or two may make this clear. Number 9. Supposes understanding and will. A tennis ball, whether in motion by the stroke of a racket, or lying still at rest, is not by any one taken to be a free agent. If we inquire into the reason, we shall find it is because we conceive not a tennis ball to think, and consequently not to have any volition or preference of motion to rest, or vice versa, and therefore has no liberty, is not a free agent, but all its both motion and rest come under our idea of necessary, and are so called. Likewise a man falling into the water, a bridge breaking under him, has not herein liberty, is not a free agent, for though he has volition, though he prefers his not falling to the falling, yet the forbearance of that motion not being in his power, the stop or cessation of that motion follows not upon his volition, and therefore therein he is not free. So a man striking himself or his friend by a convulsive motion of his arm, which is not in his power, by volition or the direction of his mind, to stop or forbear, nobody thinks he has in his liberty, every one pities him as acting by necessity and constraint. Number 10. Belongs not to volition. Again, suppose a man be carried, whilst fast asleep, into a room where is the person he longs to see and speak with, and be there locked fast in, beyond his power to get out. He wakes, and is glad to find himself in so desirable company, which he stays willingly in, that is, prefers his stay to going away. I ask, is not this stay voluntary? I think nobody will doubt it, and yet, being locked fast in, it is evident he is not at liberty not to stay. He has not freedom to be gone, so that liberty is not an idea belonging to volition or preferring, but to the person having the power of doing, or forbearing to do, according as the mind shall choose or direct. Our idea of liberty reaches as far as that of power, and no further: for wherever restraint comes to check, that power or compulsion takes away that indifferency of ability to act, or to forbear acting, there liberty, and our notion of it, presently ceases. Number 11. Voluntary opposed to involuntary. We have instances enough, and often more than enough, in our own bodies. A man's heart beats, and the blood circulates, which is not in his power by any thought or volition to stop, and therefore in respect of these motions, where rest depends not on his choice, nor would follow the determination of his mind, if it should prefer it, he is not a free agent. Convulsive motion agitates his legs, so that he wills it ever so much, he cannot by any power of his mind stop their motion, as in that odd disease called chorea sancti viti. But he is perpetually dancing, he is not at liberty in this action, but under as much necessity of moving as a stone that falls, or a tennis ball struck with a racket. On the other side, a palsy or the stocks hinder his legs from obeying the determination of his mind, if it would thereby transfer his body to another place. In all these there is a want of freedom, though the sitting still, even of paralytic, whilst he prefers us to a removal, is truly voluntary. Voluntary, then, is not opposed to necessary, but to involuntary. For a man may prefer what he can do, to what he cannot do, the state he is in, to its absence or change, though necessity has made it in itself unalterable. Number 12. Liberty. What? As it is in the motion of the body, so it is in the thoughts of our minds, where any one is such that we have power to take it up or lay it by, according to the preference of the mind, there we are at liberty. A waking man, being under the necessity of having some ideas constantly in his mind, is not at liberty to think or not to think, no more than he is at liberty whether his body shall touch any other or no, but whether he will remove his contemplation from one idea to another is many times in his choice, and then he is in respect to his ideas as much at liberty as he is in the respect of bodies he rests on. He can at pleasure remove himself from one to another, but yet some ideas to the mind, like some motions to the body, are such as in certain circumstances it cannot avoid, nor obtain their absence by the utmost effort it can use. A man on the rack is not at liberty to lay by the idea of pain, and divert himself with other contemplations; and sometimes a boisterous passion hurries our thoughts, as a hurricane does our bodies, without leaving us the liberty of thinking on other things, which we should rather choose. But as soon as mind regains the power to stop or continue, begin or forbear, any of these motions of the body without, or thoughts within, according as it thinks fit to prefer either to the other, we then consider the man as a free agent again. 13. Wherever thought is wholly wanting, or the power to act or forbear according to the direction of thought, there necessity takes place. This, in an agent capable of volition, when the beginning or continuation of any action is contrary to that preference of his mind, is called compulsion. When hindering or stopping any action is contrary to his volition, it is called restraint. Agents that have no thought, no volition at all, are in everything necessary agents. 14. If this be so, as I imagine it is, I leave it to be considered, whether it may not help to put an end to that long agitated, and, I think, unreasonable, because unintelligible question, namely, whether man's will be free or no. For if I mistake not, it follows from what I have said, that the question itself is altogether improper, and it is as significant to ask whether man's will be free, as to ask whether his sleep be swift, or his virtue squire; liberty being as little applicable to the will as swiftness of motion is to sleep, or squireness to virtue. Every one would laugh at the absurdity of such a question as either of these, because it is obvious that the modification of motion belong not to sleep, nor the difference of figure to virtue. And when one well considers it, I think he will as plainly perceive that liberty, which is but a power, belongs only to agents, and cannot be an attribute or modification of the will, which is also but a power. 15. Volition. Such is the difficulty of explaining and giving clear notions of internal actions by sounds, that I must here warn my reader, that ordering, directing, choosing, preferring, etc., which I have made use of, will not distinctly enough express volition, unless he will reflect on what he himself does when he wills. For example, preferring, which seems perhaps best to express the act of volition, does it not precisely? For though a man would prefer flying to walking, yet who can say he ever wills it? Volition, it is plain, is an act of the mind knowingly exerting that dominion it takes itself to have over any part of the man, by employing it in or withholding it from any particular action. And what is the will but the faculty to do this? And is that faculty anything more in effect than a power? The power of the mind to determine its thoughts, to the producing, continuing, or stopping any action, as far as it depends on us? For can it be denied that whatever agent has a power to think on its own actions, and to prefer their doing or omission either to other, has that faculty called will? Will, then, is nothing but such a power. Liberty, on the other side, is the power a man has to do, or forbear doing, any particular action according as its doing, or forbearance has the actual preference in the mind, which is the same thing as to say, according he himself wills it. Number 16. Powers belonging to agents. It is plain that the will is nothing but one power to ability, and freedom another power or ability, so that to ask whether the will has freedom is to ask whether one power has another power or one ability another ability, a question at first sight too grossly absurd to make a dispute or need an answer. For who is it that sees not that powers belong only to agents, and are attributes only to substances, and not of powers themselves? So that this way of putting the question, namely, whether the will be free, is in effect to ask whether the will be a substance, an agent, or at least to suppose it, since freedom can properly be attributed to nothing else. If freedom can, with any propriety of speech, be applied to power, it may be attributed to the power that is in a man to produce, or forbear producing, motion in parts of his body, by choice or preference, which is that which denominates him free, and is freedom itself. But if any one should ask whether freedom were free, he would be suspected not to understand well what he said, and he would be thought to deserve Midas's ears, who, knowing that the rich was a denomination for the possession of riches, should demand whether riches themselves were rich. Number 17. How the will instead of the man is called free. However, the name faculty, which men have given to this power called the will, and whereby they have been led into a way of talking of the will as acting, may, by an appropriation that disguises its true sense, serve a little to palliate the absurdity. Yet the will, in truth, signifies nothing but a power or the ability to prefer or choose. And when the will, under the name of a faculty, is considered as it is, barely as an ability to do something, the absurdity in saying it is free or not free will easily discover itself. For if it be reasonable to suppose and talk of faculties as distinct beings that can act, as we do when we say that the will orders and the will is free, it is fit that we should make a speaking faculty, and a walking faculty, and a dancing faculty, by which these actions are produced, which are but several modes of motion, as well as we make the will and the understanding to be faculties, by which the actions of choosing and perceiving are produced, which are but several modes of thinking. And we may as properly say that it is the singing faculty sings, and the dancing faculty dances, as that the will chooses, or that the understanding conceives, or, as is usual, that the will directs the understanding, or the understanding obeys, or obeys not the will. It being altogether as proper and intelligible to say that the power of speaking directs the power of singing, or the power of singing obeys or disobeys the power of speaking. Number 18. This way of talking causes confusion of thought. This way of talking, nevertheless, has prevailed, and, as I guess, produced great confusion. For these being all different powers in the mind, or in the man, to do several actions, he exerts them as he thinks fit. But the power to do one action is not operated on by the power of doing another action. For the power of thinking operates not on the power of choosing, nor the power of choosing on the power of thinking, no more than the power of dancing operates on the power of singing, or the power of singing on the power of dancing, as anyone who reflects on it will easily perceive. And yet this is it which we say when we thus speak, that the will operates on the understanding, or the understanding on the will. Number 19. Powers are relations, not agents. I grant that this or that actual thought may be the occasion of volition, or exercising the power a man has to choose, or the actual choice of the mind, the cause of actual thinking on this or that thing, as the actual singing of such a tune may be the cause of dancing such a dance, and the actual dancing of such a dance the occasion of singing such a tune. But in all these it is not one power that operates in another, but it is the mind that operates and exerts these powers. It is the man that does the action. It is the agent that has power, or is able to do. For powers are relations, not agents, and that which has power, or not the power to operate, is that alone which is or is not free, and not the power itself. For freedom, or not freedom, can belong to nothing but what has or has not a power to act. Number 20. Liberty belongs not to the will. The attributing to faculties that which belong not to them has given occasion to this way of talking. But the introducing into the discourses concerning the mind, which the name of faculties, a notion of their operating, has, I suppose, as little advanced our knowledge in that part of ourselves, as the great use and the mention of the like invention of faculties in the operations of the body has helped us in the knowledge of physic. Not that I deny there are faculties, both in the body and mind, they both of them have their powers of operating, else neither the one nor the other could operate. For nothing can operate that is not able to operate, and that is not able to operate that has no power to operate. Nor do I deny that those words, and the like, are to have their place in the common use of languages that have made them current. It looks like too much affectation wholly to lay them by, and to philosophy itself, though it likes not a gaudy dress, yet, when it appears in public, must have so much complacency as to be clothed in the ordinary fashion, and the language of the country, so far as it can consist with truth and perspicuity. But the fault has been, that faculties have been spoken of and represented as so many distinct agents. For, it being asked, what it was that digested the meat in our stomachs? It was a ready and very satisfactory answer to say, that it was the digestive faculty. What was it that made anything come out of the body? The expulsive faculty. What moved? The motive faculty. And so in the mind, the intellectual faculty, or the understanding, understood, and the elective faculty, or the will, willed or commanded. This is, in short, to say, that the ability to digest, digested, and the ability to move, moved, and the ability to understand, understood. For faculty, ability, and power, I think, are but different names of the same things, which ways of speaking, when put into more intelligible words, will, I think, amount to thus much: that digestion is performed by something that is able to digest, motion by something able to move, and understanding by something able to understand. And, in truth, it would be very strange if it should be otherwise, as strange as it would be for a man to be free without being able to be free. Number 21. But to the agent or man. To return, then, to the inquiry about liberty, I think the question is not proper, whether the will be free, but whether a man be free. Thus, I think, first, that so far as any one can, by the direction or choice of his mind, preferring the existence of any action to the non existence of that action, and vice versa, make it to exist or not exist, so far he is free. For if I can, by a thought directing the motion of my finger, make it move when it was at rest, or vice versa, it is evident that in respect of that I am free. And if I can, by the like thought of my mind, preferring one to the other, produce either words or silence, I am at liberty to speak or hold my peace; and as far as this power reaches, or acting or not acting, by the determination of his own thought preferring either, so far is a man free. For how can we think any one freer than to have the power to do what he will? And so far as any one can, by preferring any action to its not being, or rest to any action, produce that action or rest, so far can he do that he will. For such a preferring of action to its absence is the willing of it, and we can scarce tell how to imagine any being freer than to be able to do that he wills. So that in respect of actions within the reach of such power in him, a man seems as free as it is possible for freedom to make him. End of section 25. Read by Lambda. Section 26 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 21 of Power, Part 2. Number 22. In respect of willing, a man is not free. But the inquisitive mind of man, willing to shift of himself as far as he can all thoughts of guilt, though it be by putting himself into a worse state than that of fatal necessity, is not content with this. Freedom, unless it reaches further than this, will not serve the turn, and it passes for a good plea that a man is not free at all, if he be not as free to will as he is to act what he wills. Concerning a man's liberty, there yet, therefore, is raised this further question, whether a man be free to will, which I think is what I meant, when it is disputed whether the will be free, and as to that I imagine. Number 23. How a man cannot be free to will. Secondly, that willing, or volition, being an action, and freedom consisting in a power of acting or not acting, a man in respect of willing or the act of volition, when any action in his power is once proposed to his thoughts, as presently to be done, cannot be free. The reason whereof is very manifest. For, it being unavoidable that the action depending on his will should exist or not exist, and its existence or not existence following perfectly the determination and preference of his will, he cannot avoid willing the existence or non existence of that action. It is absolutely necessary that he will the one or other, that is, prefer the one to the other, since one of them must necessarily follow, and that which does follow follows by the choice and determination of his mind, that is, by his willing it. For if he did not will it, it would not be. So that, in respect of the act of willing, a man is not free. Liberty consisting in a power to act or not to act, which, in regard of volition, a man has not. Number 24. Liberty is freedom to execute what is willed. This, then, is evident, that a man is not at liberty to will, or not to will, anything in his power that he once considers of, liberty consisting in a power to act or to forbear acting, and in that only. For a man that sits still is said yet to be at liberty, because he can walk if he wills it. A man that walks is at liberty also, not because he walks or moves, but because he can stand still if he wills it. But if a man sitting still has not a power to remove himself, he is not at liberty. So likewise a man falling down a precipice, though in motion, is not at liberty, because he cannot stop that motion if he would. This being so, it is plain that a man that is walking, to whom it is proposed to give off walking, is not at liberty, whether he will determine himself to walk, or give off walking or not. He must necessarily prefer one or the other of them, walking or not walking. And so it is in regard of all other actions in our power, they being once proposed, the mind has not a power to act or not to act, wherein consists liberty. The mind, in that case, has not a power to forbear willing. It cannot avoid some determination concerning them, let the consideration be as short. Thought as quickly as it will, it either leaves the man in the state he was before thinking, or changes it, continues the action, or puts an end to it; whereby it is manifest that it orders and directs one, in preference to, or with neglect of the other; and thereby either the continuation or change becomes unavoidably voluntary. Number 25. The will determined by something without it. Since then it is plain that, in most cases, a man is not at liberty, whether he will or no. For, when an action in his power is proposed to his thoughts, he cannot forbear volition, he must determine one way or the other. The next thing demanded is, whether a man be at liberty to will, which of the two he pleases, motion or rest. This question carries the absurdity of it so manifestly in itself, that one might thereby sufficiently be convinced that liberty concerns not the will. For, to ask whether a man be at liberty to will either motion or rest, speaking or silence, which he pleases, is to ask whether a man can will what he wills, or be pleased with what he is pleased with. A question which, I think, needs no answer; and they who can make a question of it must suppose one will to determine the acts of another, and another to determine that, and so in infinitum. Number 26. The ideas of liberty and volition must be defined. To avoid these and like absurdities, nothing can be greater use than to establish in our minds determined ideas of the things under consideration. If the ideas of liberty and volition were well fixed in our understandings, and carried along with us in our minds, as they ought, through all the questions that are raised about them, I suppose a great part of difficulties that perplex men's thoughts and entangle their understandings would be easier resolved, and we should perceive where the confused signification of terms, or where the nature of the thing caused the obscurity. Number 27. Freedom. First, then, it is carefully to be remembered that freedom consists in the dependence of the existence or not existence of any action upon our volition of it, and not in the dependence of any action, or its contrary, on our preference. A man standing on a cliff is at liberty to leap 20 yards downward into the sea, not because he has a power to do the contrary action, which is to leap 20 yards upwards, for that he cannot do; but he is therefore free, because he has a power to leap or not to leap. But if a greater force than his either holds him fast, or tumbles him down, he is no longer free in that case, because the doing or forbearance of that particular action is no longer in his power. He that is a close prisoner in a room 20 feet square, being at the north side of his chamber, is at liberty to walk 20 feet southward, because he can walk or not walk it; but is not at the same time at liberty to do the contrary, that is, to walk 20 feet northward. In this, then, consists freedom, namely, in our being able to act or not to act, according as we shall choose or will. Number 28. What volition and action mean. Secondly, we must remember that volition or willing is an act of the mind directing its thoughts to the production of any action, and thereby exerting its power to produce it. To avoid multiplying of words, I would crave leave here, under the word action, to comprehend the forbearance too of any action proposed. Sitting still, or holding one's peace, when walking or speaking are proposed, though mere forbearances, requiring as much determination of the will, and being as often weighty in their consequences, as the contrary actions, may, on that consideration, well enough pass for actions too. But this I say, that I may not be mistaken, if, for brevity's sake, I speak thus. Number 29. What determines the will? Thirdly, the will being nothing but a power in the mind to direct the operative faculties of a man to motion or rest, as far as they depend on such direction. To the question, what is it determines the will? The true and proper answer is, the mind. For that which determines the general power of directing to this or that particular direction is nothing but the agent itself exercising the power it has that particular way. If this answer satisfies not, it is plain the meaning of the question, what determines the will, is this: what moves the mind, in every particular instance, to determine its general power of directing to this or that particular motion or rest? And to this I answer, the motive for continuing in the same state or action is only the present satisfaction in it. The motive to change is always some uneasiness, nothing setting us upon the change of state or upon any new action, but some uneasiness. This is the great motive that works on the mind to put it upon action. which for shortness sake we will call determining of the will, which I shall more at large explain. Number 30. Will and desire must not be confounded, but, in the way to it, it will be necessary to premise, that, though I have above endeavoured to express the act of volition by choosing, preferring, or the like terms, that signify desire as well as volition, for want of other words to mark that act of the mind whose proper name is willing or volition, yet, it being a very simple act, whosoever desires to understand what it is, will better find it by reflecting on his own mind, and observing what it does when it wills, than by any variety of articulate sounds whatsoever. This caution of being careful not to be misled by expressions that do not enough keep up with the difference between the will and several acts of the mind that are quite distinct from it, I think the more necessary, because I find the will often confounded with several of affections, especially desire, and one put for the other, and that by men who would not willingly be thought not to have had very distinct notions of things, and not to have read very clearly about them. This, I imagine, has been no small occasion of obscurity and mistake in this matter, and therefore is, as much as may be, to be avoided. For he that shall turn his thoughts inwards upon what passes in his mind when he wills, shall see that the will or power of volition is conversant about nothing but our own actions, terminates there, and reaches no further; and that volition is nothing but that particular determination of the mind, whereby, barely a thought, the mind endeavours to give rise, continuation, or stop, to any action which it takes to be in its power. This, well considered, plainly shows that the will is perfectly distinguished from desire, which, in the very same action, may have a quite contrary tendency from that which our will sets upon. A man, whom I cannot deny, may oblige me to use persuasion to another, which, at the same time I am speaking, I may wish may not prevail on him. In this case, it is plain, the will and desire run counter. I will the action that tends one way, whilst my desire tends another, and that the direct contrary way. A man who, by violent fit of gout in his limbs, finds a dizziness in his head, or a want of appetite in his stomach removed, desires to be eased too of the pain of his feet or hands; for wherever there is pain, there is a desire to be rid of it; though yet, whilst he apprehends that the removal of the pain may translate the noxious humour to more vital part, this will is never determined to any one action that may serve to remove this pain. Whence it is evident that desiring and willing are two distinct acts of the mind, and consequently that the will, which is but the power of volition, is much more distinct from desire. Number 31. Uneasiness determines the will. To return, then, to the inquiry, what is it that determines the will in regard to our actions? And that, upon second thoughts, I am apt to imagine is not, as is generally supposed, the greater good in view, but some, and for most part the most pressing, uneasiness a man is at present under. This is that which successively determines the will, and sets us upon those actions we perform. This uneasiness we may call, as it is, desire, which is an uneasiness of the mind, or want of some absent good. All pain of the body, of what sort soever, and disquiet of the mind, is uneasiness; and with this is always joined desire, equal to the pain or uneasiness felt, and is scarce distinguishable from it. For desire being nothing but an uneasiness in the want of an absent good, in reference to any pain felt, ease is that absent good; and till that ease be attained, we may call it desire. Nobody feeling pain that he wishes not to be eased of, with a desire equal to that pain, and inseparable from it. Besides this desire of ease from pain, there is another of absent positive good, and here also the desire and uneasiness are equal. And much as we desire any absent good, so much we are in pain for it. But here all absent good does not, according to the greatness it has, or is acknowledged to have, cause pain equal to that greatness; as all pain causes desire equal to itself, because the absence of good is not always a pain, as the presence of pain is; and therefore absent good may be looked on and considered without desire. But so much as there is anywhere of desire, so much there is of uneasiness. Number 32. Desire is uneasiness. That desire is a state of uneasiness, everyone reflects on himself will quickly find. Who is there that cannot felt in desire what the wise man says a hope, which is not much different from it? That it being differed makes the heart sick, and that it still proportionable to the greatness of the desire, which sometimes raises the uneasiness of that pitch, that it makes people cry out, "Give me children, give me the thing desired, or I die." Life itself, and all its enjoyments, is a burden cannot be borne under the lasting and unremoved pressure of such an uneasiness. Number 33. The uneasiness of desire determines the will. Good and evil, present and absent, it is true, work upon the mind; but that which immediately determines the will from time to time to every voluntary action, is the uneasiness of desire fixed on some absent good, either negative, as indolence to one in pain, or positive, as enjoyment of pleasure. That it is this uneasiness that determines the will to the successive voluntary actions, whereof the greatest part of our lives is made up, and by which we are conducted through different courses to different ends, I shall endeavour to show, both from experience and the reason of the thing. Number 34. This is the spring of action. When a man is perfectly content with the state he is in, which is when he is perfectly without any uneasiness, what industry, what action, what will is there left but to continue in it? Of this every man's observations will satisfy him. And thus we see our all wise Maker, suitably to our constitution and frame, and knowing what is it that determines the will, has put into the man the uneasiness of hunger and thirst, and the other natural desires, that return at their seasons, to move and determine their wills, for the preservation of themselves and the continuation of their species. For I think we may conclude, that if the bare contemplation of these good ends to which we are carried by these several uneasinesses had been sufficient to determine the will, and set us on work, we should have had none of these natural pains, and perhaps in this world little or no pain at all. It is better to marry than to burn, says St. Paul, where he may see what is it that chiefly drives men into the enjoyments of conjugal life. A little burning felt pushes us more powerfully than greater pleasure in the prospect draw or allure. Number 35. The greatest positive good determines not the will, but present uneasiness alone. It seems so established and settled a maxim, by the general consent of all mankind, that good, the greater good, determines the will, that I do not at all wonder that, when I first published my thoughts on the subject, I took it for granted; and I imagine that, by a great many, I shall be thought more excusable for having then done so, than that I now have ventured to recede from so received an opinion. But yet, upon a stricter inquiry, I am forced to conclude that good, the greater good, though apprehended and acknowledged to be so, does not determine the will, until our desire, raised proportionally to it, makes us uneasy in the want of it. Convince a man never so much that plenty has its advantage over poverty; make him see and own that the handsome conveniences of life are better than the nasty penury; yet, as long as he is content with the latter, and finds no uneasiness in it, he moves not. His will is never determined to any action that shall bring him out of it. Let a man be ever so well persuaded of the advantages of virtue, that it is as necessary to man who has any great aims in this world, or hopes in the next, as food to life. Yet till he hungers or thirsts after righteousness, till he feels an uneasiness in the want of it, his will not be determined to any action in the pursuit of this confessed greater good, but any other uneasiness he feels in himself shall take place, and carry his will to other actions. On the other side, let a drunkard see that his health decays, his estate wastes, discredit and diseases, and the want of all things, even of his beloved drink, attends him in the course he follows. Yet the returns of uneasiness to miss his companions, the habitual thirst after his cups at the usual time, drives him to the tavern, though he has in his view the loss of health and plenty, and perhaps of the joys of another life, the least of which is no inconsiderable good, but much as he confesses is far greater than the tickling of his palate with a glass of wine, or the idle chat of a soaking club. It is not want of viewing the greater good, for he sees and acknowledges it, and, in the interval of his drinking hours, will take resolutions to pursue the greater good. But when the uneasiness to miss his accustomed delight returns, the greater acknowledged good loses its hold, and the present uneasiness determines the will to the accustomed action, which thereby gets stronger footing to prevail against the next occasion, though he at the same time makes secret promises to himself that he will do so no more, that this is the last time he will act against the attainment of those greater goods. And thus he is, from time to time, in the state of that unhappy complainer, video meliora provoque deteriora secur, which sentence, allowed for true, and made good by constant experience, may in this, and possibly no other way, be easily made intelligible. Number 36. Because the removal of uneasiness is the first step to happiness. If we inquire into the reason of what experience makes so evident in fact, and examine why it is uneasiness alone operates on the will, and determines it in its choice, we shall find that, being capable but of one determination of the will to one action at once, the present uneasiness that we are under does naturally determine the will, in order to that happiness which we all aim at in our actions. For, as much as whilst we are under any uneasiness, we cannot apprehend ourselves happy, or in the way to it, pain and uneasiness being, by every one concluded and felt to be inconsistent with happiness, spoiling the relish even of those good things which we have, a little pain serving to mar all the pleasure we rejoiced in. And therefore, that which of course determines the choice of our will to the next action will always be the removing of pain, as long as we have any left, as the first and necessary step towards happiness. Number 37. Because uneasiness alone is present. Another reason why it is uneasiness alone determines the will is this: because that alone is present, and it is against the nature of things, that what is absent should operate where it is not. It may be said that absent good may, by contemplation, be brought home to the mind and made present. The idea of it, indeed, may be in the mind and viewed as present there, but nothing will be in the mind as a present good, able to counterbalance the removal of any uneasiness which we are under, till it raises our desire, and the uneasiness of that has the prevalency in determining the will. Till then, the idea in the mind of whatever is good is there only, like other ideas, the object of bare and active speculation, but operates not on the will, nor sets us on work. The reason whereof I shall show by and by. How many are to be found that have had lively representations set before their minds of the unspeakable joys of heaven, which they acknowledge both possible and probable too, who yet would be content to take up with their happiness here, and so the prevailing uneasiness of their desires, let loose after the enjoyments of this life, take their turns in the determining their wills, and all that while they take not one step, are not one jot moved, towards the good things of another life, considered as ever so great. Number 38. Because all who allow joys of heaven possible, pursue them not. Were the will determined by the views of good, as it appears in contemplation, greater or less to the understanding, which is the state of all absent good, and that which, in the received opinion, the will is supposed to move to, and to be moved by. I do not see how it could ever get loose from the infinite eternal joys of heaven, once proposed and considered as possible. For all absent good, by which alone, barely proposed and coming in view, the will is thought to be determined, and so to set us on action, being only possible, but not infallibly certain, it is unavoidable that the infinitely greater possible good should regularly and constantly determine the will in all the successive action it directs. And then we should keep constantly and steadily in our course towards heaven, without ever standing still, or directing our actions to any other end. The eternal condition of a future state infinitely outweighing the expectation of riches, or honor, or any other worldly pleasure which we can propose to ourselves, though we should grant these the more probable to be obtained, for nothing future is yet in possession, and so the expectation even of these may deceive us. If it were so that the greater good in the view determines the will, so great a good, once proposed, could not but seize the will, and hold it fast to pursuit of this infinitely greatest good, without ever letting it go again. For the will having a power over and directing the thoughts, as well as other actions, would, if it were so, hold the contemplation of the mind fixed to that good. Number 39. But any great uneasiness is never neglected. This would be the state of the mind, and regular tendency of the will in all its determinations, were it determined by that which is considered, and in the view of greater good. But that it is not so, is visible in experience, the infinitely greatest confessed good being often neglected to satisfy the successive uneasiness of our desires pursuing trifles. But, though the greatest allowed, even everlasting, unspeakable good, which has sometimes moved and affected the mind, does not steadfastly hold the will, yet we see any very great and prevailing uneasiness having once laid hold on the will, let it not go, by which we may be convinced what is it that determines the will. Thus any vehement pain of the body, the ungovernable passion of a man violently in love, or the impatient desire of revenge, keeps the will steady and intent; and the will, thus determined, never lets the understanding lay by the object, but all the thoughts of the mind and powers of the body are uninterruptedly employed that way, by the determination of the will, influenced by the topping uneasiness as long as it lasts. Whereby it seems to me evident that the will, or power of setting us upon one action in preference to all others, is determined in us by uneasiness; and whether this be not so, I desire every one to observe in himself. Number 40. Desire accompanies all uneasiness. I have hitherto chiefly instanced in the uneasiness of desire as that which determines the will, because that is the chief and most sensible, and the will seldom orders any action, nor is there any voluntary action performed without some desire accompanying it; which I think is the reason why the will and desire are so often confounded. But yet we are not to look upon the uneasiness which makes up, or at least accompanies, most of the other passions, as wholly excluded in that case. Aversion, fear, anger, envy, shame, etc., have their uneasiness too, and thereby influence the will. These passions are scarce any of them, in life and practice, simple and alone, and wholly unmixed with others; though usually, in discourse and contemplation, that carries the name which operates strongest, and appears most in the present state of the mind. Nay, there is, I think, scarce any of the passions to be found, without desire joined with it. I am sure wherever there is uneasiness, there is desire: for we constantly desire happiness, and whatever we feel of uneasiness, so much it is certain we want of happiness. Even in our own opinion, let our state and condition otherwise be what it will. Besides, the present moment not being our eternity, whatever our enjoyment be, we look beyond the present, and desires go with our foresight, and that still carries the will with it, so that even in joy itself, that which keeps up the action, whereon the enjoyment depends, is the desire to continue it, and fear to lose it. And whenever a greater uneasiness than that takes place in the mind, the will presently is by that determined to some new action, and the present delight neglected. Number 41. The most pressing uneasiness naturally determines the will. But we bring in this world beset with sundry uneasiness, distracted with different desires, the next inquiry naturally will be, which of them has the precedency in the determining the will of the next action? And to that answer is, that ordinarily which is most pressing of those that are judged capable of being then removed. For, the will being the power of directing our operative faculties to some action, for some end, cannot at any time be moved towards what is judged at the time unattainable. That would be to suppose an intelligent being designedly to act for an end, only to lose its labour: for so it is to act for what is judged not attainable. And therefore very great uneasiness move not the will, when they judge not capable of a cure. They in that case put us not upon endeavours. But, these set apart, the most important and urgent uneasiness we at that time feel, is that which ordinarily determines the will, successively in that train of voluntary actions which makes up our lives. The greatest present uneasiness is the spur to action, that is constantly most felt, and for the most part determines the will in its choice of the next action. For this we must carry along with us, that the proper and the only object of the will, in some actions of ours, and nothing else. For we producing nothing by our willing it, but some action in our power, it is there the will terminates, and reaches no further. End of section 26. Read by Lambda. Section 27 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 21 of Power, Part 3. Number 42. All desire happiness. If it be further asked, what it is moves desire, I answer, happiness, and that alone. Happiness and misery are the names of two extremes, the utmost bounds whereof we know not. It is what be in itself good, and what is apt to produce any degree of pain be evil. Yet it often happens that we do not call it so when it comes in competition with the greater of its sort, because, when they come in competition, the degrees also of pleasure and pain have justly a preference. So that if we will rightly estimate what we call good and evil, we shall find it lies much in comparison. For the cause of every less degree of pain, as well as a greater degree of pleasure, has the nature of good, and vice versa. Number 43. Missing. Number 44. What good is desired, what not. Though this be that which is called good and evil, and all good be proper object of desire in general, yet all good, even seen and confessed to be so, does not necessarily move every particular man's desire, but only that part, or so much of it, as is considered and taken to make a necessary part of his happiness. All other good, however great in reality or appearance, excite not a man's desires, who looks not on it to make a part of that happiness wherewith he, in his present thoughts, can satisfy himself. Happiness, under this view, every one constantly pursues, and desires what makes any part of it. Other things, acknowledged to be good, he can look upon without desire, pass by, and be content without. There is nobody, I think, so senseless as to deny that there is pleasure in knowledge, and for the pleasure of senses, they have too many followers to let it be questioned whether men are taken with them or no. Now, let one man place his satisfaction in sensual pleasures, another in the delight of knowledge. Though each of them cannot but confess there is a great pleasure in what the other pursues, yet neither of them, making the other's delight a part of his happiness, their desires are not moved, but each is satisfied without what the other enjoys, and so his will is not determined to the pursuit of it. But yet, as soon as the studious man's hunger and thirst make him uneasy, he, whose will was never determined to any pursuit of good cheer, poignant sauces, delicious wines, by the pleasant taste he has found in them, is, by the uneasiness of hunger and thirst, presently determined to eating and drinking, though possibly with great indifferency, what wholesome food comes in his way; and, on the other side, the epicure buckles to study, when shame, or the desire to recommend himself to his mistress, shall make him uneasy in the want of any sort of knowledge. Thus, how much soever men are in earnest, and constant in pursuit of happiness, yet they may have a clear view of good, great, and confessed good, without being concerned for it, or moved by it, if they think they can make up their happiness without it. Though as to pain, that they are always concerned for, they can feel no uneasiness without being moved; and therefore being uneasy is the want of whatever is judged necessary to their happiness. As soon as any good appears to make a part of their portion of happiness, they begin to desire it. Number 45. Why the greatest good is not always desired. This, I think, any one may observe in himself and others, that the greatest visible good does not always raise man's desire in proportion to the greatness it appears, and is acknowledged to have; though every little trouble moves us, and sets us on work to get rid of it. The reason whereof is evident from the nature of our happiness and misery itself. All present pain, whatever it be, makes a part of our present misery; but all absent good does not at any time make a necessary part of our present happiness, nor the absence of it make a part of our misery. If it did, we should be constantly and infinitely miserable, there being infinite degrees of happiness which are not in our possession. All uneasiness therefore being removed, a moderate portion of good serve at present to content men, and few degrees of pleasure in a succession of ordinary enjoyments make up a happiness wherein they can be satisfied. If this were not so, there would be no room for those indifferent and visibly trifling actions to which our wills are so often determined, and wherein we voluntarily waste so much of our lives, which remissness could by no means consist with a constant determination of will or desire to the greatest apparent good. That this is so, I think few people need go far from home to be convinced. And indeed in this life there are not many those whose happiness reaches so far as to afford them a constant train of moderate mean pleasures, without any mixture of uneasiness, and yet they could be content to stay here for ever; though they cannot deny but that it is possible there may be a state of eternal durable joys after this life, far surpassing all the good that is to be found here. Nay, they cannot but see that it is more possible than the attainment and continuation of that pittance of honor, riches, or pleasure which they pursue, and for which they neglect that eternal state. But yet, in full view of this difference, satisfied of the possibility of a perfect, secure, and lasting happiness in a future state, and under a clear conviction that it is not to be bad here, whilst they bound their happiness within some little enjoyment or aim of this life, and exclude the joys of heaven from making any necessary part of it, their desires are not moved by this great apparent good, nor their wills determined to any action or endeavour for its attainment. Number 46. Why not being desired? It moves not the will. The ordinary necessities of our lives fill a great part of them with the uneasiness of hunger, thirst, heat, cold, weariness with labor, and sleepiness in their constant returns, and etc. To which, if, besides accidental harms, we add the fantastical uneasiness, as each after honor, power, or riches, and so on, which acquired habits by fashion, example, and education have settled in us, and a thousand other irregular desires which custom has made natural to us, we shall find that a very little part of our life is so vacant from these uneasinesses as to leave us free to the attraction of remoter absent good. We are seldom at ease and free enough from the solicitation of our natural or adopted desires, but a constant succession of uneasiness out of that shock which natural wants or acquired habits have heaped up, take the will in their turns, and no sooner in one action dispatched, which by such a determination of the will we are set upon, but another uneasiness is ready to set us on work. For the removing of the pains we feel, and are at present pressed with, being the getting out of misery, and consequently the first thing to be done in order to happiness, absent good, though thought on, confessed, and appearing to be good, not making any part of this unhappiness in its absence, is just ruled out, to make way for the removal of those uneasinesses we feel, till due and repeated contemplation has brought it nearer to our mind, given some relish of it, and raised in us some desire, which then beginning to make a part of our present uneasiness, stands upon their fair terms, with the rest to be satisfied, and so, according to its greatness and pressure, comes in its turn to determine the will. Number 47. Due consideration raises desire, and thus, by a due consideration, and examining any good proposed, it is in our power to raise our desires in a due proportion to the value of that good, whereby in its turn and place it may come to work upon the will and be pursued. For good, though appearing unallowed ever so great, yet till it has raised desires in our minds, and thereby made us uneasy in its want, it reaches not our wills. We are not within the sphere of its activity, our wills being under the determination only of those uneasinesses which are present to us, which, whilst we have any, are always soliciting, and ready at hand to give the will its next determination; the balancing, when there is any in the mind, being only, which desire shall be next satisfied, which uneasiness first removed; whereby it comes to pass that, as long as any uneasiness, any desire, remains in our mind, there is no room for good, barely as such, to come at the will, or at all to determine it; because, as has been said, the first step in our endeavours after happiness being to get wholly out of the confines of misery, and to feel no part of it, the will can be at leisure for nothing else, till every uneasiness we feel be perfectly removed, which, in the multitude of wants and desires we are beset with in this imperfect state, we are not like to be ever freed from in this world. Number 48. The power to suspend the prosecution of any desire makes way for consideration. There being in us a great many uneasinesses, always soliciting, and ready to determine the will, it is natural, as I have said, that the greatest and most pressing should determine the will to the next action. And so it does for the most part, but not always. For, the mind having in most cases, as is evident in experience, a power to suspend the execution and satisfaction of any of its desires, and so all, one after another, is at liberty to consider the objects of them, examine them on all sides, and weigh them with others, in this lies the liberty man has. And from the not using of it right comes all that variety of mistakes, errors, and faults which we run into in the conduct of our lives and our endeavours after happiness. whilst we precipitate to determination of our wills and engage too soon, before due examination. To prevent this, we have a power to suspend the prosecution of this or that desire, as every one daily may experiment in himself. This seems to me the source of all liberty. In this seems to consist that which is, as I think improperly, called free will. For, during the suspension of any desire, before the will be determined to action, and the action, which follows the determination, done, we have opportunity to examine, view, and judge of the good or evil of what we are going to do, and when, upon due examination, we have judged, we have done our duty, all that we can or ought to do in pursuit of our happiness. And it is not a fault, but a perfection of our nature, to desire, will, and act according to the last result of a fair examination. Number 49. To be determined by our own judgment is no restraint to liberty. This is so far from being a restraint or diminution of freedom, that it is the very improvement and benefit of it. It is not an abridgment, it is the end and use of our liberty. And the further we are removed from such a determination, the nearer we are to misery and slavery. A perfect indifference in the mind, not determinable by its last judgment of the good or evil, that is thought to attend its choice, would be so far from being an advantage and excellency of any intellectual nature, that it would be as great an imperfection as the want of indifferency to act or not to act till determined by the will would be an imperfection on the other side. A man is at liberty to lift up his hand to his head, or let it rest quiet. He is perfectly indifferent in either, and it would be an imperfection in him if he wanted that power, if he were deprived of that indifferency. But it would be as great an imperfection if he had the same indifferency, whether he would prefer the lifting of his hand or its remaining in rest, when it would save his head or eyes from a blow he sees coming. It is as much a perfection that desire, or the power of preferring, should be determined by good, as that the power of acting should be determined by the will. And the certainer such determination is, the greater is the perfection. Nay, were we determined by anything but the last result of our own minds, judging of good or evil of any action, we were not free. Number 50. The freest agents are so determined. If we look upon the superior beings above us, who enjoy perfect happiness, we shall have reason to judge that they are more steadily determined in their choice of good than we, and yet we have no reason to think they are less happy or less free than we are. And if it were fit for such poor finite creatures as we are to pronounce what infinite wisdom and goodness could do, I think we might say that God Himself cannot choose what is not good. The freedom of the Almighty hinders not His being determined by what is best. Number 51. A constant determination to a pursuit of happiness, no abridgment of liberty. But to give a right view of this mistaken part of liberty, let me ask, would anyone be a changeling, because he is less determined by wise considerations than a wise man? Is it worth the name of freedom? To be at liberty, to play the fool, and draw the shame and misery upon a man's self, if it to break loose from the conduct of reason, and to want that restraint of examination and judgment which keeps us from choosing or doing the worse, be liberty, true liberty. Madmen and fools are the only free men. But yet, I think, nobody would choose to be mad for the sake of such liberty, but he that is mad already. The constant desire of happiness, and the constraint it puts upon us to act for it, nobody, I think, accounts an abridgment of liberty, or at least an abridgment of liberty to be complained of. God Almighty Himself is under the necessity of being happy, and the more any intelligent being is so, the nearer is its approach to infinite perfection and happiness. That, in this state of ignorance, we short sighted creatures might not mistake true felicity, we are endowed with a power to suspend any particular desire and keep it from determining the will and engaging us in action. This is standing well where we are not sufficiently assured of the way. Examination is consulting a guide. The determination of the will, upon inquiry, is following the direction of that guide, and he that has the power to act or not to act, according as such determination directs, is a free agent. Such determination abridges not that power wherein liberty consists. He that has his chains knocked off, and the prison door set open to him, is perfectly at liberty, because he may either go or stay as he best likes, though his preference be determined to stay, by the darkness of the night, or the illness of weather, or want of other lodging. He ceases not to be free, though the desire of some convenience to be had there absolutely determines his preference, and makes him stay in his prison. Number 52. The necessity of pursuing true happiness the foundation of liberty. As therefore the highest perfection of intellectual nature lies in a careful and constant pursuit of true and solid happiness, so the care of ourselves, that we mistake not imaginary for real happiness, is the necessary foundation of our liberty. The stronger ties we have to an unalterable pursuit of happiness in general, which is our greatest good, and which as such our desires always follow, the more are we free from any necessary determination of our will to any particular action, and from a necessary compliance with our desire so upon any particular, and then appearing preferably good, till we have duly examined whether it has a tendency to, or be inconsistent with, our real happiness; and therefore, till we are as much informed upon this inquiry as the weight of the matter and the nature of the case demands, we are, by the necessity of preferring and pursuing true happiness as our greatest good, obliged to suspend the satisfaction of our desires in particular cases. Number 53. Power to suspend. This is the hinge on which turns the liberty of intellectual beings, in their constant endeavours after, and a steady prosecution of true felicity, that they can suspend this prosecution in particular cases, till they have looked before them, and informed themselves whether that particular thing which is then proposed or desired lie in the way of their main end, and make a real part of that which is their greatest good. For the inclination and tendency of their nature to happiness is an obligation and motive to them, to take care not to mistake or miss it, and so necessarily puts them upon caution, deliberation, and wariness, in the direction of their particular actions, which are the means to obtain it. Whatever necessity determines to the pursuit of real bliss, the same necessity, with the same force, establishes suspense, deliberation, and scrutiny of each successive desire, whether the satisfaction of it does not interfere with our true happiness, and mislead us from it. This, as seems to me, is the great privilege of finite intellectual beings, and I desire it may be well considered whether the great inlet and exercise of all the liberty men have are capable of, or can be useful to them, and that whereon depends the turn of their actions does not lie in this, that they can suspend their desires, and stop them from determining their wills to any action, till they have duly and fairly examined the good and evil of it, as far forth as the weight of the thing requires. This we are able to do, and when we have done it, we have done our duty, and all that is in our power, and indeed all that needs. For, since the will supposes knowledge to guide its choice, all that we can do is to hold our wills undetermined till we have examined the good and evil of what we desire. What follows after that follows in a chain of consequences, linked one to another, all depending on the last determination of judgment, which, whether it shall be upon a hasty and precipitate view, or upon a due and mature examination, is in our power, experience showing us that in most cases we are able to suspend the present satisfaction of any desire. Number 54. Government of our passions, the right improvement of liberty. But if any extreme disturbance, as it sometimes happens, possesses our whole mind, as when the pain of the rack, an impetuous uneasiness, as of love, anger, and any other violent passion, running away with us, allow us not the liberty of thought, and we are not masters enough of our own minds to consider thoroughly and examine fairly, God, who knows our frailty, pities our weakness, and requires of us no more than we are able to do, and sees what was and what was not in our power, will judge as a kind and merciful Father. But the forbearance of a too hasty compliance with our desires, the moderation and restraint of our passions, so that our understanding may be free to examine, and reason unbiased, give its judgment, being that whereon a right direction of our conduct to true happiness depends, it is in this we should employ our chief care and endeavours. In this we should take pains to suit the relish of our minds to the true intrinsic good or ill that is in things, and not permit an allowed or supposed possible great and weighty good to slip out of our thoughts, without leaving any relish, any desire of itself that till, by a due consideration of its true worth, we have formed appetites in our minds suitable to it, and made ourselves uneasy in the want of it, or in the fear of losing it. And how much this is in every one's power, by making resolutions to himself, such as he may keep, is easy for every one to try. Nor let any one say he cannot govern his passion, nor hinder them from breaking out and carrying him into action. For what he can do before a prince or a great man, he can do alone, or in the presence of God, if he will. Number 55. How men come to pursue different and often evil courses. From what has been said, it is easy to give an account how it comes to pass, that though all men desire happiness, yet their wills carry them so contrarily, and consequently some of them to what is evil. And to this I say that the various and contrary choices that men make in the world do not argue that they do not all pursue good, but that the same thing is not good to every man alike. The variety of pursuit shows that every one does not place his happiness in the same thing, or choose the same way to it. Were all the concerns of a man terminated in his life, why one followed study and knowledge, and another hawking and hunting? Why one chose luxury and debauchery, and another sobriety and riches, would not be because every one of these did not aim at his own happiness, but because their happiness was placed in different things. And therefore it was a right answer of the physician to his patient that had sore eyes, "If you have more pleasure in the taste of wine than in the use of your sight, wine is good for you: but if the pleasure of seeing be greater than that of drinking, wine is not." Number 56. All men seek happiness, but not of the same sort. The mind has a different relish, as well as the palate, and you will as fruitlessly endeavour to delight all men with riches or glory, which yet some men place their happiness in, as you would to satisfy all men's hunger with cheese or lobsters, which, though very agreeable and delicious fare to some, are to others extremely nauseous and offensive. And many persons would, with reason, prefer the gripping of an hungry belly to those dishes which are a feast to others. Hence, it was, I think, that the philosophers of the old did in vain inquire whether summum bonum consisted in riches, or bodily delights, or virtue, or contemplation; and they might have as reasonably disputed whether the best relish were to be found in apples, plums, or nuts, and has divided themselves into sects upon it. For as pleasant taste depends not on the things themselves, but on the agreeableness to this or that particular palate, wherein there is a great variety, so the greatest happiness consists in the having those things which produce the greatest pleasure, and in the absence of those which cause any disturbance, any pain. Now these, to different men, are very different things. If, therefore, men in this life only have hope, if in this life only they can enjoy, it is not strange nor unreasonable that they should seek their happiness by avoiding all things that disease them here, and by pursuing all that delight them, wherein it will be no wonder to find variety and difference. For if there be no prospect beyond the grave, the inference is certainly right. Let us eat and drink, let us enjoy what we delight in, for tomorrow we shall die. This, I think, may serve to show us the reason why, though all men desires tend to happiness, yet they are not all moved by the same object. Men may choose different things, and yet all choose right, supposing them only like a company of poor insects, whereof some are bees, delighted with the flowers and their sweetness; others beetles, delighted with other kinds of viands, which having enjoyed for a season, they would cease to be, and exist no more for ever. Number 57. Not in early editions. Number 58. Why men choose what makes them miserable. What has been said may also discover to us the reason why men in this world prefer different things and pursue happiness by contrary courses. But yet, since men are always constant and in earnest in matters of happiness and misery, the question still remains, how men come often to prefer the worse to the better, and to choose that which, by their own confession, has made them miserable. Number 59. The causes of this. To account for the various and contrary ways men take, though all aim at being happy, we must consider whence the various uneasinesses that determine the will, in the preference of each voluntary action, have their rise. 1. From bodily pain. Some of them come from the cause not in our power, such as are often the pains of the body from the want, disease, or outward injuries, as rack, etc., which, when present and violent, operate for the most part forcibly on the will, and turn the courses of men's lives from the virtue, piety, and religion, and what before they judged to lead to happiness, every one not endeavouring, or not being able, by the contemplation of good and future good, to raise in himself desires of them strong enough to counterbalance the uneasiness he feels in those bodily torments, and to keep his will steady in the choice of those actions which led to future happiness. A neighbouring country has been of late a tragical theatre from which we might fetch instances, if there needed any. And the world did not in all countries and ages furnish examples enough to confirm that received observation, necessitas cogit ad turpia. And therefore there is the great reason for us to pray, lead us not into temptation. Second, from wrong desires arising from wrong judgments. Other uneasiness arise from our desires of absent good, which desires always bear proportion to and depend on the judgment we make, and the relish we have of any absent good, in both which we are apt to be variously misled, and that by our own fault. Number 60. our judgment of present good or evil always right? In the first place, I shall consider the wrong judgment men make of future good and evil, whereby their desires are misled. For, as to present happiness and misery, when that alone comes into consideration, and the consequences are quite removed, a man never chooses amiss. He knows what best pleases him, and that he actually prefers. Things in their present enjoyment are what they seem. The apparent and real good are, in this case, always the same. For the pain or pleasure, being just so great and no greater than it is felt, the present good or evil is really so much as it appears. And therefore, were every action of ours concluded within itself, and drew no consequences after it, we should undoubtedly never err in our choice of good. We should always infallibly prefer the best. Were the pains of honest industry, and of starving with hunger and cold, set together before us, nobody would be in doubt which to choose. Were the satisfaction of a lust, and the joys of heaven offered at once to any one's present possession, he would not balance, or err in the determination of his choice. End of section 27. Read by Lambda. Section 28 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 21 of Power, Part 4. Number 61. Our wrong judgments have regard to future good and evil only. But since our voluntary actions carry not all the happiness and misery that depend on them, along with them, in their present performance, but are the precedent causes of good and evil, which they draw after them, and bring upon us, when they themselves are past and cease to be, our desires look beyond our present enjoyments, and carry the mind out to absent good, according to the necessity which we think there is of it, to the making or increase of our happiness. It is our opinion of such a necessity that gives it its attraction; without that, we are not moved by absent good. For, in this narrow scantling of capacity which we are accustomed to and sensible of here, wherein we enjoy but one pleasure at once, which, when all uneasiness is away, is, whilst it lasts, sufficient to make us think ourselves happy, it is not all remote and even apparent good that affects us, because the indolency and enjoyment we have, sufficing for our present happiness, we desire not to venture the change, since we judge that we are happy already, being content, and that is enough. For who is content is happy, but as soon as any new uneasiness comes in, this happiness is disturbed, and we are set afresh on work in the pursuit of happiness. Number 62. For a wrong judgment of what makes a necessary part of their happiness. Their aptness therefore to conclude that they can be happy without it, is one great occasion that men often are not raised to the desire of the greatest absent good: for, while such thought possesses them, the joys of a future state move them not; they have little concern or uneasiness about them, and the will, free from the determination of such desires, is left to the pursuit of the near satisfactions, and to the removal of those uneasinesses which it then feels, in its want of any longings after them. Change but a man's view of these things. Let him see that virtue and religion are necessary to his happiness. Let him look into the future state of bliss or misery, and see there God, the righteous judge, ready to render to every man according to his deeds, to them who by patient continuance in the well doing seek for glory and honor and immortality, eternal life. But unto every soul that doth evil, indignation and wrath, tribulation and anguish. To him, I say, who hath the prospect of the different state of perfect happiness or misery that attends all men after this life, depending on their behavior here, the measures of good and evil that govern his choice are mightily changed. For, since nothing of pleasure and pain in this life can bear any proportion to the endless happiness or exquisite misery of an immortal soul hereafter, actions in his power will have their preference, not according to the transient pleasure or pain that accompanies or follows them here, but as they serve to secure that perfect durable happiness hereafter. Number 63. A more particular account of wrong judgments. But, to account more particularly for the misery that men often bring on themselves, notwithstanding that they do in all earnest pursue happiness, we must consider how things come to be represented to our desires under deceitful appearances, and that is by the judgment pronouncing wrongly concerning them. To see how far this reaches, and what are the causes of wrong judgment, we must remember that things are judged good or bad in a double sense. First, that which is properly good or bad is nothing but barely pleasure or pain. Secondly, but because not only present pleasure and pain, but that also which is apt by its efficacy or consequences to bring it upon us at a distance, is a proper object of our desires, and apt to move a creature that has foresight. Therefore, things also that draw after them pleasure and pain are considered as good and evil. Number 64. No one chooses misery willingly, but only by wrong judgment. The wrong judgment that misleads us, and makes the well often fasten on the worse side, lies in the misreporting upon the various comparisons of these. The wrong judgment I am here speaking of is not what one man may think of the determination of other, but what every man himself must confess to be wrong. For, since I lay it for a certain ground that every intelligent being really seeks happiness, which consists in the enjoyment of pleasure without any considerable mixture of uneasiness, it is impossible anyone should willingly put into his own draught any better ingredient, or leave out anything in his power that would tend to his satisfaction, and the completing of his happiness, but only by a wrong judgment. I shall not here speak of that mistake which is the consequence of invincible error, which scarce deserves the name of wrong judgment, but of that wrong judgment which every man himself must confess to be so. Number 65. Men may err on comparing present and future. I, therefore, as to present pleasure and pain, the mind, as has been said, never mistakes that which is really good or evil; that which is the greater pleasure or the greater pain is really just as it appears. But though present pleasure and pain show their difference and degrees so plainly as not to leave room to mistake, yet, when we compare present pleasure or pain with the future, which is usually the case in the most important determinations of the will, we often make wrong judgments of them, taking our measures of them in different positions of distance. Objects near our view are apt to be thought greater than those of a larger size that are more remote; and so it is with pleasures and pains, the present is apt to carry it, and those at a distance have the disadvantage in the comparison. Thus most men, like spendthrift heirs, are apt to judge a little in hand better than a great deal to come; and so, for small matters in possessions, part with great ones in reversion. But that this is a wrong judgment every one must allow, let his pleasure consist in whatever it will, since that which is future will certainly come to be present, and then, having the same advantage of nearness, will show itself in its full dimension, and discover his wilful mistake who judged of it by unequal measures. Where the pleasures of drinking accompanied, the very moment a man takes off his glass, with that sick stomach and aching head which, in some men, are sure to follow not many hours after, I think nobody, whatever pleasure he had in his cups, would, on these conditions, ever let wine touch his lips, which yet he daily swallows; and the evil side comes to be chosen only by the fallacy of a little difference in time. But, if pleasure or pain can be so lessened only by a few hours' removal, how much more will it be so by a further distance to a man that will not, by a right judgment, do what time will, that is, bring it home upon himself, and consider it as present, and therefore take its true dimensions. This is the way we usually impose on ourselves in respect of bare pleasure and pain, or the true degrees of happiness or misery. The future loses its just proportion, and what is present obtains the preference as the greater. I mention not here the wrong judgment, whereby the absent are not only lessened, but reduced to perfect nothing. When men enjoy what they can in present, and make sure of that, concluding amiss that no evil will thence follow. For that lies not in comparing the greatness of future good and evil, which is that we are here speaking of, but in another sort of wrong judgment, which is concerning good or evil, as it is considered to be the cause and procurement of pleasure or pain that will follow from it. Number 66. Causes of our judging amiss when we compare the present pleasure and pain with future. The causes of our judging amiss, when we compare our present pleasure or pain with future, seems to me to be the weak and narrow constitution of our minds. We cannot well enjoy two pleasures at once, much less any pleasure almost, whilst pain possesses us. The present pleasure, if it be not very languid, and almost none at all, fills our narrow souls, and so takes up the whole mind, that it scarce leaves any thought of things absent. Or if among our pleasures there are some which are not strong enough to exclude the consideration of things at a distance, yet we have so great an abhorrence of pain, that a little of it extinguishes all our pleasures. A little bitter mingled in our cup leaves no relish of the sweet. Hence it comes that, at any rate, we desire to be rid of the present evil, which we are apt to think nothing absent can equal, because, under the present pain, we find not ourselves capable of any of the last degree of happiness. Men's daily complaints are loud proof of this. The pain that any one actually feels is still of all other the worst, and it is with anguish they cry out, any rather than this. Nothing can be intolerable as I what now suffer. And therefore our whole endeavours and thoughts are intended to get rid of the present evil before all things, as the first necessary condition to our happiness. Let what will follow. Nothing, as we passionately think, can exceed or almost equal the uneasiness that sits so heavy upon us. And because the abstinence from a present pleasure that offers itself is a pain, nay, oftentimes a very great one, the desire being inflamed by a near and tempting object, it is no wonder that operates after the same manner pain does, and lessen in our thoughts what is future, and so forces us, as it were blindfold, into its embraces. Number 67. Absent good unable to counterbalance present uneasiness. Add to this that absent good, or, which is the same thing, future pleasure, especially if of a sort we are unacquainted with, seldom is able to counterbalance any uneasiness, either of pain or desire, which is present. For, its greatness being no more than what shall be really tasted when enjoyed, men are apt enough to lessen that, to make it give place to any present desire, and conclude with themselves that, when it comes to trial, it may possibly not answer the report or opinion that generally passes of it. They having often found that, not only what others have magnified, but even what they themselves have enjoyed with great pleasure and delight at one time, has proved insipid or nauseous at another, and therefore they see nothing in it for which they should forego a present enjoyment. But that this is a false way of judging, when applied to the happiness of another life, they must confess, unless they will say, God cannot make those happy he designs to be so. For that being intended for a state of happiness, it must certainly be agreeable to every one's wish and desire. Could we suppose their relishes as different as they are here, yet the manna in heaven will suit every one's palate. Thus much of the wrong judgment we make of present and future pleasure and pain, when they are compared together, and so the absent considered as future. Number 68. Wrong judgment in considering consequences of actions. As to things good or bad, in their consequences, and by the aptness that is in them to procure us good or evil in the future, we judge amiss several ways. 1. When we judge that so much evil does really depend on them, as in truth there does. 2. When we judge that, though the consequence be of that moment, yet it is not of that certainty, but that it may otherwise fall out, or else by some means be avoided, as by industry, address, change, repentance, and so on. That these are wrong ways of judging were easy to show in every particular, if I would examine them at large singly. But I shall only mention this in general, namely, that it is very wrong and irrational way of proceeding to venture a greater good for a less, upon certain guesses, and before a due examination be made, proportional to the weightiness of the matter, and the concernment it is to us not to mistake. This, I think, every one must confess, especially if he considers the usual causes of this wrong judgment, whereof these following are some. Number 69. Causes of this. 1. Ignorance. He that judges without informing himself to the utmost that he is capable, cannot acquit himself of judging amiss. 2. Inadvertency. When a man overlooks even that which he does know, this is an affected and present ignorance, which misleads our judgments as much as other. Judging is, as it were, balancing an account, and determining on which side the odds lie. If therefore either side be huddled up in haste, and several of the sums that should have gone into the reckoning be overlooked and left out, the precipitancy causes a wrong judgment, as if it were a perfect ignorance. That which most commonly causes this, the prevalency of some present pleasure or pain, heightened by our feeble passionate nature, most strongly wrought on by what is present. To check this precipitancy, our understanding and reason were given us, if we will make right use of them, to search and see, and then judge thereupon. How much sloth and negligence, heat and passion, the prevalency of fashion or acquired indispositions do severally contribute, on occasion, to these wrong judgments, I shall not here further inquire. I shall only add one other false judgment, which I think necessary to mention, because perhaps it is little taken notice of, though of great influence. Number 70. Wrong judgment of what is necessary to our happiness. All men desire happiness, that is passed out; but, as has been already observed, when they are rid of pain, they are apt to take up with any pleasure at hand, or that custom has endeared to them to rest satisfied in that, and so being happy, till some new desire, by making them uneasy, disturbs that happiness, and shows them that they are not so, they look no farther. Nor is this the will determined to any action in the pursuit of any other known or apparent good. For since we find that we cannot enjoy all sorts of good, but one excludes another, we do not fix our desires on every apparent greater good, unless it be judged to be necessary to our happiness. If we think we can be happy without it, it moves us not. This is another occasion to men of judging wrong, when they take not that to be necessary to their happiness, which really is so. This mistake misleads us, both in the choice of the good we aim at, and very often in the means to it, when it is a remote good. But, which way ever it be, either by placing it where really it is not, or by neglecting the means as not necessary to it, when a man misses his great end, happiness, he will acknowledge he judged not right. That which contributes to this mistake is the real or supposed unpleasantness of the actions which are the way to this end, it seeming so preposterous a thing to men to make themselves unhappy in order to happiness, that they do not easily bring themselves to it. Number 71. We can change the agreeableness or disagreeableness in things. The last inquiry, thereof, concerning this matter is, whether it be in a man's power to change the pleasantness and unpleasantness that accompanies any sort of action. And as to that, it is plain, in many cases, he can. Men may, and should correct their palates, and give relish to what either has, or they suppose has none. The relish of the mind is as various as that of the body, unlike, that too may be altered; and it is a mistake to think that men cannot change the displeasingness or indifferency that is in actions into pleasure and desire, if they will do but what is in their power. A due consideration will do it in some cases, and practice, application, and custom in most. Bread or tobacco may be neglected where they are shown to be useful to health, because of an indifferency or disrelish to them. Reason and consideration at first recommends and begins their trial, and use finds, or custom makes them pleasant. That this is so in virtue too, is very certain. Actions are pleasing or displeasing, either in themselves, or considered as a means to a greater and more desirable end. The eating of a well seasoned dish, suited to a man's palate, may move the mind by the delight itself that accompanies the eating, without reference to any other end, to which the consideration of the pleasure there is in health and strength, to which that meat is subservient, may add a new gusto, able to make us swallow an ill-relished portion. In the latter of these, any action is rendered more or less pleasing only by the contemplation of the end, and the being more or less persuaded of its tendency to it, or necessary connection with it. But the pleasure of the action itself is best acquired or increased by the use and practice. Trials often reconcile us to that, which at a distance we looked on with aversion, and by repetition wears us into a liking of what possibly, in the first essay, displeased us. Habits have powerful charms, and put so strong attractions of easiness and pleasure into what we accustom ourselves to, but we cannot forbear to do, or at least be easy in the omission of, actions which habitual practice has suited and thereby recommends to us. Though this be very visible, and every one's experience shows him he can do so, yet it is a part in the conduct of men towards their happiness, neglected to a degree, that it will be possibly entertained as a paradox, if it be said that men can make things or actions more or less pleasing to themselves, and thereby remedy that to which one may justly impute a great deal of their wandering. Fashion and the common opinion having settled wrong notions, and education and custom ill habits, the just values of things are misplaced, and the palates of men corrupted. Pains should be taken to rectify these, and contrary habits change our pleasures, and give a relish to that which is necessary or conducive to our happiness. This every one must confess he can do; and when happiness is lost, and misery overtakes him, he will confess he did amiss in neglecting it, and condemn himself for it. And I ask every one, whether he has not often done so? Number 72. Preference of vice to virtue, a manifest wrong judgment. I shall not now enlarge any further on wrong judgments, and neglect of what it is in their power whereby men mislead themselves. This would make a volume, and is not my business. But whatever false notions, or shameful neglect of what is in their power, may put men out of their way to happiness, and distract them, as we see, into so different courses of life, this yet is certain, that morality established upon its true foundations cannot but determine the choice in any one that will but consider; and he that will not be so far a rational creature as to reflect seriously upon infinite happiness and misery, must needs condemn himself as not making that use of his understanding he should. The rewards and punishments of another life, which the Almighty has established as the enforcements of his law, are of weight enough to determine the choice against whatever pleasure or pain this life can show. Where the eternal state is considered but in its bare possibility, which nobody can make any doubt of, he that will allow exquisite and endless happiness to be but the possible consequence of good life here, and the contrary state that the possible reward of a bad one, must own himself to judge very much amiss if he does not conclude. that a virtuous life, with a certain expectation of everlasting bliss which may come, is to be preferred to a vicious one, with the fear of that dreadful state of misery which it is very possible may overtake the guilty, or, at best, the terrible uncertain hope of annihilation. This is evidently so, though the virtuous life here had nothing but pain, and the vicious continual pleasure, which yet is, for the most part, quite otherwise, and wicked men have not much the odds to brag of, even in their present position. Nay, all things rightly considered, have, I think, even the worst part here. But when infinite happiness is put into one scale, against infinite misery in the other, if the worst that comes to the pious man, if he mistakes, be the best that the wicked one can attain to, if he be in the right, who can without madness run the venture? Who in his wits would choose to come within a possibility of infinite misery, which if he miss, there is nothing yet to be got by that hazard? Whereas on the other side, the sober man ventures nothing against infinite happiness to be got, if his expectation come not to pass. If the good man be in his right, he is eternally happy. If he mistakes, he is not miserable, he feels nothing. On the other side, if the wicked man be in the right, he is not happy. If he mistakes, he is infinitely miserable. But must it not be most manifest wrong judgment that does not presently see to which side, in this case, the preference is to be given? I have forborne to mention anything of certainty or probability of a future state, designing here to show the wrong judgment that anyone must allow he makes, upon his own principles, laid how he pleases, who prefers the short pleasures of a vicious life upon any consideration, whilst he knows, and cannot but be certain, that a future life is at least possible. Number 73. Recapitulation. Liberty of indifferency. To conclude this inquiry into human liberty, which, as it stood before, I myself from the beginning fearing, and a very judicious friend of mine, since the publication, suspecting to have some mistake in it, though he could not particularly show it to me, I was put upon a stricter review of this chapter, wherein, lighting upon a very easy and scarce observable slip I had made, in putting one seemingly indifferent word for another, that discovery opened to me this present view, which here, in this second edition, I submit to the learned world, and which, in short, is this: liberty is a power to act or not to act, according as the mind directs. A power to direct the operative faculties to motion, or rest in particular instances in that which we call the will. That which is the train of our voluntary actions determines the will to any change of operation in some present uneasiness, which is, or at least is always accompanied with that of desire. Desire is always moved by the evil to fly it, because a total freedom from pain always makes a necessary part of our happiness. But every good, nay, every greater good, does not constantly move desire, because it may not make, or may not be taken to make, any necessary part of our happiness. For all that we desire is only to be happy. But though this general desire of happiness operates constantly and invariably, yet the satisfaction of any particular desire can be suspended from determining the will to any subservient action, till we have maturely examined whether the particular apparent good which we then consider makes a part of our real happiness, or be consistent or inconsistent with it. The result of our judgment upon that examination is what ultimately determines the man, who would not be free if his will were determined by anything but his own desire, guided by his own judgment. Number 74. Active and passive power in motions and in thinking. True notions concerning the nature and extent of liberty are of so great importance, that I hope I shall be pardoned this digression, which my attempt to explain it has led me into. The ideas of will, volition, liberty, and necessity, in this chapter of power, came naturally in my way. In a former edition of this treatise, I gave an account of my thoughts concerning them, according to the light I then had. And now, as a lover of truth, and not a worshipper of my own doctrines, I want some change of my opinion, which I think I have discovered ground for. In what I first read, I with an unbiased indifference followed truth, whither I thought she led me, but neither being so vain as to fancy infallibility, nor so disingenuous as to dissemble my mistakes or fear of blemishing my reputation, I have, with the same sincere design for truth only, not being ashamed to publish what a severer inquiry has suggested, it is not impossible but that some may think my former notions right, and some, as I have already found, these latter, and some neither. I shall not at all wonder at this variety in men's opinions, impartial deductions of reason in controverted points being so rare, and exact ones in abstract notions not so very easy, especially if of any length. And, therefore, I should think myself not a little beholden to any one, who would, upon these or any other grounds, fairly clear his subject of liberty from any difficulties that may yet remain. Number 75. Summary of our original ideas. And thus I have, in a short draft, given a view of our original ideas, from whence all the rest are derived, and of which they are made up, which if I should consider as a philosopher, and examine on what causes they depend, and of what they are made, I believe they all might be reduced to these very few primary and original ones, namely, extension, solidity, mobility, or the power of being moved, which by our senses we receive from body; perceptivity, or the power of perception, or thinking; motivity, or the power of moving, which by reflection we receive from our minds. I crave leave to make use of these two new words, to avoid the danger of being mistaken in the use of those which are equivocal; to which if we add existence, duration, number, which belong both to the one and the other, we have, perhaps, all the original ideas on which the rest depend. For by these, I imagine, might be explained the nature of colours, sounds, tastes, smells, and all other ideas we have, if we had but faculties acute enough to perceive the severally modified extensions and motions of those minute bodies, which produces those several sensations in us. But my present purpose being only to inquire into the knowledge the mind has of things, by those ideas and appearances which God has fitted it to receive from them, and how the mind comes by that knowledge, rather than into their causes or manner of production, I shall not, contrary to the design of this essay, see myself to inquire philosophically into the peculiar constitution of bodies, and the configuration of parts, whereby they have the power to produce in us the ideas of their sensible qualities. I shall not enter any further into that disquisition, it sufficing to my purpose to observe that gold or saffron has a power to produce in us the idea of yellow, and snow or milk the idea of white, which we can only have by our sight, without examining the texture or the parts of those bodies, or the particular figures or motion of the particles which rebound from them, to cause in us that particular sensation; though, when we go beyond the bare ideas in our minds, and would inquire into their causes, we cannot conceive anything else to be in any sensible object, whereby it produces different ideas in us, but the different bulk, figure, number, texture, and motion of its insensible parts. End of section 28. Read by Lambda.
Section 29 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. An essay concerning human understanding by John Locke. Chapter 22 of Mixed Modes. 1. Mixed Modes. What? Having treated of simple modes in the foregoing chapters, and given several instances of some of the most considerable of them, to show what they are and how we come by them, we are now in the next place to consider those we call mixed modes. Such are the complex ideas we mark by the names obligation, drunkenness, a lie, etc., which, consisting of several combinations of simple ideas of different kinds, I have called mixed modes, to distinguish them from the more simple modes, which consist only of simple ideas of the same kind. These mixed modes, being also such combinations of simple ideas as are not looked upon to be characteristical marks of any real beings that have a steady existence, but scattered and independent ideas put together by the mind, are thereby distinguished from the complex ideas of substances. 2. Made by the mind. That the mind, in respect of its simple ideas, is wholly passive, and receives them all from the existence and operations of things, such as sensation or reflection offers them, without being able to make any one idea, experience shows us. But, if we attentively consider these ideas I call mixed modes we are now speaking of, we shall find their origin quite different. The mind often exercises an active power in making these several combinations. For, it being once furnished with simple ideas, it can put them together in several compositions, and so make variety of complex ideas, without examining whether they exist so together in nature. And hence I think it is that these ideas are called notions, as they had their original and constant existence more in the thoughts of men than in the reality of things. And to form such ideas it sufficed that the mind put the parts of them together, and that they were consistent in the understanding, without considering whether they had any real being, though I do not deny but several of them might be taken from observation, and the existence of several simple ideas so combined, as they are put together in the understanding. For the man who first framed the idea of hypocrisy might have either taken it at first from the observation of one who made show of good qualities which he had not, or else have framed that idea in his mind without having any such pattern to fashion it by. For it is evident that, in the beginning of languages and societies of men, several of those complex ideas, which were consequent to the constitutions established amongst them, must needs have been in the minds of men before they existed anywhere else, and that many names that stood for such complex ideas were in use, and so those ideas framed before the combinations they stood for ever existed. 3. Sometimes got by the explication of their names. Indeed, now that languages are made and abound with words standing for such combinations, an usual way of getting these complex ideas is by the explication of those terms that stand for them. For, consisting of a company of simple ideas combined, they may, by words standing for those simple ideas, be represented to the mind of one who understands those words, though that complex combination of simple ideas were never offered to his mind by the real existence of things. Thus, a man may come to have the idea of sacrilege or murder, by enumerating to him the simple ideas which these words stand for, without ever seeing either of them committed. 4. The name ties the parts of mixed modes into one idea. Every mixed mode consisting of many distinct simple ideas, it seems reasonable to inquire, whence it has its unity, and how such a precise multitude comes to make but one idea, since that combination does not always exist together in nature. To which I answer, it is plain it has its unity from an act of the mind, combining those several simple ideas together, and considering them as one complex one, consisting of those parts. And the mark of this union or that which is looked on generally to complete it, is one name given to that combination. For it is by their names that men commonly regulate their account of their distinct species of mixed modes, seldom allowing or considering any number of simple ideas to make one complex one, but such collections as there be names for. Thus, though the killing of an old man be as fit in nature to be united into one complex idea as the killing a man's father, yet, there being no name standing precisely for the one, as there is the name of parricide to mark the other, it is not taken for a particular complex idea, nor a distinct species of actions from that of killing a young man or any other man. 5. The cause of making mixed modes. If we should inquire a little further to see what it is that occasions men to make several combinations of simple ideas into distinct and as it were settled modes, and neglect others which in the nature of things themselves have as much an aptness to be combined and make distinct ideas, we shall find the reason of it to be the end of language, which, being to mark or communicate men's thoughts to one another with all the dispatch that may be, they usually make such collections of ideas into complex modes, and affix names to them, as they have frequent use of in their way of living and conversation, leaving others which they have but seldom an occasion to mention, loose and without names that tie them together, they rather choosing to enumerate, when they have need, such ideas as make them up, by the particular names that stand for them, than to trouble their memories by multiplying of complex ideas with names to them, which they seldom or never have any occasion to make use of. 6. Why words in one language have none answering in another. This shows us how it comes to pass that there are in every language many particular words which cannot be rendered by any one single word of another. For the several fashions, customs, and manners of one nation, making several combinations of ideas familiar and necessary in one, which another people have had never an occasion to make, or perhaps so much as take notice of, names come of course to be annexed to them, to avoid long periphrases in things of daily conversation, and so they become so many distinct complex ideas in their minds. Thus, ostrakismos amongst the Greeks, and proscriptio amongst the Romans, were words which other languages had no names that exactly answered, because they stood for complex ideas which were not in the minds of the men of other nations. Where there was no such custom, there was no notion of any such actions, no use of such combinations of ideas as were united, and as it were tied together, by those terms, and therefore in other countries there were no names for them. 7. And languages change. Hence also we may see the reason why languages constantly change, take up new, and lay by old terms. Because change of customs and opinions, bringing with it new combinations of ideas, which it is necessary frequently to think on and talk about, new names, to avoid long descriptions, are annexed to them, and so they become new species of complex modes. What a number of different ideas are by this means wrapped up in one short sound, and how much of our time and breath is thereby saved, anyone will see, who will but take the pains to enumerate all the ideas that either reprieve or repeal stand for, and instead of either of those names, use a periphrasis to make anyone understand their meaning. 8. Mixed modes. Though I shall have occasion to consider this more at large when I come to treat of words and their use, yet I could not avoid to take thus much notice here of the names of mixed modes, which being fleeting and transient combinations of simple ideas, which have but a short existence anywhere but in the minds of men, and there too have no longer any existence than whilst they are thought on, have not so much anywhere the appearance of a constant and lasting existence as in their names, which are therefore, in this sort of ideas, very apt to be taken for the ideas themselves. For if we should inquire where the idea of a triumph or apotheosis exists, it is evident they could neither of them exist altogether anywhere in the things themselves, being actions that require time to their performance, and so could never altogether exist. And as to the minds of men, where the ideas of these actions are supposed to be lodged, they have there too a very uncertain existence, and therefore we are apt to annex them to the names that excite them in us. 9. How we get the ideas of mixed modes. There are therefore 3 ways whereby we get these complex ideas of mixed modes. 1. By experience and observation of things themselves. Thus, by seeing 2 men mixed wrestle or fence, we get the idea of wrestling or fencing. 2. By invention, or voluntary putting together of several simple ideas in our own minds, so he that first invented printing or etching had an idea of it in his mind before it ever existed. 3. Which is the most usual way, by explaining the names of actions we never saw, or motions we cannot see, and by enumerating, and thereby, as it were, setting before our imaginations all those ideas which go to the making them up, and are the constituent parts of them. For having, by sensation and reflection, stored our minds with simple ideas, and by use got the names that stand for them, we can by those means represent to another any complex idea we would have him conceive, so that it has in it no simple ideas but what he knows, and has with us the same name for. For all our complex ideas are ultimately resolvable into simple ideas, of which they are compounded and originally made up, though perhaps their immediate ingredients, as I may say so, are also complex ideas. Thus, the mixed mode, which the word lie stands for, is made of these simple ideas. 1. Articulate sounds. 2. Certain ideas in the mind of the speaker. 3. Those words, the signs of those ideas. 4. Those signs put together, by affirmation or negation, otherwise than the ideas they stand for are in the mind of the speaker. I think I need not go any further in the analysis of that complex idea we call a lie. What I have said is enough to show that it is made up of simple ideas, and it could not be but an offensive tediousness to my reader to trouble him with a more minute enumeration of every particular simple idea that goes to this complex one, which, from what has been said, he cannot but be able to make out to himself. The same may be done in all our complex ideas whatsoever, which, however compounded and decompounded, may at last be resolved into simple ideas, which are all the materials of knowledge or thought we have, or can have. Nor shall we have reason to fear that the mind is hereby stinted to too scanty a number of ideas, if we consider what an inexhaustible stock of simple modes, number and figure alone, afford us. How far, then, mixed modes, which admit of the various combinations of different simple ideas and their infinite modes, are from being few and scanty, we may easily imagine. So that, before we have done, we shall see that nobody need be afraid he shall not have scope and compass enough for his thoughts to range in, though they be, as I pretend, confined only to simple ideas, received from sensation or reflection, and their several combinations. 10. Motion, thinking, and power have been most modified. It is worth our observing which of all our simple ideas have been most modified, and had most mixed ideas made out of them with names given to them, and those have been these 3, thinking and motion, which are the 2 ideas which comprehend in them all action, and power, from whence these actions are conceived to flow. These simple ideas, I say, of thinking, motion, and power, have been those which have been most modified, and out of whose modifications have been made most complex modes with names to them. For action being the great business of mankind, and the whole matter about which all laws are conversant, it is no wonder that the several modes of thinking and motion should be taken notice of, the ideas of them observed, and laid up in the memory, and have names assigned to them, without which laws could be but ill made, or vice and disorders repressed. Nor could any communication be well had amongst men without such complex ideas with names to them. And therefore men have settled names, and supposed settled ideas in their minds, of modes of actions, distinguished by their causes, means, objects, ends, instruments, time, place, and other circumstances, and also of their powers fitted for those actions, v.g. boldness is the power to speak or do what we intend before others, without fear or disorder, and the Greeks call the confidence of speaking by a peculiar name. Which power or ability in man of doing anything, when it has been acquired by frequent doing the same thing, is that idea we name habit. When it is forward and ready upon every occasion to break into action, we call it disposition. Thus, testiness is a disposition or aptness to be angry. To conclude, let us examine any modes of action, v.g. consideration and assent, which are actions of the mind, running and speaking, which are actions of the body, revenge and murder, which are actions of both together, and we shall find them but so many collections of simple ideas, which, together, make up the complex ones signified by those names. 11. Several words, seeming to signify action, signify but the effect. Power being the source from whence all action proceeds, the substances wherein these powers are, when they exert this power into act, are called causes, and the substances which thereupon are produced, or the simple ideas which are introduced into any subject by the exerting of that power, are called effects. The efficacy whereby the new substance or idea is produced is called, in the subject exerting that power, action. But in the subject wherein any simple idea is changed or produced, it is called passion. Which efficacy, however various, and the effects almost infinite, yet we can, I think, conceive it in intellectual agents to be nothing else but modes of thinking and willing; in corporeal agents, nothing else but modifications of motion. I say, I think we cannot conceive it to be any other but these two. For whatever sort of action besides these produces any effects, I confess myself to have no notion nor idea of. And so it is quite remote from my thoughts, apprehensions, and knowledge, and as much in the dark to me as 5 other senses, or as the ideas of colours to a blind man. And therefore many words which seem to express some action signify nothing of the action or modus operandi at all, but barely the effect, with some circumstances of the subject wrought on, or cause operating. V.g. creation, annihilation, contain in them no idea of the action or manner whereby they are produced, but barely of the cause and the thing done. And when a countryman says the cold freezes water, though the word freezing seems to import some action, yet truly it signifies nothing but the effect, viz. That water that was before fluid is become hard and consistent, without containing any idea of the action whereby it is done. 12. Mixed modes, made also of other ideas than those of power and action. I think I shall not need to remark here that, though power and action make the greatest part of mixed modes, marked by names, and familiar in the minds and mouths of men, yet other simple ideas, and their several combinations, are not excluded. Much less, I think, will it be necessary for me to enumerate all the mixed modes which have been settled with names to them. That would be to make a dictionary of the greatest part of the words made use of in divinity, ethics, law and politics, and several other sciences. All that is requisite to my present design is to show what sort of ideas those are which I call mixed modes, how the mind comes by them, and that they are compositions made up of simple ideas got from sensation and reflection, which I suppose I have done. End of section 29. Recording by Daniel Fraser.
Section 30 of an essay concerning human understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Silber. An essay concerning human understanding by John Locke. Chapter 23 of Our Complex Ideas of Substances. The mind being, as I have declared, furnished with a great number of the simple ideas, conveyed in by the senses as they are found in exterior things, or by reflection on its own operations, takes notice also that a certain number of these simple ideas go constantly together, which being presumed to belong to one thing, and words being suited to common apprehensions, and made use of for quick dispatch are called, so united in one subject by one name, which, by inadvertency, we are apt afterward to talk of and consider as one simple idea, which indeed is a complication of many ideas together, because, as I have said, not imagining how these simple ideas can subsist by themselves, we accustom ourselves to suppose some substratum wherein they do subsist, and from which they do result, which therefore we call substance. 2. Our obscure idea of substance in general. So that if any one will examine himself concerning his notion of pure substance in general, he will find he has no other idea of it at all, but only a supposition of he knows not what support of such qualities which are capable of producing simple ideas in us, which qualities are commonly called accidents. If any one should be asked, what is the subject wherein colour or weight inheres, he would have nothing to say, but the solid extended parts. And if he were demanded, what is it that solidity and extension adhere in, he would not be in a much better case than the Indian before mentioned who, saying that the world was supported by a great elephant, was asked what the elephant rested on, to which his answer was, a great tortoise. But being again pressed to know what gave support to the broad-backed tortoise, replied, something, he knew not what. And thus here, as in all other cases where we use words without having clear and distinct ideas, we talk like children, who, being questioned what such a thing is, which they do not know, readily give this satisfactory answer, that it is something, which in truth signifies no more when so used either by children or men, but that they know not what, and that the thing they pretend to know, and talk of, is what they have no distinct idea of at all, and so are perfectly ignorant of it, and are in the dark. The idea then we have, to which we give the general name substance, being nothing but the supposed, but unknown support of those qualities we find existing, which we imagine cannot subsist sine re substant, without something to support them. We call that substantia, which, according to the true import of the word, is, in plain English, standing under or upholding. 3. Of the sorts of substances. An obscure and relative idea of substance in general, being thus made, we come to have the ideas of particular sorts of substances by collecting such combinations of simple ideas as are, by experience and observation of men's senses, taken notice of to exist together, and are therefore supposed to flow from the particular internal constitution, or unknown essence of that substance. Thus we come to have the ideas of a man, horse, gold, water, etc., of which substances, whether any one has any other clear idea, further than of certain simple ideas coexistent together, I appeal to every one's own experience. It is the ordinary qualities observable in iron, or a diamond, put together, that make the true complex idea of those substances, which a smith or jeweller commonly knows better than a philosopher, who, whatever substantial forms he may talk of, has no other idea of those substances than what is framed by a collection of those simple ideas which are to be found in them. Only we must take notice, that our complex ideas of substances, besides all those simple ideas they are made up of, have always the confused idea of something to which they belong, and in which they subsist. And therefore, when we speak of any sort of substance, we say it is a thing having such or such qualities, as body is a thing that is extended, figured, and capable of motion, spirit, a thing capable of thinking. And so hardness, friability, and power to draw iron, we say, are qualities to be found in a lodestone. These, and the like fashions of speaking, intimate that the substance is supposed always something besides the extension, figure, solidity, motion, thinking, or other observable ideas, though we know not what it is. 4. No clear or distinct idea of substance in general. Hence, when we talk or think of any particular sort of corporeal substances, as horse, stone, etc., though the idea we have of either of them be but the complication or collection of those several simple ideas of sensible qualities, which we use to find united in the thing called horse or stone, yet, because we cannot conceive how they should subsist alone, nor one in another, we suppose them existing in and supported by some common subject, which support we denote by the name substance, though it be certain we have no clear or distinct idea of that thing we suppose a support. 5. As clear an idea of spiritual substance as of corporeal substance. The same thing happens concerning the operations of the mind, viz., thinking, reasoning, fearing, etc., which we, concluding not to subsist of themselves, nor apprehending how they can belong to body, or be produced by it, we are apt to think these the actions of some other substance, which we call spirit, whereby yet it is evident that, having no other idea or notion of matter, but something wherein those many sensible qualities which affect our senses do subsist, by supposing a substance wherein thinking, knowing, doubting, and a power of moving, etc., do subsist, we have as clear a notion of the substance of spirit as we have of body, the one being supposed to be, without knowing what it is, the substratum to those simple ideas we have from without, and the other supposed, with a like ignorance of what it is, to be the substratum to those operations we experiment in ourselves within. It is plain, then, that the idea of corporeal substance in matter is as remote from our conceptions and apprehensions as that of spiritual substance or spirit, and therefore, from our not having any notion of the substance of spirit, we can no more conclude its non-existence than we can, for the same reason, deny the existence of body, it being as rational to affirm there is no body, because we have no clear and distinct idea of the substance of matter, as to say there is no spirit, because we have no clear and distinct idea of the substance of a spirit. 6. Our ideas of particular sorts of substances. Whatever therefore be the secret abstract nature of substance in general, all the ideas we have of particular distinct sorts of substances are nothing but several combinations of simple ideas, coexisting in such, though unknown, cause of their union, as makes the whole subsist of itself. It is by such combinations of simple ideas, and nothing else, that we represent particular sorts of substances to ourselves. Such are the ideas we have of their several species in our minds, and such only do we, by their specific names, signify to others. For example, man, horse, sun, water, iron. Upon hearing which words, everyone who understands the language frames in his mind a combination of those several simple ideas which he has usually observed or fancied to exist together under that denomination, all which he supposes to rest in and be, as it were, adherent to that unknown common subject, which inheres not in anything else. Though, in the meantime, it be manifest, and every one, upon inquiry into his own thoughts, will find that he has no other idea of any substance. For example, let it be gold, horse, iron, man, vitriol, bread, but what he has barely of those sensible qualities which he supposes to inhere, with a supposition of such substratum as gives, as it were, a support to those qualities or simple ideas, which he has observed to exist united together. Thus, the idea of the sun, what is it but an aggregate of those several simple ideas, bright, hot, roundish, having a constant regular motion, at a certain distance from us, and perhaps some other, as he who thinks and discourses of the sun has been more or less accurate in observing those sensible qualities, ideas, or properties, which are in that thing which he calls the sun. 7. Their active and passive powers a great part of our complex ideas of substances. For he has the perfectest idea of any of the particular sorts of substances who has gathered and put together most of those simple ideas which do exist in it, among which are to be reckoned its active powers and passive capacities, which, though not simple ideas, yet in this respect, for brevity's sake, may conveniently enough be reckoned amongst them. Thus, the power of drawing iron is one of the ideas of the complex one of that substance we call a lodestone, and a power to be so drawn is a part of the complex one we call iron, which powers pass for inherent qualities in those subjects. Because every substance, being as apt, by the powers we observe in it, to change some sensible qualities in other subjects, as it is to produce in us those simple ideas which we receive immediately from it, does, by those new sensible qualities introduced into other subjects, discover to us those powers which do thereby immediately affect our senses, as regularly as its sensible qualities do it immediately. For example, we immediately by our senses perceive and fire its heat and colour, which are, if rightly considered, nothing but powers in it to produce those ideas in us. We also by our senses perceive the colour and brittleness of charcoal, whereby we come by the knowledge of another power in fire, which it has to change the colour and consistency of wood. By the former, fire immediately, by the latter, it immediately discovers to us these several powers, which therefore we look upon to be a part of the qualities of fire, and so make them a part of the complex idea of it. For all those powers that we take cognizance of, terminating only in the alteration of some sensible qualities in those subjects on which they operate, and so making them exhibit to us new sensible ideas, therefore it is that I have reckoned these powers amongst the simple ideas which make the complex ones of the sorts of substances, though these powers considered in themselves are truly complex ideas. And in this looser sense, I crave leave to be understood, when I name any of these potentialities among the simple ideas which we recollect in our minds when we think of particular substances. For the powers that are severally in them are necessary to be considered, if we will have true distinct notions of the several sorts of substances. 8. And why? Nor are we to wonder that powers make a great part of our complex ideas of substances, since their secondary qualities are those which in most of them serve principally to distinguish substances one from another, and commonly make a considerable part of the complex idea of the several sorts of them. For, our senses failing us in the discovery of the bulk, texture, and figure of the minute parts of bodies, on which their real constitutions and differences depend, we are fain to make use of their secondary qualities as the characteristical notes and marks whereby to frame ideas of them in our minds and distinguish them one from another. All which secondary qualities, as has been shown, are nothing but bare powers. For the colour and taste of opium are, as well as its soporific or anodyne virtues, mere powers, depending on its primary qualities, whereby it is fitted to produce different operations on different parts of our bodies. 9. 3 sorts of ideas make our complex ones of corporeal substances. The ideas that make our complex ones of corporeal substances are of these 3 sorts. First, the ideas of the primary qualities of things, which are discovered by our senses, and are in them even when we perceive them not. Such are the bulk, figure, number, situation, and motion of the parts of bodies, which are really in them, whether we take notice of them or not. Secondly, the sensible secondary qualities which, depending on these, are nothing but the powers those substances have to produce several ideas in us by our senses, which ideas are not in the things themselves, otherwise than as anything is in its cause. Thirdly, the aptness we consider in any substance to give or receive such alterations of primary qualities, as that the substance so altered should produce in us different ideas from what it did before. These are called active and passive powers. All which powers, as far as we have any notice or notion of them, terminate only in sensible simple ideas. For whatever alteration a lodestone has the power to make in the minute particles of iron, we should have no notion of any power it had at all to operate on iron, did not its sensible motion discover it. And I doubt not, but there are 1,000 changes that bodies we daily handle have a power to cause in one another, which we never suspect, because they never appear in sensible effects. 10. Powers thus make a great part of our complex ideas of particular substances. Powers, therefore, justly make a great part of our complex ideas of substances. He that will examine his complex idea of gold will find several of its ideas that make it up to be only powers, as the power of being melted, but of not spending itself in the fire, or being dissolved in aqua regia, are ideas as necessary to make up our complex idea of gold as its colour and weight, which, if duly considered, are also nothing but different powers. For, to speak truly, yellowness is not actually in gold, but is a power in gold to produce that idea in us by our eyes, when placed in a due light. And the heat which we cannot leave out of our ideas of the sun is no more really in the sun than the white colour it introduces into wax. These are both equally powers in the sun, operating, by the motion and figure of its sensible parts, so on a man, as to make him have the idea of heat, and so on wax, as to make it capable to produce in a man the idea of white. 11. The now secondary qualities of bodies would disappear if we could discover the primary ones of their minute parts. Had we senses acute enough to discern the minute particles of bodies, and the real constitution on which their sensible qualities depend, I doubt not but they would produce quite different ideas in us. And that which is now the yellow colour of gold would then disappear, and instead of it we should see an admirable texture of parts of a certain size and figure. This microscopes plainly discover to us. For what to our naked eyes produces a certain colour is, by thus augmenting the acuteness of our senses, discovered to be quite a different thing, and the thus altering, as it were, the proportion of the bulk of the minute parts of a coloured object to our usual sight, produces different ideas from what it did before. Thus sand or pounded glass, which is opaque and white to the naked eye, is pellucid in a microscope, and a hair seen in this way loses its former colour, and is, in a great measure, pellucid with a mixture of some bright sparkling colours, such as appear from the refraction of diamonds and other pellucid bodies. Blood, to the naked eye, appears all red, but by a good microscope, wherein its lesser parts appear, shows only some few globules of red, swimming in a pellucid colour, and how these red globules would appear if glasses could be found that could yet magnify them 1,000 or 10,000 times more, is uncertain. 12. Our faculties for discovery of the qualities and powers of substances suited to our state. The infinite wise contriver of us, and all things about us, hath fitted our senses, faculties, and organs to the conveniences of life, and the business we have to do here. We are able, by our senses, to know and distinguish things, and to examine them so far as to apply them to our uses, in several ways to accommodate the exigences of this life. We have insight enough into their admirable contrivances and wonderful effects to admire and magnify the wisdom, power, and goodness of their author. Such a knowledge as this, which is suited to our present condition, we want not faculties to attain. But it appears not that God intended we should have a perfect, clear, and adequate knowledge of them. That perhaps is not in the comprehension of any finite being. We are furnished with the faculties, dull and weak as they are, to discover enough in the creatures to lead us to the knowledge of the Creator, and the knowledge of our duty, and we are fitted well enough with abilities to provide for the conveniences of living. These are our business in this world. But were our senses altered, and made much quicker and acuter, the appearance and outward scheme of things would have quite another face to us, and, I am apt to think, would be inconsistent with our being, or at least well-being, in the part of the universe which we inhabit. He that considers how little our constitution is able to bear or remove into part of this air, not much higher than that we commonly breathe in, will have reason to be satisfied, that in this globe of earth allotted for our mansion, the all-wise architect has suited our organs, and the bodies that are to affect them, one to another. If our sense of hearing were but 1,000 times quicker than it is, how would a perpetual noise distract us? And we should in the quietest retirement be less able to sleep or meditate than in the middle of a sea fight. Nay, if that most instructive of our senses, seeing, were in any man 1,000 or 100,000 times more acute than it is by the best microscope, things several millions of times less than the smallest object of his sight now would then be visible to his naked eyes, and so he would come nearer to the discovery of the texture and motion of the minute parts of corporeal things, and in many of them probably get ideas of their internal constitutions. But then he would be in a quite different world from other people. Nothing would appear the same to him and others. The visible ideas of everything would be different. So that I doubt whether he and the rest of men could discourse concerning the objects of sight, or have any communication about colours, their appearances being so wholly different. And perhaps such a quickness and tenderness of sight could not endure bright sunshine, or so much as open daylight, nor take in but a very small part of any object at once, and that too only at a very near distance, and if by the help of such microscopical eyes, if I may so call them, a man could penetrate further than ordinary into the secret composition and radical texture of bodies, he would not make any great advantage by the change, if such an acute sight would not serve to conduct him to the market and exchange. If he could not see things he was to avoid at a convenient distance, nor distinguish things he had to do with by those sensible qualities others do. He that was sharp-sighted enough to see the configuration of the minute particles of the spring of a clock, and observe upon what peculiar structure and impulse its elastic motion depends, would no doubt discover something very admirable. But if I so framed could not view at once the hands and the characters of the hour plate, and thereby at a distance see what o'clock it was, their owner could not be much benefited by that acuteness, which, whilst it discovered the secret contrivance of the parts of the machine, made him lose its use. 13. Conjecture about the corporeal organs of some spirits. And here give me leave to propose an extravagant conjecture of mine, viz., that since we have some reason, if there be any credit to be given to the report of things that our philosophy cannot account for, to imagine that spirits can assume to themselves bodies of different bulk, figure, and conformation of parts, whether one great advantage some of them have over us may not lie in this, that they can so frame and shape to themselves organs of sensation or perception as to suit them to their present design and the circumstances of the object they would consider. For how much would that man exceed all others in knowledge, who had but the faculty so to alter the structure of his eyes, that one sense, as to make it capable of all the several degrees of vision which the assistance of glasses, casually at first lighted on, has taught us to conceive? What wonders would he discover, who could so fit his eyes to all sorts of objects, as to see when he pleased the figure and motion of the minute particles in the blood, and other juices of animals, as distinctly as he does, at other times, the shape and motion of the animals themselves? But to us, in our present state, unalterable organs, so contrived as to discover the figure and motion of the minute parts of bodies, whereon depend those sensible qualities we now observe in them, would perhaps be of no advantage. God has no doubt made them so as is best for us in our present condition. He hath fitted us for the neighbourhood of the bodies that surround us, and we have to do with. And though we cannot, by the faculties we have, attain to a perfect knowledge of things, yet they will serve us well enough for those ends above mentioned, which are our greatest concernment. I beg my reader's pardon for laying before him so wild a fancy concerning the ways of perception of beings above us. But how extravagant soever it be, I doubt whether we can imagine anything about the knowledge of angels but after this manner, some way or other, in proportion to what we find and observe in ourselves. And though we cannot but allow that the infinite power and wisdom of God may frame creatures with 1,000 other faculties and ways of perceiving things without them than what we have, yet our thoughts can go no further than our own. So impossible it is for us to enlarge our very guesses beyond the ideas received from our own sensation and reflection. The supposition, at least, that angels do sometimes assume bodies needs not startle us, since some of the most ancient and most learned fathers of the Church seem to believe that they had bodies. And this is certain, that their state and way of existence is unknown to us. 14. Our specific ideas of substances. But to return to the matter in hand, the ideas we have of substances and the ways we come by them. I say our specific ideas of substances are nothing else but a collection of certain number of simple ideas considered as united in one thing. These ideas of substances, though they are commonly simple apprehensions, and the names of them simple terms, yet in effect are complex and compounded. Thus the idea which an Englishman signifies by the name swan is white colour, long neck, red beak, black legs, and whole feet, and all these of a certain size, with the power of swimming in the water, and making a certain kind of noise, and perhaps, to a man who has long observed this kind of birds, some other properties, which all terminate in sensible simple ideas, all united in one common subject. 15. Our ideas of spiritual substances as clear as of bodily substances. Besides the complex ideas we have of material sensible substances, of which I have last spoken, by the simple ideas we have taken from those operations of our own minds, which we experiment daily in ourselves, as thinking, understanding, willing, knowing, and power of beginning, motion, etc., coexisting in some substance, we are able to frame the complex idea of an immaterial spirit. And thus, by putting together the ideas of thinking, perceiving, liberty, and power of moving themselves, and other things, we have as clear a perception and notion of immaterial substances as we have of material. For putting together the ideas of thinking and willing, or the power of moving or quieting corporeal motion, joined to substance, of which we have no distinct idea, we have the idea of an immaterial spirit. And by putting together the ideas of coherent solid parts, and a power of being moved joined with substance, of which likewise we have no positive idea, we have the idea of matter. The one is as clear and distinct an idea as the other, the idea of thinking and moving a body being as clear and distinct ideas as the ideas of extension, solidity, and being moved. For our idea of substance is equally obscure, or none at all, in both. It is but a supposed I know not what, to support those ideas we call accidents. It is for want of reflection that we are apt to think that our senses show us something but material things. Every act of sensation, when duly considered, gives us an equal view of both parts of nature, the corporeal and spiritual. For whilst I know by seeing or hearing, etc., that there is some corporeal being without me, the object of that sensation, I do more certainly know that there is some spiritual being within me that sees and hears. This, I must be convinced, cannot be the action of bare insensible matter, nor ever could be, without an immaterial thinking being. 16. No idea of abstract substance either in body or spirit. By the complex idea of extended, figured, colored, and all other sensible qualities, which is all that we know of it, we are as far from the idea of the substance of body as if we knew nothing at all, nor after all the acquaintance and familiarity which we imagine we have with matter, and the many qualities men assure themselves they perceive and know in bodies, will it perhaps upon examination be found that they have any more or clearer primary ideas belonging to body than they have belonging to immaterial spirit. 17. Cohesion of solid parts and impulse, the primary ideas peculiar to body. The primary ideas we have peculiar to body, as contradistinguished to spirit, are the cohesion of solid, and consequently separable, parts, and a power of communicating motion by impulse. These, I think, are the original ideas proper and peculiar to body, for figure is but the consequence of finite extension. 18. Thinking and motivity. The ideas we have belonging and peculiar to spirit are thinking, and will, or a power of putting body into motion by thought, and, which is consequent to it, liberty. For, as body cannot but communicate its motion by impulse to another body, which it meets with at rest, so the mind can put bodies into motion, or forbear to do so, as it pleases. The ideas of existence, duration, and mobility are common to them both. End of section 30. Section 31 of an essay concerning human understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Silver. An essay concerning human understanding by John Locke. Chapter 23 of our complex ideas of substances. Part 2. 19. Spirits capable of motion. There is no reason why it should be thought strange that I make mobility belong to spirit. For having no other idea of motion, but change of distance with other beings that are considered as at rest, and finding that spirits, as well as bodies, cannot operate but where they are, and that spirits do operate at several times in several places, I cannot but attribute change of place to all finite spirits. For of the infinite spirit I speak not here. For my soul, being a real being as well as my body, is certainly as capable of changing distance with any other body or being as body itself, and so is capable of motion. And if a mathematician can consider a certain distance, or a change of that distance between 2 points, one may certainly conceive a distance and a change of distance between 2 spirits, and so conceive their motion, their approach or removal, one from another. 20. Proof of this. Everyone finds in himself that his soul can think, will, and operate on his body in the place where that is, but cannot operate on a body, or in a place 100 miles distant from it. Nobody can imagine that his soul can think or move a body at Oxford whilst he is at London, and cannot but know that, being united to this body, it constantly changes place all the whole journey between Oxford and London, as the coach or horse does that carries him, and I think may be said to be truly all that while in motion. Or, if that will not be allowed to afford us a clear idea enough of its motion, its being separated from the body in death, I think, will. For to consider it as going out of the body or leaving it, and yet to have no idea of its motion, seems to me impossible. 21. God immovable because infinite. If it be said by any one that it cannot change place, because it hath none, for the spirits are not in loco, but ubi, I suppose that way of talking will not now be of much weight to many, in an age that is not much disposed to admire or suffer themselves to be deceived by such unintelligible ways of speaking. But if any one thinks there is any sense in that distinction, and that it is applicable to our present purpose, I desire him to put it into intelligible English, and then from thence draw a reason to show that immaterial spirits are not capable of motion. Indeed, motion cannot be attributed to God, not because he is an immaterial, but because he is an infinite spirit. 22. Our complex idea of an immaterial spirit and our complex idea of body compared. Let us compare then our complex idea of an immaterial spirit with our complex idea of body, and see whether there be any more obscurity in one than in the other, and in which most. Our idea of body, as I think, is an extended solid substance, capable of communicating motion by impulse, and our idea of soul, our idea of body, as I think, is an extended solid substance, capable of communicating motion by impulse, and our idea of soul, as an immaterial spirit, is of a substance that thinks and has a power of exciting motion in body, by willing or thought. These, I think, are our complex ideas of soul and body as contradistinguished. And now let us examine which has most obscurity in it, and difficulty to be apprehended. I know that people whose thoughts are immersed in matter, and have so subjected their minds to their senses that they seldom reflect on anything beyond them, are apt to say, they cannot comprehend a thinking thing, which perhaps is true. But I affirm, when they consider it well, they can no more comprehend an extended thing. 23. Cohesion of solid parts in body as hard to be conceived as thinking in a soul. If any one says he knows not what it is thinks in him, he means he knows not what the substance is of that thinking thing. No more, say I, knows he what the substance is of that solid thing. Further, if he says he knows not how he thinks, I answer, neither knows he how he is extended, how the solid parts of body are united or cohere together to make extension. For though the pressure of the particles of air may account for the cohesion of several parts of matter that are grosser than the particles of air, and have pores less than the corpuscles of air, yet the weight or pressure of the air will not explain, nor can be a cause of the coherence of the particles of air themselves. And if the pressure of the ether, or any subtiler matter than the air, may unite and hold fast together the parts of a particle of air, as well as other bodies, yet it cannot make bonds for itself, and hold together the parts that make up the least corpuscle of that materia subtilis. So that the hypothesis, how ingeniously soever explained, by showing that the parts of sensible bodies are held together by the pressure of other external insensible bodies, reaches not the parts of the ether itself, and by how much the more evident it proves that the parts of other bodies are held together by the external pressure of the ether, and can have no other conceivable cause of their cohesion and union, by so much the more it leaves us in the dark concerning the cohesion of the parts of the corpuscles of the ether itself, which we can neither conceive without parts, they being bodies, and divisible, nor yet how their parts cohere, they wanting that cause of cohesion which is given of the cohesion of the parts of all other bodies. 24. Not explained by an ambient fluid. But, in truth, the pressure of any ambient fluid, how great soever, can be no intelligible cause of the cohesion of the solid parts of matter. For, though such a pressure may hinder the avulsion of two polished superficies, one from another, in a line perpendicular to them, as in the experiment of two polished marbles, yet it can never in the least hinder the separation by a motion in a line parallel to those surfaces, because the ambient fluid, having a full liberty to succeed in each point of space, deserted by a lateral motion, resists such a motion of bodies so joined, no more than it would resist the motion of that body were it on all sides environed by that fluid, and touched no other body. And therefore, if there were no other cause of cohesion, all parts of bodies must be easily separable by such a lateral sliding motion. For if the pressure of the ether be the adequate cause of cohesion, wherever that cause operates not, there can be no cohesion. And since it cannot operate against a lateral separation, as has been shown, therefore in every imaginary plane intersecting any mass of matter there could be no more cohesion than of two polished surfaces, which will always, notwithstanding any imaginable pressure of a fluid, easily slide one from another. So that perhaps, how clear an idea soever we think we have of the extension of body, which is nothing but the cohesion of solid parts, he that shall well consider it in his mind may have reason to conclude that it is as easy for him to have a clear idea how the soul thinks as how body is extended. For, since body is no further nor otherwise extended than by the union and cohesion of its solid parts, we shall very ill comprehend the extension of body, without understanding wherein consists the union and cohesion of its parts, which seems to me as incomprehensible as the manner of thinking, and how it is performed. we can as little understand how the parts cohere in extension as how our spirits perceive or move. 25. I allow it as usual for most people to wonder how anyone should find a difficulty in what they think they every day observe. Do we not see, will they be ready to say, the parts of bodies stick firmly together? Is there anything more common? And what doubt can there be made of it? And the like, I say, concerning thinking and voluntary motion. Do we not every moment experiment it in ourselves, and therefore can it be doubted? The matter of fact is clear, I confess. But when we would a little nearer look into it, both in the one and the other, and can as little understand how the parts of body cohere, as how we ourselves perceive or move. I would have any one intelligibly explain to me how the parts of gold or brass, that but now in fusion were as loose from one another as the particles of water or the sands of an hourglass, come in a few moments to be so united, and adhere so strongly one to another, that the utmost force of men's arms cannot separate them. A considering man will, I suppose, be here at a loss to satisfy his own or another man's understanding. 26. The cause of coherence of atoms in extended substances incomprehensible. The little bodies that compose that fluid we call water are so extremely small, that I have never heard of anyone who, by a microscope, and yet I have heard of some that have magnified to 10,000, nay, to much above 100,000 times, pretended to perceive their distinct bulk, figure, or motion, and the particles of water are also so perfectly loose one from another, that the least force sensibly separates them. Nay, if we consider their perpetual motion, we must allow them to have no cohesion one with another, and yet let but a sharp cold come, and they unite, they consolidate. These little atoms cohere, and are not, without great force, separable. He that could find the bonds that tie these heaps of loose little bodies together so firmly, he that could make known the cement that makes them stick so fast one to another, would discover a great and yet unknown secret. And yet, when that was done, would he be far enough from making the extension of body, which is the cohesion of its solid parts, intelligible, till he could show wherein consisted the union, or consolidation of the parts of those bonds, or of that cement, or of the least particle of matter that exists, whereby it appears that this primary and supposed obvious quality of body will be found, when examined, to be as incomprehensible as anything belonging to our minds, and a solid extended substance as hard to be conceived as a thinking immaterial one, whatever difficulties some would raise against it. 27. The supposed pressure to explain cohesion is unintelligible. For, to extend our thoughts a little further, the pressure which is brought to explain the cohesion of bodies considered, as no doubt it is, finite, let any one send his contemplation to the extremities of the universe, and there see what conceivable hoops, what bond he can imagine to hold this mass of matter in so close a pressure together, from whence steel has its firmness, and the parts of a diamond their hardness and indissolubility. If matter be finite, it must have its extremes, and there must be something to hinder it from scattering asunder. If, to avoid this difficulty, any one will throw himself into the supposition and abyss of infinite matter, let him consider what light he thereby brings to the cohesion of body, and whether he be ever the nearer making it intelligible, by resolving it into a supposition the most absurd and most incomprehensible of all other. So far is our extension of body, which is nothing but the cohesion of solid parts, from being clearer or more distinct, when we would inquire into the nature, cause, or manner of it, than the idea of thinking. 28. Communication of motion by impulse, or by thought, equally unintelligible. Another idea we have of body is the power of communication of motion by impulse, and of our souls, the power of exciting motion by thought. These ideas, the one of body, the other of our minds, every day's experience clearly furnishes us with. But if here again we inquire how this is done, we are equally in the dark. For, in the communication of motion by impulse, wherein as much motion is lost to one body as is got to the other, which is the ordinariest case, we can have no other conception but of the passing of motion out of one body into another, which, I think, is as obscure and inconceivable as how our minds move or stop our bodies by thought, which we every moment find they do. The increase of motion by impulse, which is observed or believed sometimes to happen, is yet harder to be understood. We have by daily experience clear evidence of motion produced by both impulse and by thought, but the manner how hardly comes within our comprehension. We are equally at a loss in both. So that, however we consider motion and its communication, either from body or spirit, the idea which belongs to spirit is at least as clear as that which belongs to body. And if we consider the active power of moving, or, as I might call it, motivity, it is much clearer in spirit than body. Since two bodies, placed by one another at rest, will never afford us the idea of a power in the one to move the other, but by a borrowed motion, whereas the mind every day affords us ideas of an active power of moving of bodies, and therefore it is worth our consideration whether active power be not the proper attribute of spirits, and passive power of matter. Hence may be conjectured that created spirits are not totally separate from matter, because they are both active and passive. Pure spirit, viz., God, is only active. Pure matter is only passive. Those beings that are both active and passive we may judge to partake of both. But be that as it will, I think, we have as many and as clear ideas belonging to spirit as we have belonging to body, the substance of each being equally unknown to us, and the idea of thinking in spirit as clear as of extension in body, and the communication of motion by thought, which we attribute to spirit, is as evident as that by impulse, which we ascribe to body. Constant experience makes us sensible of both these, though our narrow understandings can comprehend neither. For when the mind would look beyond those original ideas we have from sensation or reflection, and penetrate into their causes and manner of production, we still find it discovers nothing but its own short-sightedness. 29. Summary. To conclude, sensation convinces us that there are solid extended substances, and reflection that there are thinking ones. Experience assures us of the existence of such beings, and that the one hath the power to move body by impulse, the other by thought. This we cannot doubt of. Experience, I say, every moment furnishes us with the clear ideas both of the one and the other. But beyond these ideas, as received from their proper sources, our faculties will not reach. If we would inquire further into their nature, causes, and manner, we perceive not the nature of extension clearer than we do of thinking. If we would explain them any further, one is as easy as the other, and there is no more difficulty to conceive how a substance we know not should, by thought, set body into motion, than how a substance we know not should, by impulse, set body into motion. So that we are no more able to discover wherein the ideas belonging to body consist, than those belonging to spirit. From whence it seems probable to me, that the simple ideas we receive from sensation and reflection are the boundaries of our thoughts, beyond which the mind, whatever efforts it would make, is not able to advance one jot, nor can it make any discoveries, when it would pry into the nature and hidden causes of those ideas. 30. Our idea of spirit and our idea of body compared. So that, in short, the idea we have of spirit, compared with the idea we have of body, stands thus. The substance of spirits is unknown to us, and so is the substance of body equally unknown to us. Two primary qualities or properties of body, viz., solid coherent parts and impulse, we have distinct clear ideas of. So likewise we know and have distinct clear ideas of two primary qualities or properties of spirit, viz., thinking, and a power of action, i.e., a power of beginning or stopping several thoughts or motions. We have also the ideas of several qualities inherent in bodies, and have the clear distinct ideas of them, which qualities are but the various modifications of the extension of cohering solid parts, and their motion. We have likewise the ideas of the several modes of thinking, viz., believing, doubting, intending, fearing, hoping, all which are but the several modes of thinking. We have also the ideas of willing and moving the body consequent to it, and with the body itself too, for, as has been shown, spirit is capable of motion. 31. The notion of spirit involves no more difficulty in it than that of body. Lastly, if this notion of immaterial spirit may have, perhaps, some difficulties in it not easily to be explained, we have therefore no more reason to deny or doubt the existence of such spirits, than we have to deny or doubt the existence of body, because the notion of body is cumbered with some difficulties very hard, and perhaps impossible to be explained or understood by us. For I would fain have instanced anything in our notion of spirit more perplexed, or nearer a contradiction, than the very notion of body includes in it. The divisibility in infinitum of any finite extension involving us, whether we grant or deny it, in consequences impossible to be explicated or made in our apprehensions consistent, consequences that carry greater difficulty and more apparent absurdity than anything can follow from the notion of an immaterial knowing substance. 32. We know nothing of things beyond our simple ideas of them, which we are not at all to wonder at, since we having but some few superficial ideas of things, discovered to us only by the senses from without, or by the mind, reflecting on what it experiments in itself within, have no knowledge beyond that, much less of the internal constitution and true nature of things, being destitute of faculties to attain it. And therefore, experimenting and discovering in ourselves knowledge, and the power of voluntary motion, as certainly as we experiment or discover in things without us the cohesion and separation of solid parts, which is the extension and motion of bodies, we have as much reason to be satisfied with our notion of immaterial spirit as with our notion of body, and the existence of the one as well as the other. For it being no more a contradiction that thinking should exist separate and independent from solidity, than it is a contradiction that solidity should exist separate and independent from thinking, they being both but simple ideas, independent one from another, and having as clear and distinct ideas in us of thinking as of solidity, I know not why we may not as well allow a thinking thing without solidity, i.e. immaterial, to exist as a solid thing without thinking, i.e. matter, to exist. Especially since it is not harder to conceive how thinking should exist without matter than how matter should think. For whensoever we would proceed beyond these simple ideas we have from sensation and reflection, and dive further into the nature of things, we fall presently into darkness and obscurity, perplexedness and difficulties, and can discover nothing further but our own blindness and ignorance. But whichever of these complex ideas be clearest, that of body or immaterial spirit, this is evident, that the simple ideas that make them up are no other than what we have received from sensation or reflection, and so is it of all our other ideas of substances, even of God himself. 33. Our complex idea of God. For if we examine the idea we have of the incomprehensible Supreme Being, we shall find that we come by it the same way, and that the complex ideas we have both of God and separate spirits are made of the simple ideas we receive from reflection, e.g., having, from what we experiment in ourselves, got the ideas of existence and duration, of knowledge and power, of pleasure and happiness, and of several other qualities and powers which it is better to have than to be without. When we would frame an idea the most suitable we can to the Supreme Being, we enlarge every one of these with our idea of infinity, and so putting them together, make our complex idea of God. For that the mind has such a power of enlarging some of its ideas received from sensation and reflection has been already shown. 34. Our complex idea of God as infinite. If I find that I know some few things, and some of them, or all, perhaps imperfectly, I can frame an idea of knowing twice as many, which I can double again as often as I can add to number, and thus enlarge my idea of knowledge, by extending its comprehension to all things existing or possible. The same also I can do of knowing them more perfectly, i.e., all their qualities, powers, causes, consequences, and relations, etc., till all be perfectly known that is in them, or can any way relate to them, and thus frame the idea of infinite or boundless knowledge. The same may also be done of power, till we come to that we call infinite, and also of the duration of existence, without beginning or end, and so frame the idea of an eternal being. The degrees or extent wherein we ascribe existence, power, wisdom, and all other perfections, which we can have any ideas of, to that sovereign being, which we call God, being all boundless and infinite, we frame the best idea of him our minds are capable of. All which is done, I say, by enlarging those simple ideas we have taken from the operations of our own minds by reflection, or by our senses from exterior things, to that vastness to which infinity can extend them. 35. God in his own essence incognizable. For it is infinity which, joined to our ideas of existence, power, knowledge, etc., makes that complex idea, whereby we represent to ourselves the best we can the Supreme Being. For, though in his own essence, which certainly we do not know, not knowing the real essence of a pebble or a fly, or of our own selves, God be simple and uncompounded, yet I think I may say we have no other idea of him, but a complex one of existence, knowledge, power, happiness, etc., infinite and eternal, which are all distinct ideas, and some of them, being relative, are again compounded of others, all which being, as has been shown, originally got from sensation and reflection, go to make up the idea or notion we have of God. 36. No ideas in our complex ideas of spirits, but those got from sensation or reflection. This further is to be observed, that there is no idea we attribute to God, abating infinity, which is not also a part of our complex idea of other spirits, because, being capable of no other simple ideas belonging to anything but body, but those which by reflection we receive from the operation of our own minds, we can attribute to spirits no other but what we receive from thence. And all the difference we can put between them in our contemplation of spirits is only in the several extents and degrees of their knowledge, power, duration, happiness, etc. For that in our ideas, as well of spirits as of other things, we are restrained to those we receive from sensation and reflection, is evident from hence, that, in our ideas of spirits, how much soever advanced in perfection beyond those of bodies, even to that of infinite, we cannot yet have any idea of the manner wherein they discover their thoughts one to another, though we must necessarily conclude that separate spirits, which are beings that have perfecter knowledge and greater happiness than we, must needs have also a perfecter way of communicating their thoughts than we have, who are fain to make use of corporeal signs and particular sounds, which are therefore of most general use, as being the best and quickest we are capable of, but of immediate communication, having no experiment in ourselves, and consequently no notion of it at all, we have no idea how spirits, which use not words, can with quickness, or much less how spirits, that have no bodies, can be masters of their own thoughts, and communicate or conceal them at pleasure, though we cannot but necessarily suppose they have such a power. 37. Recapitulation. And thus we have seen what kind of ideas we have of substances of all kinds, wherein they consist, and how we came by them. From whence, I think, it is very evident, first, that all our ideas of the several sorts of substances are nothing but collections of simple ideas, with a supposition of something to which they belong, and in which they subsist, though of this supposed something we have no clear distinct idea at all. Secondly, that all the simple ideas, that thus united in one common substratum, make up our complex ideas of several sorts of substances, are no other but such as we have received from sensation or reflection. so that even in those which we think we are most intimately acquainted with, and that come nearest the comprehension of our most enlarged conceptions, we cannot go beyond those simple ideas. And even in those which seem most remote from all we have to do with, and do infinitely surpass anything we can perceive in ourselves by reflection, or discover by sensation in other things, we can attain to nothing but those simple ideas, which we originally received from sensation or reflection, as is evident in the complex ideas we have of angels, and particularly of God himself. Thirdly, that most of the simple ideas that make up our complex ideas of substances, when truly considered, are only powers, however we are apt to take them for positive qualities, e.g., the greatest part of the ideas that make our complex idea of gold are yellowness, great weight, ductility, fusibility, and solubility in aqua regia, etc., all united together in an unknown substratum, all which ideas are nothing else but so many relations to other substances, and are not really in the gold, considered barely in itself, though they depend on those real and primary qualities of its internal constitution, whereby it has a fitness differently to operate, and be operated on by several other substances. End of section 31. Section 32 of an essay concerning human understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Silber. An essay concerning human understanding by John Locke. Chapter 24. Of collective ideas of substances. 1. A collective idea is one idea. Besides these complex ideas of several single substances, as of man, horse, gold, violet, apple, etc., the mind hath also complex collective ideas of substances, which I so call because such ideas are made up of many particular substances considered together, as united into one idea, and which so joined are looked on as one, e.g., the idea of such a collection of men as make an army, though consisting of a great number of distinct substances, is as much one idea as the idea of a man. And the great collective idea of all bodies whatsoever, signified by the name world, is as much one idea as the idea of any the least particle of matter in it. It sufficing to the unity of any idea that it be considered as one representation or picture, though made up of ever so many particulars. 2. Made by the power of composing in the mind. These collective ideas of substances the mind makes by its power of composition, and uniting severally either simple or complex ideas into one, as it does, by the same faculty, make the complex ideas of particular substances, consisting of an aggregate of divers simple ideas united in one substance. And as the mind, by putting together the repeated ideas of unity, makes the collective mode, or complex idea of any number as a score or a gross, etc., so, by putting together several particular substances, it makes collective ideas of substances, as a troop, an army, a swarm, a city, a fleet, each of which everyone finds that he represents to his own mind by one idea in one view, and so under that notion considers those several things as perfectly one as one ship or one atom. Nor is it harder to conceive how an army of 10,000 men should make one idea than how a man should make one idea, it being as easy to the mind to unite into one the idea of a great number of men, and consider it as one as it is to unite into one particular all the distinct ideas that make up the composition of a man, and consider them all together as one. 3. Artificial things that are made up of distinct substances are our collective ideas. Amongst such kind of collective ideas are to be counted most part of artificial things, at least such of them as are made up of distinct substances. And, in truth, if we consider all these collective ideas aright, as army, constellation, universe, as they are united into so many single ideas, they are but the artificial draughts of the mind, bringing things very remote and independent on one another into one view, the better to contemplate and discourse on them, united into one conception, and signified by one name. For there are no things so remote, nor so contrary, which the mind cannot, by this art of composition, bring into one idea, as is visible in that signified by the name universe. Chapter 25. Of Relation. 1. Relation. What? Besides the ideas, whether simple or complex, that the mind has of things as they are in themselves, there are others it gets from their comparison one with another. The understanding, in the consideration of anything, is not confined to that precise object. It can carry any idea as it were beyond itself, or at least look beyond it, to see how it stands in conformity to any other. When the mind so considers one thing, that it does, as it were, bring it to, and set it by another, and carries its view from one to the other, this is, as the words import, relation and respect, and the denominations given to positive things, intimating that respect, and serving as marks to lead the thoughts beyond the subject itself denominated to something distinct from it, are what we call relatives, and the things so brought together, related. Thus, when the mind considers chaos as such a positive being, it takes nothing into that idea but what really exists in chaos. E.g., when I consider him as a man, I have nothing in my mind but the complex idea of the species, man. So, likewise, when I say Caius is a white man, I have nothing but the bare consideration of a man who hath the white colour. But when I give Caius the name husband, I intimate some other person, and when I give him the name whiter, I intimate some other thing. In both cases, my thought is led to something beyond Caius, and there are two things brought into consideration. And since any idea, whether simple or complex, may be the occasion why the mind thus brings two things together, and as it were takes a view of them at once, though still considered as distinct. Therefore, any of our ideas may be the foundation of relation, as, in the above-mentioned instance, the contract and ceremony of marriage with Sempronia is the occasion of the denomination and relation of husband, and the colour white the occasion why he is said to be whiter than free stone. 2. Ideas of relations without correlative terms, not easily apprehended. These and the like relations, expressed by relative terms that have others answering them, with a reciprocal intimation as father and son, bigger and less, cause and effect, are very obvious to everyone, and everybody at first sight perceives the relation. For father and son, husband and wife, and such other correlative terms, seem so nearly to belong one to another, and through custom do so readily chime and answer one another in people's memories, that, upon the naming of either of them, the thoughts are presently carried beyond the thing so named, and nobody overlooks or doubts of a relation, where it is so plainly intimated. But where languages have failed to give correlative names, there the relation is not always so easily taken notice of. Concubine is, no doubt, a relative name, as well as wife, but in languages where this and the like words have not a correlative term, there people are not so apt to make them to be so, as wanting that evident mark of relation which is between correlatives, which seem to explain one another, and not to be able to exist but together. Hence it is, that many of those names, which, duly considered, do include evident relations, have been called external denominations. But all names that are more than empty sounds must signify some idea, which is either in the thing to which the name is applied, and then it is positive, and is looked on as united to and existing in the thing to which the denomination is given, or else it arises from the respect the mind finds in it to something distinct from it, with which it considers it, and then it includes a relation. 3. Some seemingly absolute terms contain relations. Another sort of relative terms there is, which are not looked on to be either relative or so much as external denominations, which yet, under the form and appearance of signifying something absolute in the subject, do conceal a tacit, though less observable, relation. Such are the seemingly positive terms of old, great, imperfect, etc., whereof I shall have occasion to speak more at large in the following chapters. 4. relation different from the things related. This further may be observed, that the ideas of relations may be the same in men who have far different ideas of the things that are related, or that are thus compared, e.g., those who have far different ideas of a man may yet agree in the notion of a father, which is a notion superinduced to the substance, or man, and refers only to an act of that thing called man, whereby he contributed to the generation of one of his own kind, let man be what it will. 5. Change of relation may be without any change in the things related. The nature, therefore, of relation consists in the referring or comparing two things one to another, from which comparison one of both comes to be denominated. And if either of those things be removed, or cease to be, the relation ceases, and the denomination consequent to it, though the other receive in itself no alteration at all. E.g., Caius, whom I consider today as a father, ceases to be so tomorrow only by the death of his son, without any alteration made in himself. Nay, barely by the mind's changing the object to which it compares anything, the same thing is capable of having contrary denominations at the same time. E.g., Caius, compared to several persons, may truly be said to be older and younger, stronger and weaker, etc. 6. Relation only betwixt two things. Whatsoever doth or can exist, or be considered as one thing is positive, and so not only simple ideas and substances, but modes also, are positive beings, though the parts of which they consist are very often relative one to another, but the whole together considered as one thing, and producing in us the complex idea of one thing, which idea is in our minds as one picture, though an aggregate of divers parts, and under one name, it is a positive or absolute thing, or idea. Thus, a triangle, though the parts thereof compared one to another be relative, yet the idea of the whole is a positive absolute idea. The same may be said of a family, a tune, etc. For there can be no relation but betwixt two things considered as two things. There must always be in relation two ideas or things, either in themselves really separate, or considered as distinct, and then a ground or occasion for their comparison. 7. All things capable of relation. Concerning relation in general, these things may be considered. First, that there is no one thing, whether simple idea, substance, mode, or relation, or name of either of them, which is not capable of almost an infinite number of considerations in reference to other things. And therefore, this makes no small part of men's thoughts and words, e.g., one single man may at once be concerned in and sustain all these following relations and many more, viz., father, brother, son, grandfather, grandson, father-in-law, son-in-law, husband, friend, enemy, subject, general, judge, patron, client, professor, European, Englishman, islander, servant, master, possessor, captain, superior, inferior, bigger, less, older, younger, contemporary, like, unlike, etc., to an almost infinite number, he being capable of as many relations as there can be occasions of comparing him to other things, in any manner of agreement, disagreement, or respect whatsoever. For, as I said, relation is a way of comparing or considering two things from that comparison, and sometimes giving even the relation itself a name. 8. Are ideas of relations often clearer than of the subjects related? Secondly, this further may be considered concerning relation, that though it be not contained in the real existence of things, but something extraneous and superinduced, yet the ideas which relative words stand for are often clearer and more distinct than of those substances to which they do belong. The notion we have of a father or brother is a great deal clearer and more distinct than that we have of a man, or, if you will, paternity is a thing whereof it is easier to have a clear idea than of humanity, and I can much easier conceive what a friend is than what God, because the knowledge of one action, or one simple idea, is oftentimes sufficient to give me the notion of a relation, but to the knowing of any substantial being, an accurate collection of sundry ideas is necessary. A man, if he compares two things together, can hardly be supposed not to know what it is wherein he compares them, so that when he compares any things together, he cannot but have a very clear idea of that relation. The ideas, then, of relations are capable at least of being more perfect and distinct in our minds than those of substances, because it is commonly hard to know all the simple ideas which are really in any substance, but for the most part, easy enough to know the simple ideas that make up any relation I think on, or have a name for, e.g., comparing two men in reference to one common parent. It is very easy to frame the ideas of brothers, without having yet the perfect idea of a man. For significant relative words, as well as others, standing only for ideas, and those being all either simple or made up of simple ones, it suffices for the knowing the precise idea the relative term stands for, to have a clear conception of that which is the foundation of the relation, which may be done without having a perfect and clear idea of the thing it is attributed to. Thus, having the notion that one laid the egg out of which the other was hatched, I have a clear idea of the relation of dam and chick, between the two cassiowaries in St. James's Park, though perhaps I have but a very obscure and imperfect idea of those birds themselves. 9. Relations all terminate in simple ideas. Thirdly, though there be a great number of considerations wherein things may be compared one with another, and so a multitude of relations, yet they all terminate in, and are concerned about those simple ideas, either of sensation or reflection, which I think to be the whole materials of all our knowledge. To clear this, I shall show it in the most considerable relations that we have any notion of, and in some that seem to be the most remote from sense or reflection, which yet will appear to have their ideas from thence, and leave it past doubt that the notions we have of them are but certain simple ideas, and so originally derived from sense or reflection. 10. Terms leading the mind beyond the subject denominated are relative. Fourthly, that relation being the considering of one thing with another which is extrinsical to it, it is evident that all words that necessarily lead the mind to any other ideas that are supposed really to exist in that thing to which the words are applied are relative words. VGA, man, black, merry, thoughtful, thirsty, angry, extended. These and the like are all absolute, because they neither signify nor intimate anything but what does or is supposed really to exist in the man thus denominated. But father, brother, king, husband, blacker, merrier, etc., are words which, together with the thing they denominate, imply also something else separate and exterior to the existence of that thing. 11. All relatives made up of simple ideas. Having laid down these premises concerning relation in general, I shall now proceed to show, in some instances, how all the ideas we have of relation are made up, as the others are, only of simple ideas, and that they all, how refined or remote from some soever they seem, terminate at last in simple ideas. I shall begin with the most comprehensive relation, wherein all things that do or can exist are concerned, and that is the relation of cause and effect, the idea whereof, how derived from the two fountains of all our knowledge, sensation and reflection, I shall in the next place consider. Chapter 26. Of Cause and Effect, and Other Relations. 1. Whence the ideas of cause and effect got. In the notice that our senses take of the constant vicissitude of things, we cannot but observe that several particular both qualities and substances begin to exist, and that they receive this their existence from the due application and operation of some other being. From this observation we get our ideas of cause and effect. That which produces any simple or complex idea we denote by the general name cause, and that which is produced, effect. Thus, finding that in that substance which we call wax, fluidity, which is a simple idea that was not in it before, is constantly produced by the application of a certain degree of heat we call the simple idea of heat. In relation to fluidity in wax, the cause of it, and fluidity the effect. So also, finding that the substance wood, which is a certain collection of simple ideas so called, by the application of fire is turned into another substance called ashes, i.e. another complex idea, consisting of a collection of simple ideas quite different from that complex idea which we call wood. We consider fire in relation to ashes as cause and the ashes as effect, so that whatever is considered by us to conduce or operate to the producing any particular simple idea or collection of simple ideas, whether substance or mode, which did not before exist, hath thereby in our minds the relation of a cause, and so is denominated by us. 2. Creation, generation, making alteration. Having thus, from what our senses are able to discover in the operations of bodies on one another, got the notion of cause and effect, viz., that a cause is that which makes any other thing, either simple idea, substance, or mode, begin to be, and an effect is that which had its beginning from some other thing, the mind finds no great difficulty to distinguish the several originals of things into two sorts. First, when the thing is wholly made new, so that no part thereof did ever exist before, as when a new particle of matter doth begin to exist, in rerum natura, which had before no being, and this we call creation. Secondly, when a thing is made up of particles, which did all of them before exist, but that very thing so constituted of pre-existing particles which, considered all together, make up such a collection of simple ideas, had not any existence before, as this man, this egg, rose, or cherry, etc., and this, when referred to a substance produced in the ordinary course of nature by internal principle, but sit on work by and received from some external agent or cause, and working by insensible ways which we perceive not, we call generation. When the cause is extrinsical, and the effect produced by a sensible separation or juxtaposition of discernible parts, we call it making. And such are all artificial things. When any simple idea is produced, which was not in that subject before, we call it alteration. Thus a man is generated, a picture made, and either of them altered, when any new sensible quality or simple idea is produced in either of them, which was not there before. And the things thus made to exist, which were not there before, are effects, and those things which operated to the existence, causes, in which, in all other cases, we may observe that the notion of cause and effect has its rise from ideas received by sensation or reflection, and that this relation, how comprehensive soever, terminates at last in them. For to have the idea of cause and effect, it suffices to consider any simple idea or substance as beginning to exist, by the operation of some other, without knowing the manner of that operation. 3. Relations of time. Time and place are also the foundations of very large relations, and all finite beings at least are concerned in them. But having already shown in another place how we get those ideas, it may suffice here to intimate that most of the denominations of things received from time are only relations. Thus, when any one says that Queen Elizabeth lived 69 and reigned 45 years, these words import only the relation of that duration to some other, and mean no more but this, that the duration of her existence was equal to 69, and the duration of her government to 45 annual revolutions of the sun, and so are all words answering how long. Again, William the Conqueror invaded England about the year 1066, which means this, that taking the duration from our Saviour's time till now for one entire great length of time, it shows at what distance this invasion was from the two extremes, and so do all words of time answering to the question, when, which show only the distance of any point of time from the period of a longer duration, from which we measure, and to which we thereby consider it as related. 4. Some ideas of time supposed positive and found to be relative. There are yet, besides those, other words of time, that ordinarily are thought to stand for positive ideas, which yet will, when considered, be found to be relative, such as are young, old, etc., which include and intimate the relation anything has to a certain length of duration, whereof we have the idea in our minds. Thus, having settled in our thoughts the idea of the ordinary duration of a man to be 70 years, When we say a man is young, we mean that his age is yet but a small part of that which usually men attain to. And when we denominate him old, we mean that his duration is ran out almost to the end of that which men do not usually exceed. And so it is but comparing the particular age or duration of this or that man to the idea of that duration which we have in our minds, as ordinarily belonging to that sort of animals, which is plain in the application of these names to other things. For a man is called young at 20 years, and very young at 7 years old. But yet a horse we call old at 20, and a dog at 7 years, because in each of these we compare their age to different ideas of duration, which are settled in our minds as belonging to these several sorts of animals, in the ordinary course of nature. But the sun and stars, though they have outlasted several generations of men, we call not old, because we do not know what period God hath set to that sort of beings. This term belonging properly to those things which we can observe in the ordinary course of things, by a natural decay, to come to an end in a certain period of time, and so have in our minds, as it were, a standard to which we can compare the several parts of their duration, and by the relation they bear thereunto, call them young or old, which we cannot, therefore, do to a ruby or a diamond, things whose usual periods we know not. 5. Relations of place and extension. The relation also that things have to one another in their places and distances is very obvious to observe, as above, below, a mile distant from Charing Cross in England and in London. But as in duration, so in extension and bulk, there are some ideas that are relative which we signify by names that are thought positive, as great and little are truly relations. For here also, having by observation settled in our minds the ideas of the bigness of several species of things from those we have been most accustomed to, we make them as it were the standards, whereby to denominate the bulk of others. Thus we call a great apple such a one as is bigger than the ordinary sort of those we have been used to, and a little horse such a one as comes not up to the size of that idea which we have in our minds to belong ordinarily to horses, and that will be a great horse to a Welchman, which is but a little one to a Fleming, they two having, from the different breed of their countries, taken several sized ideas to which they compare, and in relation to which they denominate their great and their little. 6. Absolute terms often stand for relations. So likewise, weak and strong are but relative denominations of power, compared to some ideas we have at that time of greater or less power. Thus, when we say a weak man, we mean one that has not so much strength or power to move as usually men have, or usually those of his size have, which is a comparing his strength to the idea we have of the usual strength of men, or men of such a size. The like, when we say the creatures are all weak things. Weak there is but a relative term, signifying the disproportion there is in the power of God and the creatures. And so abundance of words in ordinary speech stand only for relations, and perhaps the greatest part, which at first sight seem to have no such signification, e.g., the ship has necessary stores. Necessary and stores are both relative words, one having a relation to the accomplishing the voyage intended, and the other to future use. All which relations, how they are confined to, and terminate in ideas derived from sensation or reflection, is too obvious to need any explication. End of section 32.
Section 33 of an Essay Concerning Humane Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessica Louise. An Essay Concerning Humane Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 27. Of Identity and Diversity. 1. Wherein identity consists. Another occasion the mind often takes of comparing is the very being of things. When considering anything as existing at any determined time and place, we compare it with itself existing at another time, and thereon form the ideas of identity and diversity. When we see anything to be in any place in any instant of time, we are sure, be it what it will, that it is that very thing, and not another, which at that same time exists in another place, how like and undistinguishable soever it may be in all other respects, and in this consists identity, when the ideas it is attributed to vary not at all from what they were that moment wherein we consider their former existence, and to which we compare the present. For we never finding, nor conceiving it possible, that two things of the same kind should exist in the same place at the same time, we rightly conclude that whatever exists anywhere at any time excludes all of the same kind, and is there itself alone. When therefore we demand whether anything be the same or no, it refers always to something that existed such a time in such a place, which it was certain at that instant was the same with itself and no other. From whence it follows that one thing cannot have two beginnings of existence, nor two things one beginning, it being impossible for two things of the same kind to be or exist in the same instant, in the very same place, or one and the same thing in different places. That, therefore, that had one beginning is the same thing, and that which had a different beginning in time and place from that is not the same, but diverse. That which has made the difficulty about this relation has been the little care and attention used in having precise notions of the things to which it is attributed. 2. Identity of substances. We have the ideas but of three sorts of substances. 1. God. 2. Finite intelligences. 3. Bodies. First, God is without beginning, eternal, unalterable, and everywhere, and therefore concerning his identity there can be no doubt. Secondly, finite spirits having had each its determined time and place of beginning to exist, the relation to that time and place will always determine to each of them its identity, as long as it exists. Thirdly, the same will hold of every particle of matter, to which no addition or subtraction of matter being made, it is the same. For though these three sorts of substances, as we term them, do not exclude one another out of the same place, yet we cannot conceive but that they must necessarily, each of them, exclude any of the same kind, of the same place, or else the notions and names of identity and diversity would be in vain, and there could be no such distinctions of substances, or anything else from one another. For example, could two bodies be in the same place at the same time, then those two parcels of matter must be one and the same, take them great or little, nay, all bodies must be one and the same. For by the same reason that two particles of matter may be in one place, all bodies may be in one place, which when it can be supposed, takes away the distinction of identity and diversity of one and more, and renders it ridiculous. But it being a contradiction that two or more should be one, identity and diversity are relations and ways of comparing well-founded and of use to the understanding. 3. Identity of modes and relations. All other things, being but modes or relations ultimately terminated in substances, the identity and diversity of each particular existence of them too will be by the same way determined only as to things whose existence is in succession, such as are the actions of finite beings, v.g. motion and thought, both which consist in continued train of succession. Concerning their diversity there can be no question, because each perishing the moment it begins, they cannot exist in different times or in different places, as permanent beings can at different times exist in distant places, and therefore no motion or thought, considered as at different times, can be the same, each part thereof having a different beginning of existence. 4. Principium individuationis. From what has been said, it is easy to discover what is so much inquired after, the principium individuationis, and that, it is plain, is existence itself, which determines a being of any sort to a particular time and place, incommunicable to two beings of the same kind. This, though it seems easier to conceive in simple substances or modes, yet when reflected on, is not more difficult in compound ones, if care be taken to what it is applied. V.g. let us suppose an atom, i.e. a continued body under one immutable superficies, existing in a determined time and place, it is evident that considered in any instant of its existence, it is in that instant the same with itself. For being at that instant what it is, and nothing else, it is the same, and so must continue as long as its existence is continued, for so long it will be the same and no other. In like manner, if two or more atoms be joined together into the same mass, every one of those atoms will be the same, by the foregoing rule, and whilst they exist united together, the mass, consisting of the same atoms, must be the same mass or the same body, let the parts be ever so differently jumbled. But if one of these atoms be taken away, or one new one added, it is no longer the same mass or the same body. In the state of living creatures, their identity depends not on a mass of the same particles, but on something else. For in them the variation of great parcels of matter alters not the identity. An oak growing from a plant to a great tree, and then lopped, is still the same oak. And a colt grown up to a horse, sometimes fat, sometimes lean, is all the while the same horse, though in both those cases there may be a manifest change of the parts, so that truly they are not either of them the same masses of matter, though they be truly one of them the same oak, and the other the same horse. The reason whereof is that in these two cases, a mass of matter and a living body, identity is not applied to the same thing. 5. Identity of vegetables. We must therefore consider wherein an oak differs from a mass of matter, and that seems to me to be in this, that the one is only the cohesion of particles of matter, anyhow united, the other such a disposition of them as constitutes the parts of an oak, and such an organization of those parts as is fit to receive and distribute nourishment, so as to continue and frame the wood, bark, and leaves, etc., of an oak, in which consists the vegetable life. That being then one plant which has such an organization of parts in one coherent body, partaking of one common life, it continues to be the same plant as long as it partakes of the same life, though that life be communicated to new particles of matter vitally united to the living plant, in a like continued organization conformable to that sort of plants. For this organization, being at any one instant in any one collection of matter, is in that particular concrete distinguished from all other, and is that individual life, which existing constantly from that moment both forwards and backwards, in the same continuity of insensibly succeeding parts united to the living body of the plant, it has that identity which makes the same plant, and all the parts of it, parts of the same plant, during all the time that they exist united in that continued organization, which is fit to convey that common life to all the parts so united. 6. Identity of animals. The case is not so much different in brutes, but that any one may hence see what makes an animal and continues it the same. Something we have like this in machines, and may serve to illustrate it. For example, what is a watch? It is plain it is nothing but a fit organization or construction of parts to a certain end, which when a sufficient force is added to it, it is capable to attain. If we would suppose this machine one continued body, all whose organized parts were repaired, increased, or diminished by a constant addition or separation of insensible parts, with one common life, we should have something very much like the body of an animal, with this difference, that in an animal the fitness of the organization, and the motion wherein life consists, begin together, the motion coming from within, but in machines the force coming sensibly from without, is often away when the organ is in order, and well fitted to receive it. 7. The identity of man. This also shows wherein the identity of the same man consists, viz. in nothing but a participation of the same continued life, by constantly fleeting particles of matter, in succession, vitally united to the same organized body. He that shall place the identity of man in anything else but, like that of other animals, in one fitly organized body, taken in any one instant, and from thence continued, under one organization of life, in several successively fleeting particles of matter united to it, will find it hard to make an embryo, one of years, mad and sober, the same man, by any supposition, that will not make it possible for Seth, Ismael, Socrates, Pilate, St. Austin, and Caesar Borgia to be the same man. For if the identity of soul alone makes the same man, and there be nothing in the nature of matter why the same individual spirit may not be united to different bodies, it will be possible that those men, living in distant ages and of different tempers, may have been the same man. Which way of speaking must be from a very strange use of the word man, applied to an idea out of which body and shape are excluded. And that way of speaking would agree yet worse with the notions of those philosophers who allow of transmigration, and are of opinion that the souls of men may for their miscarriages be detruded into the bodies of beasts, as fit habitations, with organs suited to the satisfaction of their brutal inclinations. But yet I think nobody, could he be sure that the soul of Heliogabalus were in one of his hogs, would yet say that hog were a man or Heliogabalus. 8. Idea of identity suited to the idea it is applied to. It is not therefore unity of substance that comprehends all sorts of identity, or will determine it in every sense, but to conceive and judge of it aright, we must consider what idea the word it is applied to stands for, it being one thing to be the same substance, another of the same man, and a third the same person, if person, man, and substance are three names standing for three different ideas. For such as is the idea belonging to that name, such must be the identity, which, if it had been a little more carefully attended to, would possibly have prevented a great deal of that confusion which often occurs about this matter, with no small seeming difficulties, especially concerning personal identity, which therefore we shall in the next place a little consider. 9. Same man. An animal is a living organized body, and consequently the same animal, as we have observed, is the same continued life, communicated to different particles of matter, as they happen successively to be united to that organized living body. And whatever is talked of other definitions, ingenious observation puts it past doubt that the idea in our minds, of which the sound man in our mouths is the sign, is nothing else but of an animal of such a certain form. Since I think I may be confident then, that whoever should see a creature of his own shape or make, though it had no more reason all its life than a cat or a parrot, would call him still a man, or whoever should hear a cat or a parrot discourse, reason, and philosophize, would call or think it nothing but a cat or a parrot, and say the one was a dull irrational man, and the other a very intelligent rational parrot. 10. Same man. For I presume it is not the idea of a thinking or rational being alone that makes the idea of a man in most people's sense, but of a body, so and so shaped, joined to it. And if that be the idea of a man, the same successive body, not shifted all at once, must, as well as the same immaterial spirit, go to the making of the same man. 11. Personal identity. This being premised, to find wherein personal identity consists, we must consider what person stands for. What, I think, is a thinking, intelligent being, that has reason and reflection, and can consider itself as itself, the same thinking thing in different times and places, which it does only by that consciousness which is inseparable from thinking, and as it seems to me essential to it, it being impossible for any one to perceive without perceiving that he does perceive. When we see, hear, smell, taste, feel, meditate, or will anything, we know that we do so. Thus it is always as to our present sensations and perceptions, and by this every one is to himself that which he calls self, it not being considered in this case whether the same self be continued in the same or diverse substances. For since consciousness always accompanies thinking, and it is that which makes every one to be what he calls self, and thereby distinguishes himself from all other thinking things, in this alone consists personal identity, i.e., the sameness of a rational being, and as far as this consciousness can be extended backwards to any past action or thought, so far read the identity of that person. It is the same self now it was then, and it is by the same self, with this present one, that now reflects on it, that that action was done. 12. Consciousness makes personal identity. But it is further inquired whether it be the same identical substance. This few would think they had reason to doubt of, if these perceptions with their consciousness always remained present in the mind, whereby the same thinking thing would be always consciously present, and, as would be thought, evidently the same to itself. But that which seems to make the difficulty is this, that this consciousness, being interrupted always by forgetfulness, there being no moment of our lives wherein we have the whole train of our past actions before our eyes in one view, but even the best memories losing the sight of one part whilst they are viewing another, and we sometimes, and that the greatest part of our lives, not reflecting on our past selves, being intent on our present thoughts, and in sound sleep having no thoughts at all, or at least none with that consciousness which remarks our waking thoughts. I say, in all these cases, our consciousness being interrupted, and we losing the sight of our past selves, doubts are raised whether we are the same thinking thing, i.e. the same substance, or no. Which, however reasonable or unreasonable, concerns not personal identity at all. The question being what makes the same person, and not whether it be the same identical substance, which always thinks in the same person, which in this case matters not at all. Different substances by the same consciousness, where they do partake in it, being united into one person, as well as different bodies by the same life are united into one animal, whose identity is preserved in that change of substances by the unity of one continued life. For it being the same consciousness that makes a man be himself to himself, personal identity depends on that only, whether it be annexed solely to one individual substance, or can be continued in a succession of several substances. For as far as any intelligent being can repeat the idea of any past action with the same consciousness it had of it at first, and with the same consciousness it has of any present action, so far it is the same personal self. For it is by the consciousness it has of its present thoughts and actions that it is self to itself now, and so will be the same self, as far as the same consciousness can extend to actions past or to come, and would be by distance of time, or change of substance, no more two persons than a man be two men wearing other clothes today than he did yesterday, with a long or a short sleep between, the same consciousness uniting those distant actions into the same person, whatever substances contributed to their production. 13. Personal identity in change of substance. That this is so, we have some kind of evidence in our very bodies, all whose particles, whilst vitally united to this same thinking conscious self, so that we feel when they are touched, and are affected by and conscious of good or harm that happens to them, are a part of ourselves, i.e. of our thinking conscious self. Thus the limbs of his body are to every one a part of himself. He sympathizes and is concerned for them. Cut off a hand, and thereby separate it from that consciousness he had of its heat, cold, and other affections, and it is then no longer a part of that which is himself, any more than the remotest part of matter. Thus we see the substance whereof personal self consisted at one time may be varied at another, without the change of personal identity, there being no question about the same person, though the limbs which but now were a part of it be cut off. 14. Personality in change of substance. But the question is, whether if the same substance which thinks be changed, it can be the same person, or, remaining the same, it can be different persons. And to this I answer, first, this can be no question at all to those who place thought in a purely material animal constitution, void of an immaterial substance. For whether their supposition be true or no, it is plain they conceive a personal identity preserved in something else than identity of substance, as animal identity is preserved in identity of life and not of substance. And therefore those who place thinking in an immaterial substance only, before they can come to deal with these men, must show why personal identity cannot be preserved in the change of immaterial substances, or variety of particular immaterial substances, as well as animal identity is preserved in the change of material substances or variety of particular bodies, unless they will say it is one immaterial spirit that makes the same life in brutes, as it is one immaterial spirit that makes the same person in men, which the Cartesians at least will not admit, for fear of making brutes thinking things too. 15. Whether in change of thinking substances there can be one person. But next, as to the first part of the question, whether if the same thinking substance, supposing immaterial substances only to think, be changed, it can be the same person. I answer, that cannot be resolved but by those who know there can what kind of substances they are that do think, and whether the consciousness of past actions can be transferred from one thinking substance to another. I grant, were the same consciousness the same individual action, it could not, but it being a present representation of a past action, why it may not be possible, that may be represented to the mind to have been which really never was, will remain to be shown. And therefore, how far the consciousness of past actions is annexed to any individual agent, so that another cannot possibly have it, will be hard for us to determine till we know what kind of action it is that cannot be done without a reflex act of perception accompanying it, and how performed by thinking substances, who cannot think without being conscious of it. But that which we call the same consciousness, not being the same individual act, why one intellectual substance may not have represented to it as done by itself what it never did, and was perhaps done by some other agent, why, I say, such a representation may not possibly be without reality of matter of fact, as well as several representations in dreams are, which yet whilst dreaming we take for true, will be difficult to conclude from the nature of things. And that it never is so, will by us, till we have clearer views of the nature of thinking substances, be best resolved into the goodness of God, who, as far as the happiness or misery of any of his sensible creatures is considered in it, will not, by a fatal error of theirs, transfer from one to another that consciousness which draws reward or punishment with it. How far this may be an argument against those who would place thinking in a system of fleeting animal spirits, I leave to be considered. But yet, to return to the question before us, it must be allowed that if the same consciousness, which, as has been shown, is quite a different thing from the same numerical figure or motion in body, can be transferred from one thinking substance to another, it will be possible that two thinking substances may make but one person. For the same consciousness being preserved, whether in the same or different substances, the personal identity is preserved. End of section 33.
Section 34 of an Essay Concerning Humane Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Louise. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 27 of Identity and Diversity, Part 2. 16. Whether the same immaterial substance remaining, there can be two persons. As to the second part of the question, whether the same immaterial substance remaining, there may be two distinct persons, which question seems to me to be built on this: whether the same immaterial being, being conscious of the action of its past duration, may be wholly stripped of all the consciousness of its past existence, and lose it beyond the power of ever retrieving it again, and so, as it were beginning a new account from a new period, have a consciousness that cannot reach beyond this new state. All those who hold pre-existence are evidently of this mind, since they allow the soul to have no remaining consciousness of what it did in that pre-existent state, either wholly separate from body, or informing any other body, and if they should not, it is plain experience would be against them. So that personal identity, reaching no further than consciousness reaches, a pre-existent spirit, not having continued so many ages in a state of silence, must needs make different persons. Suppose a Christian Platonist or Pythagorean should, upon God's having ended all his work of creation the seventh day, think his soul hath existed ever since, and should imagine it has revolved in several human bodies. As I once met with one, who was persuaded his had been the soul of Socrates, how reasonably I will not dispute, This I know, that in the post he filled, which was no inconsiderable one, he passed for a very rational man, and the press has shown that he wanted not parts or learning. Would any one say that he, being not conscious of any of Socrates' actions or thoughts, could be the same person with Socrates? Let any one reflect upon himself, and conclude that he has in himself an immaterial spirit, which is that which thinks in him, and in the constant change of his body keeps him the same, and is that which he calls himself. Let his also suppose it to be the same soul that was in Nestor or Thersites at the siege of Troy. For souls being, as far as we know anything of them, in their nature indifferent to any parcel of matter, the supposition has no apparent absurdity in it. Which it may have been, as well as it is now, the soul of any other man. But he, now having no consciousness of any of the actions either of Nestor or Thersites, does or can he conceive himself the same person with either of them? Can he be concerned in either of their actions, attribute them to himself, or think them his own more than the actions of any other men that ever existed? So that this consciousness, not reaching to any of the actions of either of those men, he is no more oneself with either of them than of the soul of immaterial spirit that now informs him had been created, and began to exist, when it began to inform his present body. Though it were never so true that the same spirit that informed Nestor's or Thersites' body were numerically the same that now informs his. For this would no more make him the same person with Nestor, than if some of the particles of smaller that were once a part of Nestor were now a part of this man, the same immaterial substance, without the same consciousness, no more making the same person by being united to any body, than the same particle of matter without consciousness, united to any body, makes the same person. But let him once find himself conscious of any of the actions of Nestor, he then finds himself the same person with Nestor. 17. The body as well as the soul goes to the making of a man. And thus may we be able, without any difficulty, to conceive the same person at the resurrection, though in a body not exactly in make or parts the same which he had here, the same consciousness going along with the soul that inhabits it. But yet the soul alone, in the change of bodies, would scarce to any one but to him that makes the soul the man, be enough to make the same man. For should the soul of a prince, carrying with it the consciousness of the prince's past life, enter and inform the body of a cobbler, as soon as deserted by his own soul, every one sees he would be the same person with the prince, accountable only for the prince's actions. But who would say it was the same man? The body too goes to the making the man, and would, I guess, to everybody determine the man in this case, wherein the soul, with all its princely thoughts about it, would not make another man, but he would be the same cobbler to every one besides himself. I know that in the ordinary way of speaking, the same person and the same man stand for one and the same thing. And indeed every one will always have a liberty to speak as he pleases, and to apply what articulate sounds to what ideas he thinks fit, and change them as often as he pleases. But yet when we will inquire what makes the same spirit, man, or person, we must fix the ideas of spirit, man, or person in our minds, and having resolved with ourselves what we mean by them, it will not be hard to determine in either of them, or the like, when it is the same, and when not. 18. Consciousness alone unites actions into the same person. But though the same immaterial substance or soul does not alone, wherever it be, and in whatsoever state, make the same man, yet it is plain, consciousness, as far as ever it can be extended, should it be to ages past, unites existences and actions very remote in time into the same person, as well as it does the existences and actions of the immediately preceding moment, so that whatever has the consciousness of present and past actions is the same person to whom they both belong. Had I the same consciousness that I saw the ark in Noah's flood, as that I saw an overflowing of the Thames last winter, or as that I write now, I could no more doubt that I, who write this now, that saw the Thames overflowed last winter, and that viewed the flood at the general deluge, was the same self. Place that self in what substance you please. Then, that I, who write this, am the same myself now whilst I write, whether I consist of all the same substance, material or immaterial, or no, that I was yesterday. For as to this point of being the same self, It matters not whether this present self be made up of the same or other substances, I being as much concerned and as justly accountable for any action that was done 1,000 years since, appropriated to me now by this self-consciousness, as I am for what I did the last moment. 19. Self depends on consciousness, not on substance. Self is that conscious thinking thing. Whatever substance made up of, whether spiritual or material, simple or compounded, it matters not, which is sensible or conscious of pleasure and pain, capable of happiness or misery, and so is concerned for itself, as far as that consciousness extends. Thus everyone finds that, whilst comprehended under that consciousness, the little finger is as much a part of himself as what is most so. Upon separation of this little finger, should this consciousness go along with the little finger and leave the rest of the body, it is evident the little finger would be the person, the same person, and self then would have nothing to do with the rest of the body. As in this case, it is the consciousness that goes along with the substance. When one part is separate from another, which makes the same person, and constitutes this inseparable self, so it is in reference to substances remote in time, that with which the consciousness of this present thinking thing can join itself, makes the same person, and is one self with it, and with nothing else, and so attributes to itself, and owns all the actions of that thing, as its own, as far as that consciousness reaches, and no further, as everyone who reflects will perceive. 20. Persons, not substances, the objects of reward and punishment. In this personal identity is founded all the right and justice of reward and punishment, happiness and misery being that for which everyone is concerned for himself, and not mattering what becomes of any substance not joined to or affected with that consciousness. For as it is evident in the instance I gave but now, if the consciousness went along with the little finger when it was cut off, that would be the same self which was concerned for the whole body yesterday, as making part of itself, whose actions then it cannot but admit as its own now. Though if the same body should still live, and immediately from the separation of the little finger have its own peculiar consciousness, whereof the little finger knew nothing, it would not at all be concerned for it, as a part of itself, or could own any of its actions, or have any of them imputed to him. 21. Which shows wherein personal identity consists. This may show us wherein personal identity consists, not in the identity of substance, but, as I have said, in the identity of consciousness, wherein if Socrates and the present mayor of Queenborough agree, they are the same person. If the same Socrates, waking and sleeping, do not partake of the same consciousness, Socrates waking and sleeping is not the same person. And to punish Socrates waking for what sleeping Socrates thought, and waking Socrates was never conscious of, would be no more of right than to punish one twin for what his brother twin did, whereof he knew nothing, because their outsides were so like, that they could not be distinguished, for such twins have been seen. 22. Absolute oblivion separates what is thus forgotten from the person, but not from the man. But yet possibly it will still be objected, suppose I wholly lose the memory of some parts of my life, beyond a possibility of retrieving them, so that perhaps I shall never be conscious of them again. Yet am I not the same person that did those actions, had those thoughts that I once was conscious of, though I have now forgot them? To which I answer that we must here take notice what the word I is applied to, which in this case is the man only. And the same man being presumed to be the same person, I is easily here supposed to stand also for the same person. But if it be possible for the same man to have distinct incommunicable consciousness at different times, it is past doubt the same man would at different times make different persons, which we see is the sense of mankind in the solemnist declaration of their opinions. Human laws not punishing the madman for the sober man's actions, nor the sober man for what the madman did, thereby making them two persons, which is somewhat explained by our way of speaking in English when we say such an one is not himself, or is beside himself, in which phrases it is insinuated, as if those who now, or at least first used them, thought that self was changed, the self-same person was no longer in that man. 23. Difference between identity of man and of person. But yet it is hard to conceive that Socrates, the same individual man, should be two persons. To help us a little in this, we must consider what is meant by Socrates, or the same individual man. First, it must be either the same individual, immaterial thinking substance, in short, the same numerical soul, and nothing else. Secondly, or the same animal, without any regard to an immaterial soul. Thirdly, or the same immaterial spirit united to the same animal. Now take which of these suppositions you please, it is impossible to make personal identity to consist in anything but consciousness, or reach any further than that does. For by the first of them it must be allowed possible that a man born of different women and in distant times may be the same man. A way of speaking which whoever admits must allow it possible for the same man to be two distinct persons, as any two that have lived in different ages without the knowledge of one another's thoughts. By the second and third, Socrates in this life and after it cannot be the same man any way, but by the same consciousness, and so making human identity to consist in the same thing wherein we place personal identity. There will be difficulty to allow the same man to be the same person. But then they who place human identity in consciousness only, and not in something else, must consider how they will make the infant Socrates the same man with Socrates after the resurrection. But whatsoever to some men makes a man, and consequently the same individual man, wherein perhaps few are agreed, personal identity can by us be placed in nothing but consciousness, which is that alone which makes what we call self, without involving us in great absurdities. 24. But is not a man drunk and sober the same person? Why else is he punished for the fact he commits when drunk, though he be never afterwards conscious of it? Just as much the same person as a man that walks and does other things in his sleep is the same person, and is answerable for any mischief he shall do in it. Human laws punish both, with a justice suitable to their way of knowledge, because in these cases they cannot distinguish certainly what is real, what counterfeit. And so the ignorance in drunkenness or sleep is not admitted as a plea, but in the great day, wherein the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open, it may be reasonable to think, no one shall be made to answer for what he knows nothing of, but shall receive his doom, his conscience accusing or excusing him. 25. Consciousness alone unites remote existences into one person. Nothing but consciousness can unite remote existences into the same person. The identity of substance will not do it. For whatever substance there is, however framed, without consciousness there is no person, and a carcass may be a person, as well as any sort of substance be so, without consciousness. Could we suppose two distinct incommunicable consciousnesses acting the same body, the one constantly by day, the other by night, and on the other side the same consciousness acting by intervals, two distinct bodies? I ask in the first case whether the day and the night man would not be two as distinct persons as Socrates and Plato, and whether in the second case there would not be one person in two distinct bodies, as much as one man is the same in two distinct clothings. Nor is it at all material to say that this same and this distinct consciousness, in the cases above mentioned, is owing to the same and distinct immaterial substances bringing it with them to those bodies, which, whether true or no, alters not the case, since it is evident the personal identity would equally be determined by the consciousness, whether that consciousness were annexed to some individual immaterial substance or no. For, granting that the thinking substance in man must be necessarily supposed immaterial, it is evident that immaterial thinking thing may sometimes part with its past consciousness, and be restored to it again, as appears in the forgetfulness men often have of their past actions. And the mind many times recovers the memory of a past consciousness, which it had lost for 20 years together. Make these intervals of memory and forgetfulness to take their turns regularly by day and night, and you have two persons with the same immaterial spirit, as much as, in the former instance, two persons with the same body. So that self is not determined by identity or diversity of substance, which it cannot be sure of, but only by identity of consciousness. 26. Not the substance with which the consciousness may be united. Indeed, it may conceive the substance whereof it is now made up to have existed formerly, united in the same conscious being, but consciousness removed, that substance is no more itself, or makes no more a part of it, than any other substance, as is evident in the instance we have already given of a limb cut off, of whose heat or cold or other affections having no longer any consciousness. It is no more of a man's self than any other matter of the universe. In like manner it will be in reference to any immaterial substance, which is void of that consciousness whereby I am myself to myself, so that I cannot upon recollection join with that present consciousness whereby I am now myself. It is, in that part of its existence, no more myself than any other immaterial being. For whatsoever any substance has thought or done, which I cannot recollect, and by my consciousness make my own thought and action, it will no more belong to me, whether a part of me thought or did it, than if it had been thought or done by any other immaterial being anywhere existing. 27. Consciousness unites substances, material or spiritual, with the same personality. I agree the more probable opinion is that this consciousness is annexed to, and the affection of, one individual immaterial substance. But let men, according to their diverse hypotheses, resolve of that as they please. This every intelligent being, sensible of happiness or misery, must grant that there is something that is himself, that he is concerned for, and would have happy, that this self has existed in a continued duration more than one instant, and therefore it is possible may exist, as it has done, months and years to come, without any certain bounds to be set to its duration, and may be the same self, by the same consciousness continued on for the future. And thus by this consciousness he finds himself to be the same self which did such and such an action some years since, but which he comes to be happy or miserable now. In all which account of self, the same numerical substance is not considered a making the same self, but the same continued consciousness, in which several substances may have been united, and again separated from it, which whilst they continued in a vital union with that wherein this consciousness then resided, made a part of that same self. Thus any part of our bodies, vitally united to that which is conscious in us, makes a part of ourselves. But upon separation from the vital union by which that consciousness is communicated, that which a moment since was part of ourselves, is now no more so than a part of another man's self is a part of me. And it is not impossible but in a little time may become a real part of another person. And so we have the same numerical substance become a part of two different persons, and the same person preserved under the change of various substances. Could we suppose any spirit, wholly stripped of all its memory of consciousness of past actions, as we find our minds always are of a great part of ours, and sometimes of them all, the union or separation of such a spiritual substance would make no variation of personal identity, any more than that of any particle of matter does. Any substance vitally united to the present thinking being is a part of that very same self which now is. Anything united to it by a consciousness of former actions makes also a part of the same self, which is the same both then and now. 28. Person a forensic term. Person, as I take it, is the name for the self. Wherever a man finds what he calls himself, there, I think another may say, is the same person. It is a forensic term, appropriating actions and their merit, and so belongs only to intelligent agents, capable of a law, and happiness and misery. This personality extends itself beyond present existence to what is past only by consciousness, whereby it becomes concerned and accountable, owns and imputes to itself past actions, just upon the same ground and for the same reason as it does the present. All which is founded in a concern for happiness, the unavoidable concomitant of consciousness, that which is conscious of pleasure and pain, desiring that self that is conscious should be happy, and therefore whatever past actions it cannot reconcile or appropriate to that present self by consciousness, it can be no more concerned in than if they had never been done, and to receive pleasure or pain, i.e. reward or punishment, on the account of any such action, is all one as to be made happy or miserable in its first being, without any demerit at all. For supposing a man punished now for what he had done in another life, whereof he could be made to have no consciousness at all, what difference is there between that punishment and being created miserable? And therefore conformable to this, the Apostle tells us that at the great day, when every one shall receive according to his doings, the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open. The sentence shall be justified by the consciousness all persons shall have, that they themselves, in what bodies soever they appear, or what substances soever that consciousness adheres to, are the same that committed those actions and deserve that punishment for them. 29. Suppositions that look strange are pardonable in our ignorance. I am apt enough to think I have, in treating of this subject, made some suppositions that will look strange to some readers, and possibly they are so in themselves. But yet I think they are such as are pardonable. In this ignorance we are in the nature of that thinking thing that is in us, and which we look on as ourselves. Did we know what it was, or how it was tied to a certain system of fleeting animal spirits, or whether it could or could not perform its operations of thinking and memory out of a body organized as ours is, and whether it has pleased God that no one such spirit shall ever be united to any but one such body, upon the right constitution of whose organs its memory should depend. We might see the absurdity of some of those suppositions I have made, but taking, as we ordinarily now do, in the dark concerning these matters, the soul of a man for an immaterial substance independent from matter, and indifferent alike to it all, there can, from the nature of things, be no absurdity at all to suppose that the same soul may at different times be united to different bodies, and with them make up for that time one man, as well as we suppose a part of a sheep's body yesterday should be a part of a man's body tomorrow, and in that union make a vital part of Melibœus himself as well as it did of his ram. 30. The difficulty from ill use of names. To conclude, whatever substance begins to exist, it must, during its existence, necessarily be the same. Whatever compositions of substances begin to exist, during the union of those substances, the concrete must be the same. Whatsoever mode begins to exist during its existence is the same. And so, if the composition be of distinct substances and different modes, the same rule holds, whereby it will appear that the difficulty or obscurity that has been about this matter rather arises from the names ill used, than from any obscurity in things themselves. For whatever makes the specific idea to which the name is applied, if that idea be steadily kept to, the distinction of anything into the same and divers will easily be conceived, and there can arise no doubt about it. 31. Continuance of that which we have made to be our complex idea of man makes the same man. For supposing a rational spirit be the idea of a man, it is easy to know what is the same man, viz. the same spirit, whether separate or in a body, will be the same man. Supposing a rational spirit vitally united to a body of a certain conformation of parts to make a man, whilst that rational spirit with that vital conformation of parts, though continued in a fleeting successive body, remains, it will be the same man. But if to any one the idea of a man be but the vital union of parts in a certain shape, as long as that vital union and shape remain in a concrete, no otherwise the same but by a continued succession of fleeting particles, it will be the same man. For whatever be the composition whereof the complex idea is made, whenever existence makes it one particular thing under any denomination, the same existence continued preserves it the same individual under the same denomination. End of section 34. Recording by Catherine Louise.
Section 35 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 28 of Other Relations. Number 1. Ideas of proportional relations. Besides the before mentioned occasions of time, place, and causality of comparing or referring things one to another, there are, as I have said, infinite others, some whereof I shall mention. First, the first I shall name is some one simple idea, which, being capable of parts or degrees, affords an occasion of comparing the subjects wherein it is to one another in respect of that simple idea, for example, whiter, sweeter, equal, more, and so on. These relations, depending on the equality and excess of the simple idea in several subjects, may be called, if one will, proportional, and that these are only conversant about those simple ideas received from sensation or reflection is so evident that nothing need to be said to evince it. Number 2. Natural relation. Secondly, another occasion of comparing things together, or considering one thing, so as to include in that consideration some other thing, is the circumstances of their origin or beginning, which being not afterwards to be altered, make the relations depending thereon as lasting as the subjects to which they belong. For example, father and son, brothers, cousin germans, and so on, which have their relations by one community of blood, wherein they partake in several degrees. Countrymen, that is, those who are born in the same country or tract of ground, and these I call natural relations, wherein we may observe that mankind have fitted their notions and words to the use of common life, and not to the truth and extent of things. For it is certain that in reality the relation is the same betwixt the begetter and the begotten, in the several races of other animals as well as man. But yet it is seldom said, this bull is the grandfather of such a calf, or that pigeons are cousin germans. It is very convenient that, by distinct names, their relation should be observed and marked out in mankind, there being occasion, both in laws and other communications one with another, to mention and take notice of men under these relations. From whence also rise the obligation of several duties amongst men, whereas, in brutes, men having very little or no cause to mind these relations, they have not thought fit to give them distinct and peculiar names. This, by the way, may give us some light into the different state and growth of languages, which being suited only to the convenience of communication, are proportioned to the notions men have, and the commerce of thoughts familiar amongst them, and not to the reality or extent of things, nor to the various respects might be found among them, nor the different abstract considerations might be framed about them. Where they had no philosophical notions, they had no terms to express them, and it is no wonder men should have framed no names for those things they found no occasion to discourse of. From whence it is easy to imagine why, as in some countries, they may have not so much as the name for a horse, and in others, where they are more careful of the pedigree of their horses than of their own, that there they may not have only names for particular horses, but also of their several relations of kindred one to another. Number 3. Ideas of instituted of voluntary relations. Thirdly, sometimes the foundation of considering things with reference to one another is some act whereby any one comes by a moral right, power, or obligation to do something. Thus, a general is one that hath power to command an army, and an army, under a general, is a collection of armed men obliged to obey one man. A citizen, or a burgher, is one who has the right to certain privileges in this or that place. All this sort depending upon men's wills, or agreement in society, I call instituted or voluntary, and may be distinguished from the natural, in that they are most, if not all of them, some way or other alterable, and separable from the persons to whom they have sometimes belonged, though neither of the substances so related be destroyed. Now, though these are all reciprocal, as well as the rest, and contain in them a reference of two things one to other, yet, because one of the two things often wants a relative name, Importing that reference, men usually take no notice of it, and the relation is commonly overlooked. For example, a patron and a client are easily allowed to be relations, but a constable or dictator are not so readily at first hearing considered as such, because there is no peculiar name for those who are under the command of a dictator or constable, expressing a relation to either of them, though it be certain that either of them hath a certain power over some others, and is so far related to them, as well as a patron is to his client, or general to his army. Number 4. Ideas of moral relations. Fourthly, there is another sort of relation, which is the conformity or disagreement men's voluntary actions have to rule to which they are referred, and by which they are judged of, which, I think, may be called moral relation, as being that which denominates our moral actions, and deserves well to be examined, there being no part of knowledge wherein we should be more careful to get determined ideas, and avoid as much as may be obscurity and confusion. Human actions, when with their various ends, objects, manners, and circumstances, they are framed into a distinct complex ideas, are, as has been shown, so many mixed modes, a great part whereof have names annexed to them. Thus, supposing gratitude to be a readiness to acknowledge and return kindness received, polygamy to be the having more wives than one at once, when we frame these notions thus in our minds, we have there so many determined ideas of mixed modes. But this is not all that concerns our actions. It is not enough to have determined ideas of them, and to know what names belong to such and such combination of ideas. We have a further and greater concernment, and that is to know whether such actions, so made up, are morally good or bad. Number 5. Moral good and evil. Good and evil, as hath been shown. Book 2, Chapter 20, Section 2, and Chapter 21, Section 43, are nothing but pleasure or pain, or that which occasions or procures pleasure or pain to us. Moral good and evil, then, is only the conformity or disagreement of our voluntary actions to some law, whereby good or evil is drawn on us from the will and power of the lawmaker; which good and evil, pleasure or pain, attending our observance, or breach of the law by the decree of lawmaker, is that we call reward and punishment. Number 6. Moral rules. Of these moral rules or laws, to which men generally refer, and by which they judge of the rectitude or gravity of their actions, there seem to me to be three sorts, with their three different enforcements or rewards and punishments. For, since it would be utterly in vain to suppose a rule set to the free actions of men, without annexing to it some enforcement of good and evil to determine his will, we must, wherever we suppose a law, suppose also some reward or punishment annexed to that law. It would be in vain for one intelligent being to set a rule to the actions of another, if he had it not in his power to reward the compliance with, and punish deviation from his rule, by some good and evil, that is not the natural product and consequences of the action itself. For that, being a natural convenience or inconvenience, would operate of itself without a law. This, if I mistake not, is the true nature of all law, properly so called. Number 7. Laws. The laws that men generally refer their actions to judge of their rectitude or obliquity, seem to me to be these three: 1. The divine law; 2. The civil law; 3. The law of opinion or reputation, if I may so call it, by the relation they bear to the first of three, Men judge whether their actions are sins or duties; by the second, whether they be a criminal or innocent; and by third, whether they be virtues or vices. 8. Divine law, the measure of sin and duty. First, the divine law, whereby that law which God has set to the actions of men, whether promulgated to them by the light of nature, or the voice of revelation, that God has given a rule whereby men should govern themselves, I think there is nobody so brutish as to deny. He has a right to do it. We are his creatures. He has goodness and wisdom to direct our actions to that which is best, and he has power to enforce it by rewards and punishments of infinite weight and duration in another life, for nobody can take us out of his hands. This is the only true touchstone of moral rectitude, and, by comparing them to this law, it is that men judge of the most considerable moral good or evil of their actions; that is, whether, as duties or sins, they are like to procure them happiness or misery from the hands of the Almighty. 9. Civil law, the measure of crimes and innocence. Secondly, the civil law, the rule set by the commonwealth to the actions of those who belong to it, is another rule to which men refer their actions, to judge whether they be criminal or no. This law nobody overlooks, the rewards and punishments that enforce it being ready at hand, and suitable to the power that makes it, which is the force of commonwealth, engaged to protect the lives, liberties, and possessions of those who live according to its law, and has power to take away life, liberty, or goods from him who disobeys, which is the punishment of offences committed against his law. 10. Philosophical law, the measure of virtue and vice. Thirdly, the law of opinion or reputation. Virtue and vice are the names pretended and supposed everywhere to stand for actions in their own nature, right and wrong; and as far as they really are so applied, they so far are coincident with the divine law above mentioned. But yet, whatever is pretended, this is visible, that these names, virtue and vice, in the particular instances of their application, though the very nations and societies of men in the world, are constantly attributed only to such actions as in each country and society are in reputation or discredit. Nor is it to be thought strange that men everywhere should give the name of virtue to those actions which amongst them are judged praiseworthy, and call that vice which they account blamable; since otherwise they would condemn themselves, if they should think anything right to which they allowed not commendation, anything wrong which they let pass without blame. Thus the measure of what is everywhere called and esteemed virtue and vice is the approbation or dislike, praise or blame, which, by a secret and tacit consent, establishes itself in the several societies, tribes, and clubs of men in the world, whereby several actions come to find credit or disgrace amongst them, according to the judgment, maxims, or fashion of that place. For, though men uniting into politic societies, they have resigned up to the public the disposing of all their force, so that they cannot employ it against any fellow citizens any further than the law of the country directs, yet they retain still the power of thinking well or ill, approving or disapproving of the actions of those whom they live amongst and converse with; and by this approbation and dislike they establish amongst themselves what they will call virtue and vice. 11. The measure that men commonly apply to determine what they call virtue and vice. That this is the common measure of virtue and vice will appear to any one who considers that though that passes for vice in one country, which is counted a virtue, or at least not vice, in another, yet everywhere virtue and praise, vice and blame, go together. Virtue is everywhere that which is thought praiseworthy, and nothing else but that which has the allowance of public esteem is called virtue. Virtue and praise are so united that they are often by the same name. Sunt sua premia laudi, says Virgil, and so Cicero, nihil habet natura presentantius, quam honestatem, quam laudem, quam dignitatem, quam decus, which he tells you are all names for the same thing. This is the language of the heathen philosophers, who well understood wherein their notions of virtue and vice consisted; and though perhaps, by the different temper, education, fashion, maxims, or interest of different sorts of men, it fell out, that what was thought praiseworthy in one place, escaped not censure in another; and so in different societies, virtues and vices were changed. Yet, as to the main, they are not the most part kept the same everywhere. For since nothing can be more natural than to encourage with esteem and reputation that wherein every one finds his advantage, and to blame and discountenance the contrary, it is no wonder that esteem and discredit, virtue and vice, should, in a great measure, everywhere correspond with the unchangeable rule of right and wrong, which the law of God hath established, there being nothing that so directly and visible secures and advances the general good of mankind in this world, as obedience to the laws he hath set them, and nothing that breeds such mischiefs and confusion as the neglect of them. And therefore men, without renouncing all sense and reason, and their own interest, which they are so constantly true to, could not generally mistake, in placing their commendation and blame on that side that really deserved it not. Nay, even those men whose practice was otherwise, failed not to give their approbation right, few being depraved to that degree as not to condemn, at least in others, the faults they themselves were guilty of; whereby, even in the corruption of manners, the true boundaries of the laws of nature, which ought to be the rule of virtue and vice, were pretty well preferred; so that even the exhortations of inspired teachers have not feared to appeal to common repute: "Whatsoever is lovely, whatsoever is of good report, if there be any virtue, if there be any praise," etc. Philippians 4:8. 12. Its enforcement is commendation and discredit. If any one shall imagine that I forgot my own notion of a law, when I make the law, whereby men judge of virtue and vice, to be nothing else but the consent of private men, who have not authority enough to make a law, especially wanting that which is so necessary and essential to a law, a power to enforce it, I think I may say, that he who imagines commendation and disgrace not to be the strong motives to men to accommodate themselves to the opinions and rules of those with whom they converse, seems little skilled in the nature or history of mankind, the greatest part whereof we shall find to govern themselves chiefly, if not solely, by this law of fashion; and so they do that which keeps them in reputation with their company, little regard the laws of God or the magistrate. The penalties that attend the breach of God's laws, some, nay perhaps most men, seldom seriously reflect on; and amongst those that do, many, whilst they break the law, entertain thoughts of future reconciliation, and making their peace for such breaches. And as to the punishments due from the law of the commonwealth, they frequently flatter themselves with the hopes of impunity. But no man escapes the punishment of the censure and dislike, who offends against the fashion or opinion of the company he keeps, and would recommend himself to: nor is there one of 10,000 who is stiff and insensible enough to bear up under the constant dislike and condemnation of his own club. He must be of a strange and unusual constitution, who can content himself to live in constant disgrace and disrepute with his own particular society. Solitude many men have sought, and been reconciled to, but nobody that has the least thought or sense of a man about him can live in society under the constant dislike and ill opinion of his familiars, and those he converses with. This is a burden too heavy for human sufferance, and he must be made up of irreconcilable contradictions, who can take the pleasure in company, and yet be insensible of contempt and disgrace from his companions. Number 13. These three laws the rule of moral good and evil. These three then: first, the law of God; secondly, the law of politic societies; thirdly, the law of fashion or private censure, are those to which men variously compare their actions, and it is by their conformity to one of these laws that they take their measures, when they would judge of their moral rectitude, and denominate their actions good or bad. Number 14. Morality is the relation of voluntary actions to these rules. Whether the rule to which, as to be a touchstone, we bring our voluntary actions, to examine them by, and try their goodness, and accordingly to name them, which is, as it were, the mark of the value we set upon them; whether, I say, we take that rule from the fashion of the country, or the will of the lawmaker, the mind is easily able to observe the relation any action hath to it, and to judge whether the action agrees or disagrees with the rule, and so hath a notion of moral goodness or evil, which is either conformity or not conformity of any action to that rule, and therefore is often called moral rectitude. This rule being nothing but a collection of several simple ideas, the conformity thereto is but so ordering the action, that the simple ideas belonging to it may correspond to those which the law requires. And thus we see how moral beings and notions are founded on, and terminated in, these simple ideas we have received from sensation or reflection. For example, let us consider the complex idea we signify by the word murder, and when we have taken it asunder, and examined all the particulars, we shall find them to amount to a collection of simple ideas derived from reflection or sensation, namely, first, from reflection on the operations of our own minds, we have the ideas of willing, considering, purposing beforehand, malice, or wishing ill to another, and also of life, or perception, and self motion. Secondly, from sensation, we have the collection of those simple ideas which are to be found in a man, and of some action, whereby we put an end to the perception and motion in the man: all which simple ideas are comprehended in the word murder. This collection of simple ideas being found by me to agree or disagree with the esteem of the country I have been bred in, and to be held by most men there worthy praise or blame, I call the action virtuous and vicious. If I have the will of a supreme invisible lawgiver for my rule, then, as I suppose the action commanded or forbidden by God, I call it good or evil, sin or duty; and if I compare it to the civil law, the rule made by the legislative power of the country, I call it lawful or unlawful, a crime or no crime. So that whensoever we take the rule of moral actions, or by what standard soever we frame in our minds the idea of virtues or vices, they consist only, and are made up of collection of simple ideas, which we originally received from sense or reflection; and their rectitude or obliquity consists in agreement or disagreement with those patterns prescribed by some law. Number 15. Moral actions may be regarded whether absolutely, or as ideas of relation. To conceive rightly of moral actions, we must take notice of them under this twofold consideration. First, as they are in themselves each made up of such a collection of simple ideas, thus drunkenness or lying signifies such or such a collection of simple ideas, which I call mixed modes. And in this sense they are as much positive absolute ideas as the drinking of a horse or speaking of a parrot. Secondly, our actions are considered as good, bad, or indifferent, and in this respect they are relative, it being their conformity to or disagreement with some rule that makes them to be regular or irregular, good or bad. And so, as far as they are compared with the rule, and thereupon denominated, they come under relation. Thus the challenging and fighting with a man, as it is a certain positive mode, or particular sort of action by particular ideas, distinguished from all others, is called duelling, which, when considered in relation to the law of God, will deserve the name of sin, to the law of fashion, in some countries, valor and virtue, and to the municipal laws of some governments, a capital crime. In this case, when the positive mode has one name, and another name as it stands in relation to the law, the distinction may as easily be observed as it is in substances, where one name, for example man, is used to signify the thing, another, for example father, to signify the relation. Number 16. The denominations of actions often mislead us, but because very frequently the positive idea of the action and its moral relation are comprehended together under one name, and the same word made use of to express both the mode or action and its moral rectitude or obliquity. Therefore the relation itself is less taken notice of, and there is often no distinction made between the positive idea of the action and the reference it has to a rule, by which the confusion of those two distinct considerations under one term. Those who yield too easily to the impression of sounds, and are forward to take name for things, are often misled in their judgment of actions. Thus, the taking from another what is his, without his knowledge or allowance, is properly called stealing; but that name, being commonly understood to signify also the moral gravity of the action, and to denote its contrariety to the law, men are apt to condemn whatever they hear called stealing, as an ill action, disagreeing with the rule of right; and yet the private taking away his sword from a madman to prevent his doing mischief, though it be properly denominated stealing as the name for such a mixed mode, yet when compared to the law of God, and considered in its relation to the supreme rule, it is no sin or transgression, though the name stealing ordinarily carries such an intimation with it. Number 17. Relations innumerable, and only the most considerable here mentioned. And thus much for the relations of human actions to law, which therefore I call moral relations. It would make a volume to go over all sorts of relations. It is not, therefore, to be expected that I should here mention them all. It suffices to our present purpose to show by these what the ideas are we have of this comprehensive consideration called relation, which is so various, and the occasion of it so many as there can be of comparing things one to another, that it is not very easy to reduce it to rules or under just heads. Those I have mentioned, I think, are some of the most considerable, and such as may serve to let us see from whence we get our ideas of relations, and wherein they are founded. But before I quit this argument, from what has been said, give me leave to observe. Number 18. All relations terminate in simple ideas. First, that it is evident that all relation terminates in, and is ultimately founded on, those simple ideas we got from sensation or reflection, so that all we have in our thoughts ourselves, if we think of anything or have any meaning, or would signify to others, when we use the word standing for relations, is nothing but some simple ideas, or collection of simple ideas, compared one with another. This is so manifest in that sort called proportional, that nothing can be more. For when a man says, honey is sweeter than wax, it is plain that his thoughts in the relation terminate in this simple idea, sweetness, which is equally true of all the rest, though where they are compounded or decompounded, the simple ideas they are made up of are, perhaps, seldom taken notice of. For example, when the word father is mentioned, first there is meant that particular species or collective idea signified by the word man; secondly, those sensible simple ideas signified by the word generation; and thirdly, the effects of it, and all the simple ideas signified by the word child. So the word friend, being taken for a man who loves, and is ready to do good to another, has all the following ideas to the making of it up. First, all the simple ideas comprehended in the word man, or intelligent being; secondly, the idea of love; thirdly, the idea of readiness or disposition; fourthly, the idea of action, which is any kind of thought or motion; fifthly, the idea of good, which signifies anything that may advance his happiness, and terminates at last, if examined, in particular simple ideas, of which the word good in general signifies any one, but if removed from all simple ideas, quite, it signifies nothing at all. And thus also all moral words terminate at last, though perhaps more remotely, in a collection of simple ideas, the immediate signification of relative words being very often other supposed known relations, which, if traced one to another, still end in simple ideas. Number 19. We have ordinarily as clear a notion of the relation as of the simple ideas in things on which it is founded. Secondly, that in relations, we have for the most part, if not always, as clear a notion of the relation as we have of those simple ideas wherein it is founded. Agreement or disagreement, whereon relation depends, being things whereof we have commonly as clear ideas as of any other whatsoever, it being but the distinguishing simple ideas, or their degrees one from another, without which we could have no distinct knowledge at all. For if I have a clear idea of sweetness, light, or extension, I have, too, of equal, or more, or less, of each of these. If I know that it is for one man to be born of a woman, for example, Sempronia, I know that what it is for another man to be born of the same woman, Sempronia; and so have a clear notion of brothers as of births, and perhaps clearer. For it I believed that Sempronia digged Titus out of the parsley bed, as they used to tell children, and thereby became his mother; and that afterwards, in the same manner, she digged Caius out of the parsley bed. I has as clear a notion of the relation of the brothers between them, as it I had all the skill of a midwife, the notion that the same woman contributed, as mother, equally to their births, though I were ignorant or mistaken in the manner of it, being that on which I grounded the relation, and that they agreed in the circumstance of birth, let it be what it will. The comparing them then in their descent from the same person, without knowing the particular circumstances of that descent, is enough to found my notion of their having, or not having, the relation of brothers. But though the ideas of particular relations are capable of being as clear and distinct in minds of those who will duly consider them as those of mixed modes, and more determinate than those of substances, yet the names belonging to the relation are often of as doubtful and uncertain signification as those of substances or mixed modes, and much more than those of simple ideas, because relative words, being the mark of this comparison, which is made only by men's thoughts, and is an idea only in men's minds, men frequently apply them to different comparisons of things according to their own imaginations, which do not always correspond with those of others using the same name. Number 20. The notion of relation is the same, whether the rule any action is compared to be true or false. Thirdly, that in these I call moral relations, I have a true notion of relation by comparing the action with the rule, whether the rule be true or false. For if I measure anything by a yard, I know whether the thing I measure be longer or shorter than that supposed yard, though perhaps the yard I measure by be not exactly the standard, which indeed is another inquiry. For though the rule be erroneous, and I mistaken in it, yet the agreement or disagreement observable in that which I compare with makes me perceive the relation, though, measuring by a wrong rule, I shall thereby be brought to judge amiss of its moral rectitude, because I have tried it by that which is not the true rule. Yet I am not mistaken in the relation which that action bears to that rule I compare it to, which is agreement or disagreement. End of section 35. Recording by Lambda.
Section 36 of an essay concerning human understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. An essay concerning human understanding by John Locke. Chapter 29. Of clear and obscure, distinct and confused ideas. 1. Ideas come clear and distinct, others obscure and confused. Having shown the original of our ideas, and taken a view of their several sorts, considered the difference between the simple and the complex, and observed how the complex ones are divided into those of modes, substances, and relations, all which I think is necessary to be done by any one who would acquaint himself thoroughly with the progress of the mind in its apprehension and knowledge of things. It will perhaps be thought I have dwelt long enough upon the examination of ideas. I must nevertheless crave leave to offer some few other considerations concerning them. The first is, that some are clear and others obscure, some distinct and others confused. 2. Clear and obscure explained by sight. The perception of the mind being most aptly explained by words relating to the sight, we shall best understand what is meant by clear and obscure in our ideas by reflecting on what we call clear and obscure in the objects of sight. Light being that which discovers to us visible objects, we give the name of obscure to that which is not placed in a light sufficient to discover minutely to us the figure and colours which are observable in it, and which, in a better light, would be discernible. In like manner, our simple ideas are clear when they are such as the objects themselves from whence they were taken did or might, in a well-ordered sensation or perception, present them. Whilst the memory retains them thus, and can produce them to the mind whenever it has occasion to consider them, They are clear ideas, so far as they either want anything of the original exactness, or have lost any of their first freshness, and are, as it were, faded or tarnished by time, so far are they obscure. Complex ideas, as they are made up of simple ones, so they are clear, when the ideas that go to their composition are clear, and the number and order of those simple ideas that are the ingredients of any complex one is determinate and certain. 3. Causes of obscurity. The causes of obscurity in simple ideas seem to be either dull organs or very slight and transient impressions made by the objects, or else a weakness in the memory, not able to retain them as received. For to return again to visible objects, to help us to apprehend this matter, if the organs or faculties of perception, like wax over-hardened with cold, will not receive the impression of the seal from the usual impulse wont to imprint it, or like wax of a temper too soft will not hold it well when well imprinted, or else supposing the wax of a temper fit, but the seal not applied with a sufficient force to make a clear impression, in any of these cases the print left by the seal will be obscure. This, I suppose, needs no application to make it plainer. 4. Distinct and confused. What? As a clear idea is that whereof the mind has such a full and evident perception, as it does receive from an outward object operating duly on a well-disposed organ, so a distinct idea is that wherein the mind perceives a difference from all other, and a confused idea is such an one as is not sufficiently distinguishable from another, from which it ought to be different. 5. Objection. If no idea be confused, but such as is not sufficiently distinguishable from another from which it should be different, it will be hard, may any one say, to find anywhere a confused idea. For let any idea be as it will, it can be no other but such as the mind perceives it to be, and that very perception sufficiently distinguishes it from all other ideas, which cannot be other, that is, different, without being perceived to be so. No idea, therefore, can be undistinguishable from another from which it ought to be different, unless you would have it different from itself, for from all other it is evidently different. 6. Confusion of ideas is in reference to their names. To remove this difficulty, and to help us to conceive aright what it is that makes the confusion ideas are at any time chargeable with, we must consider that things ranked under distinct names are supposed different enough to be distinguished, that so each sort by its peculiar name may be marked, and discoursed of apart upon any occasion, and there's nothing more evident than that the greatest part of different names are supposed to stand for different things. Now every idea a man has, being visibly what it is, and distinct from all other ideas but itself, that which makes it confused is, when it is such that it may as well be called by another name as that which it is expressed by. The difference which keeps the things, to be ranked under those very different names, distinct, and makes some of them belong rather to one and some of them to the other of those names, being left out. And so the distinction, which was intended to be kept up by those different names is quite lost. 7. Defaults which make this confusion. The defaults which usually occasion this confusion, I think, are chiefly these following. First, complex ideas made up of too few simple ones. First, when any complex idea, for it is complex ideas that are most liable to confusion, is made up of too small a number of simple ideas, and such only as are common to other things, whereby the differences that make it deserve a different name are left out. Thus, he that has an idea made up of barely the simple ones of a beast with spots has but a confused idea of a leopard, it not being thereby sufficiently distinguished from a lynx, and several other sorts of beasts that are spotted. So that such an idea, though it hath the peculiar name leopard, is not distinguishable from those designed by the names lynx or panther, and may as well come under the name lynx as leopard. How much the custom of defining of words by general terms contributes to make the ideas we would express by them confused and undetermined, I leave others to consider. This is evident, that confused ideas are such as render the use of words uncertain, and take away the benefit of distinct names. When the ideas, for which we use different names, have not a difference answerable to their distinct names, and so cannot be distinguished by them, there it is that they are truly confused. Secondly, or their simple ones jumbled disorderly together. Secondly, another fault which makes our ideas confused is when, though the particulars that make up any idea are in number enough, yet they are so jumbled together that it is not easily discernible whether it more belongs to the name that is given it than to any other. There is nothing properer to make us conceive this confusion than a sort of pictures, usually shown as surprising pieces of art, wherein the colours, as they are laid by the pencil on the table itself, mark out very odd and unusual figures, and have no discernible order in their position. This draught, thus made up of parts wherein no symmetry nor order appears, is in itself no more a confused thing than the picture of a cloudy sky, wherein, though there be as little order of colours or figures to be found, yet nobody thinks it a confused picture. What is it then that makes it be thought confused, since the want of symmetry does not? As it is plain it does not, for another draught made barely in imitation of this could not be called confused. I answer, that which makes it be thought confused is the applying it to some name to which it does no more discernibly belong than to some other, that is, when it is said to be the picture of a man or Caesar, then any one with reason counts it confused, because it is not discernible in that state to belong more to the name man or Caesar than to the name baboon or Pompey, which are supposed to stand for different ideas from those signified by man or Caesar. But when a cylindrical mirror, placed right, had reduced those irregular lines in the table into their due order and proportion, then the confusion ceases, and the eye presently sees that it is a man or Caesar, that is, that it belongs to those names, and that it is sufficiently distinguishable from a baboon or Pompey, i.e., from the ideas signified by those names. Just thus it is with our ideas, which are, as it were, the pictures of things. No one of these mental drafts, however the parts are put together, can be called confused, for they are plainly discernible as they are, till it be ranked under some ordinary name to which it cannot be discerned to belong, any more than it does to some other name of an allowed different signification. 9. Thirdly, or their simple ones, mutable and undetermined. Thirdly, a third defect that frequently gives the name of confused to our ideas is, when any one of them is uncertain and undetermined. Thus we may observe men who, not forbearing to use the ordinary words of their language till they have learned their precise signification, change the idea they make this or that term stand for, almost as often as they use it. He that does this out of uncertainty of what he should leave out or put into his idea of church or idolatry, every time he thinks of either, and holds not steady to any one precise combination of ideas that makes it up, is said to have a confused idea of idolatry or the church, though this be still for the same reason as the former, namely, because a mutable idea, if we will allow it to be one idea, cannot belong to one name rather than another, and so loses the distinction that distinct names are designed for. 10. Confusion without reference to names hardly conceivable. By what has been said, we may observe how much names, as supposed steady signs of things, and by their difference to stand for, and keep things distinct that in themselves are different, are the occasion of denominating ideas distinct or confused by a secret and unobserved reference the mind makes of its ideas to such names. This perhaps will be fuller understood after what I say of words in the third book has been read and considered. But without taking notice of such a reference of ideas to distinct names, as the signs of distinct things, it will be hard to say what a confused idea is, and therefore when a man designs by any name a sort of things, or any one particular thing, distinct from all others, the complex idea he annexes to that name is the more distinct, the more particular the ideas are, and the greater and more determinate the number and order of them is, whereof it is made up. For the more it has of these, the more it has still of the perceivable differences, whereby it is kept separate and distinct from all ideas belonging to other names, even those that approach nearest to it, and thereby all confusion with them is avoided. 11. Confusion concerns always two ideas. Confusion, making it a difficulty to separate two things that should be separated, concerns always two ideas, and those most which most approach one another. Whenever, therefore, we suspect any idea to be confused, we must examine what other it is in danger to be confused with, or which it cannot easily be separated from, and that will always be found an idea belonging to another name, and so should be a different thing, from which yet it is not sufficiently distinct, being either the same with it, or making a part of it, or at least as properly called by that name as the other it is ranked under, and so keeps not that difference from that other idea which the different names import. 12. Causes of confused ideas. This, I think, is the confusion proper to ideas, which still carries with it a secret reference to names. At least, if there be any other confusion of ideas, this is that which most of all disorders men's thoughts and discourses. Ideas, as ranked under names, being those that for the most part men reason of within themselves, and always those which they commune about with others. And therefore, where there are supposed two different ideas marked by two different names, which are not as distinguishable as the sounds that stand for them, there never fails to be confusion, and where any ideas are distinct as the ideas of these two sounds they are marked by, there can be between them no confusion. The way to prevent it is to collect and unite into one complex idea, as precisely as is possible, all those ingredients whereby it is differenced from others, and to them, so united in a determinate number and order, apply steadily the same name. But this neither accommodating men's ease or vanity, nor serving any design but that of naked truth, which is not always the thing aimed at, such exactness is rather to be wished than hoped for. And since the loose application of names to undetermined, variable, and almost no ideas, serves both to cover our own ignorance, as well as to perplex and confound others, which goes for learning and superiority in knowledge, it is no wonder that most men should use it themselves, whilst they complain of it in others. Though I think no small part of the confusion to be found in the notions of men might, by care and ingenuity, be avoided, yet I am far from concluding it everywhere wilful. Some ideas are so complex, and made up of so many parts, that the memory does not easily retain the very same precise combination of simple ideas under one name. Much less are we able constantly to divine for what precise complex idea such a name stands in another man's use of it. From the first of these follows confusion in a man's own reasonings and opinions within himself. From the latter, frequent confusion in discoursing and arguing with others. But having more at large treated of words, their defects and abuses in the following book, I shall here say no more of it. 13. Complex ideas may be distinct in one part and confused in another. Our complex ideas, being made up of collections, and so variety of simple ones, may accordingly be very clear and distinct in one part, and very obscure and confused in another. In a man who speaks of a chiliedron, or a body of 1,000 sides, the ideas of the figure may be very confused, though that of the number be very distinct, so that he, being able to discourse and demonstrate concerning that part of his complex idea which depends upon the number of 1,000, he is apt to think he has a distinct idea of a chiliedron, though it be plain he has no precise idea of its figure, so as to distinguish it by that from one that has 999 sides. The not observing whereof causes no small error in men's thoughts, and confusion in their discourses. 14. This, if not heeded, causes confusion in our arguings. He that thinks he has a distinct idea of the figure of a chiliedron, let him for trial's sake take another parcel of the same uniform matter, namely gold or wax of an equal bulk, and make it into a figure of 999 sides. He will, I doubt not, be able to distinguish these two ideas one from another by the number of sides, and reason and argue distinctly about them, whilst he keeps his thoughts and reasoning to that part only of these ideas which is contained in their numbers, as that the sides of the one could be divided into two equal numbers, and of the others not, and so on. But when he goes about to distinguish them by their figure, he will there be presently at a loss, and not able, I think, to frame in his mind two ideas, one of them distinct from the other, by the bare figure of these two pieces of gold, as he could if the same parcels of gold were made into a cube, the other a figure of 5 sides, in which incomplete ideas we are very apt to impose on ourselves and wrangle with others, especially where they have particular and familiar names. For, being satisfied in that part of the idea which we have clear, and the name which is familiar to us, being applied to the whole, containing that part also which is imperfect and obscure, we are apt to use it for that confused part, and draw deductions from it in the obscure part of its signification, as confidently as we do from the other. 15. Instance in eternity. Having frequently in our minds the name eternity, we are apt to think we have a positive, comprehensive idea of it, which is as much as to say that there is no part of that duration which is not clearly contained in our idea. It is true that he that thinks so may have a clear idea of duration. He may also have a clear idea of a very great length of duration. He may also have a clear idea of the comparison of that great one with still a greater, but it not being possible for him to include in his idea of any duration, let it be as great as it will, the whole extent together of a duration where he supposes no end. That part of his idea, which is still beyond the bounds of that large duration he represents to his own thoughts, is very obscure and undetermined, and hence it is that in disputes and reasoning concerning eternity, or any other infinite, we are very apt to blunder, and involve ourselves in manifest absurdities. 16. Infinite divisibility of matter. In matter we have no clear ideas of the smallness of parts much beyond the smallest that occur to any of our senses, and therefore when we talk of the divisibility of matter in infinitum, though we have clear ideas of division and divisibility, and have also clear ideas of parts made out of a whole by division, yet we have but very obscure and confused ideas of corpuscles or minute bodies, so to be divided when by former division they are reduced to a smallness much exceeding the perception of any of our senses. And so all that we have clear and distinct ideas of is of what division in general or abstractly is, and the relation of totum and pars, but of the bulk of the body, to be thus infinitely divided after certain progressions, I think we have no clear nor distinct idea at all. For I ask anyone, whether, taking the smallest atom of dust he ever saw, he has any distinct idea, bating still the number which concerns not extension, betwixt the 100,000th and the 1,000,000th part of it, or if he thinks he can refine his ideas to that degree without losing sight of them, let him add 10 ciphers to each of these numbers. Such a degree of smallness is not unreasonable to be supposed, since a division carried on so far brings it no nearer the end of infinite division than the first division into 2 halves does. I must confess, for my part, I have no clear distinct ideas of the different bulk or extension of those bodies, having but a very obscure one of either of them. So that, I think, when we talk of division of bodies in infinitum, our idea of their distinct bulks, which is the subject and foundation of division, comes, after a little progression, to be confounded and almost lost in obscurity. For that idea, which is to represent only bigness, must be very obscure and confused, which we cannot distinguish from one 10 times as big, but only by number. So that we have clear distinct ideas, we may say, of 10 and 1, but no distinct idea of 2 such extensions. It is plain from hence that, when we talk of infinite divisibility of body or extension, our distinct and clear ideas are only of numbers, but the clear distinct ideas of extension after some progress of division are quite lost, and of such minute parts we have no distinct ideas at all. But it returns, as all our ideas of infinite do, at last to that of number, always to be added, but thereby never amounts to any distinct idea of actual infinite parts. We have, it is true, a clear idea of division as often as we think of it, but thereby we have no more clear idea of infinite parts in matter than we have a clear idea of an infinite number, by being able still to add new numbers to my assigned numbers we have. Endless divisibility giving us no more clear and distinct idea of actually infinite parts than endless addability, if I may so speak, gives us a clear and distinct idea of an actually infinite number, they both being only in a power still of increasing the number, be it already as great as it will. So that of what remains to be added, wherein consists the infinity, we have but an obscure, imperfect, and confused idea, from or about which we can argue or reason with a certainty or clearness no more than we can in arithmetic about a number of which we have no such distinct idea as we have of 4 or 100, but only this relative obscure one, that, compared to any other, it is still bigger, and we have no more clear positive idea of it when we dropped line, than if we should say it is bigger than 40 or 4 to 400 million, having no nearer a proportion to the end of addition or number than 4. For he that adds only 4 to 4, and so proceeds, shall as soon come to the end of all addition as he that adds 400 million to 400 million. And so likewise in eternity, he that has an idea of but 4 years has as much a positive, complete idea of eternity as he that has one of 400 million of years, for what remains of eternity beyond either of these 2 numbers of years is as clear to the one as the other, that is, neither of them has any clear positive idea of it at all. For he that adds only 4 years to 4, and so on, shall as soon reach eternity as he that adds 400 million of years, and so on, or, if he please, doubles the increase as often as he will, the remaining abyss being still as far beyond the end of all these progressions as if it is from the length of a day or an hour. For nothing finite bears any proportion to infinite, and therefore our ideas, which are all finite, cannot bear any. Thus it is also in our idea of extension, when we increase it by addition, as well as when we diminish it by division, and would enlarge our thoughts to infinite space. After a few doublings of these ideas of extension, which are the largest we are accustomed to have, we lose the clear distinct idea of that space. It becomes a confusedly great one, with a surplus of still greater, about which, when we would argue or reason, we shall always find ourselves at a loss. Confused ideas in our arguings, and deductions from that part of them which is confused, always leading us into confusion. End of section 36. Reading by Malone.
Section 38 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Savannah Allday. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke, Chapter 30. Of Real and Fantastical Ideas. Number 1. Ideas considered in reference to their archetypes. Besides what we have already mentioned concerning ideas, other considerations belong to them in reference to things from whence they are taken, or which they may be supposed to represent, and thus, I think, they may come under a threefold distinction, and are, first, either real or fantastical; secondly, adequate or inadequate; thirdly, true or false. First, by real ideas, I mean such as have a foundation in nature, such as have a conformity with the real being and existence of things or with their archetypes. Fantastical or chimerical, I call such as have no foundation in nature, nor have any conformity with that reality of being to which they are tactically referred as to their archetypes. If we examine the several sorts of ideas before mentioned, we shall find that, number 2, simple ideas are all real appearances of things. First, our simple ideas are all real, all agree to the reality of things. Not that they are all of them the images or representations of what does exist, the contrary whereof, and all but the primary qualities of bodies, have been already shown. But though whiteness and coldness are no more in snow than pain is, yet those ideas of whiteness and coldness, pain and company, being in us the effects of powers in things without us, ordained by our Maker to produce in us such sensations, there are real ideas in us, whereby we distinguish the qualities that are really in things themselves. For these several appearances being designed to be the mark whereby we are to know and distinguish things which we have to do with, our ideas do as well serve us to that purpose, and are as real distinguishing characters, whether they be only constant effects, or else exact resemblances of something in the things themselves, their reality lying in that steady correspondence they have with the distinct constitutions of real beings. But whether they answer to those constitutions, as to causes or patterns, it matters not. It suffices that they are constantly produced by them. And thus our simple ideas are all real and true, because they answer and agree to those powers of things which produce them on our minds, that being all that is requisite to make them real, and not fictions at pleasure. For in simple ideas, as has been shown, the mind is wholly confined to the operation of things upon it, and can make to itself no simple idea more than what it was received. Number 3. Complex ideas are voluntary combinations. Though the mind be wholly passive in respect of its simple ideas, yet I think we may say it is not so in respect of its complex ideas. For those being combinations of simple ideas put together and united under one general name, it is plain that the mind of man uses some kind of liberty in forming those complex ideas. How else comes it to pass that one man's idea of gold or justice is different from another's, but because he has put in or left out of his some simple idea which the other has not? The question then is, which of these are real, and which barely imaginary combinations? What collections agree to the reality of things, and what not? And to this I say that, number 4, mixed modes and relations made of consistent ideas are real. Secondly, mixed modes and relations, having no other reality but what they have in the minds of men, there is nothing more required to this kind of ideas to make them real, but that they be so framed that there be a possibility of existing conformable to them. These ideas themselves, being archetypes, cannot differ from their archetypes, and so cannot be chimerical, unless anyone would jumble together in them inconsistent ideas. Indeed, as any of them have the names of a known language assigned to them, by which he that has them in his mind would signify them to others, so bare possibility of existing is not enough. They must have a conformity to the ordinary signification of the name that is given them, that they may not be thought fantastical, as if a man would give the name of justice to that idea which common use calls liberality. But this fantasticalness relates more to propriety of speech than reality of ideas. For a man to be undisturbed in danger, sedately to consider what is fittest to be done, and to execute it steadily, is the mixed mode or complex idea of an action which may exist. But to be undisturbed in danger, without using one's reason or industry, is what is also possible to be, and so is as real an idea as the other. Though the first of these, having the name courage given to it, may in respect to that name be a right or wrong idea, but the other, whilst it has not a common received name of any known language assigned to it, is not capable of any deformity, being made with no reference to anything but itself. 5. Complex ideas of substances are real, when they agree with the existence of things. Thirdly, our complex ideas of substances, being made all of them in reference to things existing without us, and intended to be representations of substances as they really are no further real than as they are such combinations of simple ideas as are really united, and coexist in things without us. On the contrary, those are fantastical which are made up of such collections of simple ideas as were really never united, never were found together in any substance, v.g. a rational creature consisting of a horse's head, joined to a body of human shape, or such as the centaurs are described, or a body yellow, very malleable, fusible, and fixed, but lighter than common water, or an uniform organized body, consisting as to sense, all of similar parts, with perception and voluntary motion joined to it. Whether such substances as these can possibly exist or no, it is probable we do not know. But be that as it will, these ideas of substances, being made conformable to no pattern existing that we know, and consisting of such collections ideas as no substance ever showed as united together, they ought to pass with us for barely imaginary, but much more those complex ideas so which contain in them any inconsistency or contradictions of their parts. End of section 37. Recording by Savannah Allday.
Section 38 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding by John Locke. Chapter 31 of Adequate and Inadequate Ideas. 1. Adequate ideas are such as perfectly represent their archetypes. Of our real ideas, some are adequate and some are inadequate. Those I call adequate, which perfectly represent those archetypes which the mind supposes them taken from, which it intends them to stand for, and to which it refers them. Inadequate ideas are such which are but a partial or incomplete representation of those archetypes to which they are referred, upon which account it is plain. 2. Adequate ideas are such as perfectly represent their archetypes. Simple ideas, all adequate. First, that all our simple ideas are adequate, because, being nothing but the effects of certain powers in things, fitted and ordained by God to produce such sensations in us, they cannot but be correspondent and adequate to those powers, and we are sure they agree to the reality of things. For if sugar produce in us the ideas which we call whiteness and sweetness, we are sure there is a power in sugar to produce those ideas in our minds, or else they could not have been produced by it. And so each sensation answering the power that operates on any of our senses, the idea so produced is a real idea, and not a fiction of the mind, which has no power to produce any simple idea, and cannot but be adequate, since it ought only to answer that power. And so all simple ideas are adequate. It is true, the things producing in us these simple ideas are but few of them denominated by us, as if they were only the causes of them, but as if those ideas were real beings in them. For, though fire be called painful to the touch, whereby is signified the power of producing in us the idea of pain, yet it is denominated also light and hot, as if light and heat were really something in the fire, more than a power to excite these ideas in us, and therefore are called qualities in or of the fire. But these being nothing in truth but powers to excite such ideas in us, I must in that sense be understood. When I speak of secondary qualities as being in things, or of their ideas as being the objects that excite them in us, such ways of speaking, though accommodated to the vulgar notions, without which one cannot be well understood, yet truly signify nothing but those powers which are in things to excite certain sensations or ideas in us. Since were no fit organs to receive the impressions fire makes on the sight and touch, nor a mind joined to those organs to receive the ideas of light and heat by those impressions from the fire or sun, there would yet be no more light or heat in the world than there would be pain if there were no sensible creature to feel it, though the sun should continue just as it is now, and Mount Etna flame higher than ever it did. Solidity and extension and the termination of it, figure, with motion and rest, whereof we have the ideas, would be really in the world as they are, whether there were any sensible being to perceive them or no. And therefore we have reason to look on those as the real modifications of matter, and such as are the exciting causes of all our various sensations from bodies. But this being an inquiry not belonging to this place, I shall enter no further into it, but proceed to show what complex ideas are adequate and what not. 3. Modes are all adequate. Secondly, our complex ideas of modes, being voluntary collections of simple ideas, which the mind puts together without reference to any real archetypes or standing patterns existing anywhere, are and cannot but be adequate ideas, because they, not being intended for copies of things really existing, but for archetypes made by the mind to rank and denominate things by, cannot want anything, they having each of them that combination of ideas, and thereby that perfection which the mind intended they should, so that the mind acquiesces in them, and can find nothing wanting. Thus, by having the idea of a figure with 3 sides meeting at 3 angles, I have a complete idea, wherein I require nothing else to make it perfect. That the mind is satisfied with the perfection of this its idea is plain, in that it does not conceive that any understanding hath, or can have, a more complete or perfect idea of that thing it signifies by the word triangle, supposing it to exist, than itself has, in that complex idea of 3 sides and 3 angles, in which is contained all that is or can be essential to it, or necessary to complete it, wherever or however it exists. But in our ideas of substances it is otherwise, for there, desiring to copy things as they really do exist, and to represent to ourselves that constitution on which all their properties depend, we perceive our ideas attain not that perfection we intend, for we find they still want something we should be glad were in them, and so are all inadequate. But mixed modes and relations, being archetypes without patterns, and so having nothing to represent but themselves, cannot but be adequate, everything being so to itself. He that at first put together the idea of danger perceived, absence of disorder from fear, sedate consideration of what was justly to be done, and executing that without disturbance or being deterred by the danger of it, had certainly in his mind that complex idea made up of that combination, and intending it to be nothing else but what it is, nor to have in it any other simple ideas but what it hath, it could not also but be an adequate idea, and laying this up in his memory, with the name courage annexed to it, to signify to others, and denominate from thence any action he should observe to agree with it, had thereby a standard to measure and denominate actions by, as they agreed to it. This idea, thus made and laid up for a pattern, must necessarily be adequate, being referred to nothing else but itself, nor made by any other original but the good liking and will of him that first made this combination. 4. Modes in reference to settled names may be inadequate. Indeed, another coming after, and in conversation learning from him the word courage, may make an idea, to which he gives the name courage, different from what the first author applied it to, and has in his mind when he uses it. And in this case, if he designs that his idea in thinking should be conformable to the other's idea, as the name he uses in speaking is conformable in sound to his from whom he learned it, his idea may be very wrong and inadequate, because in this case, making the other man's idea the pattern of his idea in thinking, as the other man's word or sound is the pattern of his in speaking, his idea is so far defective and inadequate as it is distant from the archetype and pattern he refers it to, and intends to express and signify by the name he uses for it, which name he would have to be a sign of the other man's idea, to which in its proper use it is primarily annexed, and of his own as agreeing to it, to which if his own does not exactly correspond, it is faulty and inadequate. 5. Because then means in propriety of speech to correspond to the ideas in some other mind. Therefore these complex ideas of modes, which they are referred by the mind, and intended to correspond to the ideas in the mind of some other intelligent being, expressed by the names we apply to them, they may be very deficient, wrong, and inadequate, because they agree not to that which the mind designs to be their archetype and pattern, in which respect only an idea of modes can be wrong, imperfect, or inadequate, and on this account our ideas of mixed modes are the most liable to be faulty of any other. But this refers more to proper speaking than knowing right. 16. Ideas of substances as referred to real essences, not adequate. Thirdly, What ideas we have of substances I have above shown. Now, those ideas have in the mind a double reference. 1. Sometimes they are referred to a supposed real essence of each species of things. 2. Sometimes they are only designed to be pictures and representations in the mind of things that do exist, by ideas of those qualities that are discoverable in them. In both which ways these copies of those originals and archetypes are imperfect and inadequate. First, it is usual for men to make the names of substances stand for things as supposed to have certain real essences, whereby they are of this or that species, and names standing for nothing but the ideas that are in men's minds, they must constantly refer their ideas to such real essences as to their archetypes. That men, especially such as have been bred up in the learning taught in this part of the world, do suppose certain specific essences of substances, which each individual, in its several kinds, is made conformable to and partakes of, is so far from needing proof that it will be thought strange if anyone should do otherwise, and thus they ordinarily apply the specific names they rank particular substances under to things as distinguished by such specific real essences. Who is there almost who would not take it amiss if it should be doubted whether he called himself a man, with any other meaning than as having the real essence of a man? And yet, if you demand what those real essences are, it is plain men are ignorant, and know them not. From whence it follows that the ideas they have in their minds, being referred to real essences as to archetypes which are unknown, must be so far from being adequate that they cannot be supposed to be any representation of them at all. The complex ideas we have of substances are, as it has been shown, certain collections of simple ideas that have been observed or supposed constantly to exist together. But such a complex idea cannot be the real essence of any substance, for then the properties we discover in that body would depend on that complex idea, and be deducible from it, and their necessary connection with it be known, as all properties of a triangle depend on, and, as far as they are discoverable, are deducible from the complex idea of three lines, including a space. But it is plain that in our complex ideas of substances are not contained such ideas on which all the other qualities that are to be found in them do depend. The common idea men have of iron is a body of a certain color, weight, and hardness, and a property that they look on as belonging to it is malleableness. But yet this property has no necessary connection with that complex idea, or any part of it, and there is no more reason to think that malleableness depends on that color, weight, and hardness, than that color or that weight depends on its malleableness. And yet, though we know nothing of these real essences, there is nothing more ordinary than that men should attribute the sorts of things to such essences. The particular parcel of matter, which makes the ring I have on my finger, is forwardly by most men supposed to have a real essence, whereby it is gold, and from whence those qualities flow which I find in it, namely, its peculiar color, weight, hardness, fusibility, fixedness, and change of color upon a slight touch of mercury, and so on. This essence, from which all these properties flow, when I inquire into it and search after it, I plainly perceive I cannot discover. The furthest I can go is only to presume that, it being nothing but body, its real essence or internal constitution, on which these qualities depend, can be nothing but the figure, size, and connection of its solid parts, of neither of which, having any distinct perception at all, can I have any idea of its essence, which is the cause that it has that particular shining yellowness, a greater weight than anything I know of the same bulk, and a fitness to have its colour changed by the touch of quicksilver. If any one will say that the real essence and internal constitution, on which these properties depend, is not the figure, size, arrangement, or connection of its solid parts, but something else, called its particular form, I am further from having any idea of its real essence than I was before. For I have an idea of figure, size, and situation of solid parts in general, though I have none of the particular figure, size, or putting together of parts, whereby the qualities above mentioned are produced, which qualities I find in that particular parcel of matter that is on my finger, and not in any other parcel of matter with which I cut the pen I write with. But when I am told that something besides the figure, size, and posture of the solid parts of that body in its essence, something called substantial form, of that I confess I have no idea at all, but only of the sound form, which is far enough from an idea of its real essence or connection. Like the ignorance as I have of the real essence of this particular substance, I have also of the real essence of all other natural ones, of which essences, I confess, I have no distinct ideas at all, and I am apt to suppose others, when they examine their own knowledge, will find in themselves, in this one point, the same sort of ignorance. 7. Because men know not the real essence of substances. Now then, when men apply to this particular parcel of matter on my finger a general name already in use, and denominate it gold, do they not ordinarily, or are they not understood to give it that name, as belonging to a particular species of bodies, having a real internal essence, by having of which essence this particular substance comes to be of that species, and to be called by that name? If it be so, as it is plain it is, the name by which things are marked as having that essence must be referred primarily to that essence, and consequently the idea to which that name is given must be referred also to that essence, and be intended to represent it. Which essence, since they who so use the names know not, their ideas of substances must be all inadequate in that respect, as not containing in them that real essence which the mind intends they should. 8. Ideas of substances, when regarded as collections of their qualities, are all inadequate. Secondly, those who, neglecting that useless supposition of unknown real essences, whereby they are distinguished, endeavor to copy the substances that exist in the world by putting together the ideas of those sensible qualities which are found coexisting in them, though they come much nearer a likeness of them than those who imagine they know not what real specific essences, yet they arrive not at perfectly adequate ideas of those substances they would thus copy into their minds. Nor do those copies exactly and fully contain all that is to be found in their archetypes, because those qualities and powers of substances, whereof we make their complex ideas, are so many and various, that no man's complex idea contains them all. that our complex ideas of substances do not contain in them all the simple ideas that are united in the things themselves is evident in that men do rarely put into their complex idea of any substance all the simple ideas they do know to exist in it, because, endeavoring to make the signification of their names as clear and as little cumbersome as they can, they make their specific ideas of the sorts of substance, for the most part, of a few of those simple ideas which are to be found in them, but these having no original precedency or right to be put in, and make the specific idea more than others that are left out, it is plain that both these ways our ideas of substances are deficient and inadequate. The simple ideas, whereof we make our complex ones of substances, are all of them, bating only the figure and bulk of some sorts, powers, which, being relations to other substances, we can never be sure that we know all the powers that are in any one body, till we have tried what changes it is fitted to give to or receive from other substances in their several ways of application, which being impossible to be tried upon any one body, much less upon all, it is impossible we should have adequate ideas of any substance made up of a collection of all its properties. 9. Their powers usually make up our complex ideas of substances. Whosoever first lighted on a parcel of that sort of substance we denote by the word gold, could not rationally take the bulk and figure he observed in that lump to depend on its real essence or internal constitution. Therefore, those never went into his idea of that species of body, but its peculiar colour, perhaps, and weight, were the first he abstracted from it, to make the complex idea of that species, which both are but powers, the one to affect our eyes after such a manner, and to produce in us that idea we call yellow, and the other to force upwards any other body of equal bulk, they being put into a pair of equal scales, one against another. Another perhaps added to these the ideas of fusibility and fixedness, two other passive powers in relation to the operation of fire upon it. Another, its ductility and solubility in aqua regia, two other powers relating to the operation of other bodies in changing its outward figure or separation of it into insensible parts. These, or parts of these, put together, usually make the complex idea in men's minds of that sort of body we call gold. 10. Substances have innumerable powers not contained in our complex ideas of them. But no one who hath considered the properties of bodies in general, or this sort in particular, can doubt that this, called gold, has infinite other properties not contained in that complex idea. Some who have examined this species more accurately could, I believe, enumerate 10 times as many properties in gold, all of them as inseparable from its internal constitution as its color or weight. And it is probable, if any one knew all the properties that are by divers men known of this metal, there would be 100 times as many ideas go to the complex idea of gold as any one man yet has in his, and yet perhaps that not be the 1,000th part of what is to be discovered in it. The changes that one body is apt to receive, and make in other bodies, upon a due application, exceeding far not only what we know, but what we are apt to imagine. which will not appear so much a paradox to anyone who will but consider how far men are yet from knowing all the properties of that one, no very compound figure, a triangle, though it be no small number that are already by mathematicians discovered of it. 11. Ideas of substances, being got only by collecting their qualities, are all inadequate. So that all our complex ideas of substances are imperfect and inadequate, which would be so also in mathematical figures, if we were to have our complex ideas of them only by collecting their properties in reference to other figures. How uncertain and imperfect would our ideas be of an ellipsis if we had no other idea of it but some few of its properties, whereas, having in our plain idea the whole essence of that figure, we from thence discover those properties and demonstratively see how they flow and are inseparable from it. 12. Simple ideas, word in Greek, and adequate. Thus the mind has three sorts of abstract ideas or nominal essences. First, simple ideas, which are, word in Greek, or copies, but yet certainly adequate, because, being intended to express nothing but the power in things to produce in the mind such a sensation, that sensation, when it is produced, cannot but be the effect of that power. So the paper I write on, having the power in the light, I speak according to the common notion of light, to produce in men the sensation which I call white, it cannot but be the effect of such a power in something without the mind, since the mind has not the power to produce any such idea in itself, and being meant for nothing else but the effect of such a power, that simple idea is, words missing, the sensation of white in my mind, being the effect of that power which is in the paper to produce it, is perfectly adequate to that power, or else that power would produce a different idea. 13. Ideas of substances are ekthepa and inadequate. Secondly, the complex ideas of substances are ektypes, copies too, but not perfect ones, not adequate, which is very evident to the mind, in that it plainly perceives that whatever collection of simple ideas it makes of any substance that exists, it cannot be sure that it exactly answers all that are in that substance, since, not having tried all the operations of all other substances upon it, and found all the alterations it would receive from or cause in other substances, it cannot have an exact, adequate collection of all its active and passive capacities, and so not have an adequate complex idea of the powers of any substance existing and its relations, which is that sort of complex idea of substances we have. And, after all, if we would have, and actually had, in our complex idea, an exact collection of all the secondary qualities or powers of any substance, we should not yet thereby have an idea of the essence of that thing. For, since the powers or qualities that are observable by us are not the real essence of that substance, but depend on it and flow from it, any collection whatsoever of these qualities cannot be the real essence of that thing, whereby it is plain that our ideas of substances are not adequate, are not what the mind intends them to be. Besides, a man has no idea of substance in general, nor knows what substance is in itself. 14. Ideas of modes and relations are archetypes, and cannot be adequate. Thirdly, complex ideas of modes and relations are originals, and archetypes are not copies nor made after the pattern of any real existence to which the mind intends them to be conformable and exactly to answer. These being such collections of simple ideas that the mind itself puts together, and such collections that each of them contains in it precisely all that the mind intends that it should, they are archetypes and essences of modes that may exist, and so are designed only for and belong only to such modes as, when they do exist, have an exact conformity with those complex ideas. The ideas, therefore, of modes and relations cannot but be inadequate. End of section 38. Reading by Malone. Section 39 of an essay concerning human understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. An essay concerning human understanding by John Locke. Chapter 32 of True and False Ideas. 1. Truth and falsehood properly belong to propositions, not to ideas. Though truth and falsehood belong, in propriety of speech, only to propositions, yet ideas are ofttimes termed true or false, as what words are there that are not used with great latitude, and with some deviation from their strict and proper significations. Though I think that when ideas themselves are termed true or false, there is still some secret or tacit proposition, which is the foundation of that denomination. As we shall see, if we examine the particular occasions wherein they come to be called true or false. In all which we shall find some kind of affirmation or negation, which is the reason of that determination. For our ideas, being nothing but bare appearances or perceptions in our minds, cannot properly and simply in themselves be said to be true or false, no more than a single name of anything can be said to be true or false. 2. Ideas and words may be said to be true, inasmuch as they are really ideas and words. Indeed, both ideas and words may be said to be true, in a metaphysical sense of the word truth, as all other things that anyway exist are said to be true, that is, really to be such as they exist. Though in things called true, even in that sense, there is perhaps a secret reference to our ideas, looked upon as the standards of that truth, which amounts to a mental proposition, though it be usually not taken notice of. 3. No idea, as an appearance in the mind, either true or false. But it is not in that metaphysical sense of truth which we inquire here, when we examine whether our ideas are capable of being true or false, but in the more ordinary acceptation of those words. And so I say that the ideas in our minds, being only so many perceptions or appearances there, none of them are false. The idea of a centaur having no more falsehood in it when it appears in our minds than the name centaur has falsehood in it when it is pronounced by our mouths or written on paper. For truth or falsehood, lying always in some affirmation or negation, mental or verbal, our ideas are not capable of any of them of being false, till the mind passes some judgment on them, that is, affirms or denies something of them. 4. Ideas referred to anything extraneous to them may be true or false. Whenever the mind refers any of its ideas to anything extraneous to them, they are then capable to be called true or false, because the mind, in such a reference, makes a tacit supposition of their conformity to that thing, which supposition, as it happens to be true or false, so the ideas themselves come to be denominated. The most usual cases wherein this happens are these following. 5. Other men's ideas, real existence, and supposed real essences are what men usually refer their ideas to. First, when the mind supposes any idea it has conformable to that in other men's minds, called by the same common name, namely when the mind intends or judges its ideas of justice, temperance, religion, to be the same with what other men give these names to. Secondly, when the mind supposes any idea it has in itself to be conformable to some real existence. Thus the two ideas of a man and a centaur, supposed to be the ideas of real substances, are the one true and the other false, the one having a conformity to what has really existed, the other not. Thirdly, when the mind refers any of its ideas to that real constitution and essence of anything, whereon all its properties depend, and thus the greatest part, if not all our ideas of substances, are false. 6. The cause of such reference. These suppositions the mind is very apt tacitly to make concerning its own ideas. But yet, if we will examine it, we shall find it is chiefly, if not only, concerning its abstract, complex ideas. For the natural tendency of the mind being towards knowledge, and finding that if it should proceed by and dwell upon only particular things, its progress would be very slow, and its work endless. Therefore, to shorten its way to knowledge, and make each perception more comprehensive, the first thing it does, as the foundation of the easier enlarging its knowledge, either by contemplation of the things themselves that it would know, or conference with others about them, is to bind them into bundles, and rank them so into sorts, that what knowledge it gets of any of them, it may thereby, with assurance, extend to all of that sort, and so advance by larger steps in that which is its great business, knowledge. This, as I have elsewhere shown, is the reason why we collect things under comprehensive ideas, with names annexed to them, into genera and species, that is, into kinds and sorts. 7. Names of things supposed to carry in them knowledge of their essences. If, therefore, we will warily attend to the motions of the mind, and observe what course it usually takes in its way to knowledge, we shall, I think, find that the mind, having got an idea which it thinks may have use of either in contemplation or discourse, the first thing it does is to abstract it, and then get a name to it, and so lay it up in its storehouse. The memory, as containing the essence of a sort of things, of which that name is always to be the mark. Hence it is that we may often observe that when any one sees a new thing of a kind that he knows not, he presently asks what it is, meaning by that inquiry nothing but the name, as if the name carried with it the knowledge of the species or the essence of it, whereof it is indeed used as the mark, and is generally supposed annexed to it. 8. How men suppose that their ideas must correspond to things, and to the customary meanings of names. But this abstract idea, being something in the mind, between the thing that exists and the name that is given to it, it is in our ideas that both the rightness of our knowledge and the propriety and intelligibleness of our speaking consists, and hence it is that men are so forward to suppose that the abstract ideas they have in their minds are such as agree to the things existing without them, to which they are referred, and are the same also to which the names they give them do by the use and propriety of that language belong. For without this double conformity of their ideas, they find that they should both think amiss of things in themselves, and talk of them unintelligibly to others. 9. Simple ideas may be false, in reference to others of the same name, but are least liable to be so. First, then, I say, that when the truth of our ideas is judged of by the conformity they have to the ideas which other men have, and commonly signify by the same name, they may be any of them false. But yet simple ideas are least of all liable to be so mistaken, because a man, by his senses and every day's observation, may easily satisfy himself what the simple ideas are, which their several names that are in common use stand for, they being but few in number, and such as, if he doubts or mistakes in, he may easily rectify by the objects they are to be found in. Therefore it is seldom that any one mistakes in his names of simple ideas, or applies the name red to the idea green, or the name sweet to the idea bitter. Much less are men apt to confound the names of ideas belonging to different senses, and call a colour by the name of a taste, and so on. Whereby it is evident that the simple ideas they call by any name are commonly the same that others have, and mean, when they use the same names. 10. Ideas of mixed modes most liable to be false in this sense. Complex ideas are much more liable to be false in this respect, and the complex ideas of mixed modes much more than those of substances, because in substances, especially those which the common and unborrowed names of any language are applied to, some remarkable sensible qualities, serving ordinarily to distinguish one sort from another, easily preserve those who take any care in the use of their words from applying them to sorts of substances to which they do not at all belong. But in mixed modes we are much more uncertain, it being not so easy to determine of several actions whether they are to be called justice or cruelty, liberality or prodigality, and so in referring our ideas to those of other men, called by the same names, ours may be false, and the idea in our minds, which we express by the word justice, may perhaps be that which ought to have another name. 11. Or at least to be thought false. But whether or no our ideas of mixed modes are more liable than any sort to be different from those of other men, which are marked by the same names, this at least is certain, that this sort of falsehood is much more familiarly attributed to our ideas of mixed modes than to any other. When a man is thought to have a false idea of justice, or gratitude, or glory, it is for no other reason but that his agrees not with the ideas which each of those names are the signs of in other men. 12. And why? The reason whereof seems to me to be this, that the abstract ideas of mixed modes, being men's voluntary combinations of such a precise collection of simple ideas, and so the essence of each species being made by men alone, whereof we have no other sensible standard existing anywhere but the name itself, or the definition of that name, we, having nothing else to refer these our ideas of mixed modes to, as a standard to which we would conform them, but the ideas of those who are thought to use those names in their most proper significations, and so as our ideas conform or differ from them, they pass for true or false. And thus much concerning the truth and falsehood of our ideas in reference to their names. 13. As referred to real existence, none of our ideas can be false but those of substances. Secondly, as to the truth and falsehood of our ideas in reference to the real existence of things, when that is made the standard of their truth, none of them can be termed false, but only our complex ideas of substances. 14. First, simple ideas in this sense, not false, and why? First, our simple ideas, being barely such perceptions as God has fitted us to receive, and given power to external objects to produce in us by established laws and ways, suitable to his wisdom and goodness, though incomprehensible to us, their truth consists in nothing else but in such appearances as are produced in us, and must be suitable to those powers he has placed in external objects, or else they could not be produced in us. And thus answering those powers, they are what they should be, true ideas, nor do they become liable to any imputation of falsehood, if the mind, as in most men I believe it does, judges these ideas to be in the things themselves. For God, in his wisdom, having set them as marks of distinction in things, whereby we may be able to discern one thing from another, and so choose any one of them for our uses as we have occasion, it alters not the nature of our simple ideas, whether we think that the idea of blue be in the violet itself, or in our mind only, and only the power of producing it by the texture of its parts, reflecting the particles of light after a certain manner, to be in the violet itself. For that texture in the object, by a regular and constant operation, producing the same idea of blue in us, it serves us to distinguish by our eyes that from any other thing, whether that distinguishing mark, as it is really in the violet, be only a peculiar texture of parts, or else that very colour, the idea whereof, which is in us, is the exact resemblance, and it is equally from that appearance to be denominated blue, whether it be that real colour, or only a peculiar texture in it, that causes in us that idea, since the name blue notes properly nothing but that mark of distinction that is in a violet, discernible only by our eyes, whatever it consists in, that being beyond our capacities distinctly to know, and perhaps would be of less use to us if we had faculties to discern. 15. Though one man's idea of blue should be different from another's, neither would it carry any imputation of falsehood to our simple ideas, if, by the different structure of our organs, it were so ordered that the same object should produce in several men's minds different ideas at the same time. Namely, if the idea that a violet produced in one man's mind by his eyes were the same that a marigold produced in another man's, and vice versa. For, since this could never be known, because one man's mind could not pass into another man's body to perceive what appearances were produced by those organs, neither the ideas hereby nor the names would be at all confounded, or any falsehood be in either. For all things that had the texture of a violet, producing constantly the idea that he called blue, and those which had the texture of a marigold, producing constantly the idea which he constantly called yellow, whatever those appearances were in his mind, he would be able as regularly to distinguish things for his use by those appearances, and understand and signify those distinctions marked by the name blue and yellow, as if the appearances or ideas in his mind received from those two flowers were exactly the same with the ideas in other men's minds. I am nevertheless very apt to think that the sensible ideas produced by any object in different men's minds are most commonly very near and undiscernibly alike, for which opinion I think there might be many reasons offered, but that being besides my present business, I shall not trouble my reader with them, but only mind him that the contrary supposition, if it could be proved, is of little use, either for the improvement of our knowledge or conveniency of life, and so we need not trouble ourselves to examine it. 16. Simple ideas can none of them be false in respect of real existence. From what has been said concerning our simple ideas, I think it evident that our simple ideas can none of them be false in respect of things existing without us. For the truth of these appearances or perceptions in our minds, consisting, as has been said, only in their being answerable to the powers in external objects to produce by our senses such appearances in us, and each of them being in the mind such as it is, suitable to the power that produced it, and which alone it represents, it cannot upon that account, or as referred to such a pattern, be false. Blue and yellow, bitter or sweet, can never be false ideas. These perceptions in the mind are just such as they are there, answering the powers appointed by God to produce them, and so are truly what they are, and are intended to be. Indeed, the names may be misapplied, but that in this respect makes no falsehood in the ideas, as if a man ignorant in the English tongue should call purple scarlet. 17. Secondly, modes not false cannot be false in reference to essences of things. Secondly, neither can our complex ideas of modes in reference to the essence of anything really existing be false, because whatever complex ideas I have of any mode, it hath no reference to any pattern existing and made by nature. It is not supposed to contain in it any other ideas than what it hath, nor to represent anything but such a complication of ideas as it does. Thus, when I have the idea of such an action of a man who forbears to afford himself such meat, drink, and clothing, and other conveniences of life, as his riches and estate will be sufficient to supply, and his station requires, I have no false idea, but such an one as represents an action, either as I find or imagine it, and so is capable of neither truth nor falsehood. But when I give the name frugality or virtue to this action, then it may be called a false idea, if thereby it be supposed to agree with that idea to which, in propriety of speech, the name of frugality doth belong, or to be conformable to that law which is the standard of virtue and vice. 18. Thirdly, ideas of substances may be false in reference to existing things. Thirdly, our complex ideas of substances, being all referred to patterns in things themselves, may be false. That they are all false, when looked upon as the representations of the unknown essences of things, is so evident that there needs nothing to be said of it. I shall therefore pass over that chimerical supposition, and consider them as collections of simple ideas in the mind, taken from combinations of simple ideas existing together constantly in things, of which patterns they are the supposed copies, and in this reference of them to the existence of things, they are false ideas. 1. When they put together simple ideas, which in the real existence of things have no union, as when to the shape and size that exist together in a horse is joined in the same complex idea the power of barking like a dog, which three ideas, however put together into one in the mind, were never united in nature, and this, therefore, may be called a false idea of a horse. 2. Ideas of substances are, in this respect, also false, when, from any collection of simple ideas that do always exist together, there is separated, by a direct negation, any other simple idea which is constantly joined with them. Thus, if to extension, solidity, fusibility, the peculiar weightiness and yellow colour of gold, any one join in his thoughts the negation of a greater degree of fixedness than is in lead or copper, he may be said to have a false complex idea, as well as when he joins to those other simple ones the idea of perfect absolute fixedness. For either way, the complex idea of gold, being made up of such simple ones as have no union in nature, may be termed false. But if he leaves out of this his complex idea, that of fixedness, quite, without either actually joining to or separating it from the rest in his mind, it is, I think, to be looked on as an inadequate and imperfect idea rather than a false one, since, though it contains not all the simple ideas that are united in nature, yet it puts none together but what do really exist together. 19. Truth or falsehood always supposes affirmation or negation. Though, in compliance with the ordinary way of speaking, I have shown in what sense and upon what ground our ideas may be sometimes called true or false, yet if we will look a little nearer into the matter, in all cases where any idea is called true or false, it is from some judgment that the mind makes, or is supposed to make, that is true or false. For truth or falsehood, being never without some affirmation or negation, express or tacit, it is not to be found but where signs are joined or separated, according to the agreement or disagreement of the things they stand for. The signs we chiefly use are either ideas or words, wherewith we make either mental or verbal propositions. Truth lies in so joining or separating these representatives as the things they stand for do in themselves agree or disagree, and falsehood in the contrary, as shall be more fully shown hereafter. 20. Ideas in themselves neither true nor false. Any idea, then, which we have in our minds, whether conformable or not to the existence of things, or to any idea in the minds of other men, cannot properly for this alone be called false. For these representations, if they have nothing in them but what is really existing in things without, cannot be thought false, being exact representations of something, nor yet if they have anything in them differing from the reality of things, can they properly be said to be false representations, or ideas of things they do not represent. But the mistake and falsehood is 21. But are false, 1. When judged agreeable to other men's idea, without being so. First, when the mind, having any idea, it judges and concludes it the same that is in other men's minds, signified by the same name, or that it is conformable to the ordinary received signification or definition of that word, when indeed it is not, which is the most usual mistake in mixed modes, though other ideas also are liable to it. 22. Secondly, when judged to agree to real existence, when they do not. 2. When it, having a complex idea made up of such a collection of simple ones as nature never puts together, it judges it to agree to a species of creatures really existing, as when it joins the weight of tin to the colour, fusibility, and fixedness of gold. 23. Thirdly, when judged adequate without being so. 3. When in its complex idea it has united a certain number of simple ideas that do really exist together in some sort of creatures, but has also left out others as much inseparable. It judges this to be a perfect, complete idea of a sort of things which really it is not, namely, having joined the ideas of substance, yellow, malleable, most heavy, and fusible, it takes that complete idea to be the complete idea of gold, when yet its peculiar fixedness and solubility in aqua regia are as inseparable from those other ideas or qualities of that body as they are one from another. 24. Fourthly, when judged to represent the real essence. 4. The mistake is yet greater when I judge that this complex idea contains in it the real essence of any body existing, when at least it contains but some few of those properties which flow from its real essence and constitution. I say only some few of those properties, for those properties, consisting mostly in the active and passive powers it has in reference to other things, all that are vulgarly known of any one body, of which the complex idea of that kind of things is usually made, are but a very few, in comparison of what a man that has several ways tried and examined it knows of that one sort of things, and all that the most expert man knows are but a few, in comparison of what are really in that body, and depend on its internal or essential constitution. The essence of a triangle lies in a very little compass, consists in a very few ideas. 3 lines, including a space, make up that essence, but the properties that flow from this essence are more than can be easily known or enumerated. So I imagine it is in substances. Their real essences lie in a little compass, though the properties flowing from that internal constitution are endless. 25. Ideas when called false. To conclude, a man having no notion of anything without him, but by the idea he has of it in his mind, which idea he has a power to call by what name he pleases, he may indeed make an idea neither answering the reason of things, nor agreeing to the idea commonly signified by other people's words, but cannot make a wrong or false idea of a thing which is no otherwise known to him but by the idea he has of it. Namely, when I frame an idea of the legs, arms, and body of a man, and join to this a horse's head and neck, I do not make a false idea of anything, because it represents nothing without me. But when I call it a man or Tartar, and imagine it to represent some real being without me, or to be the same idea that others call by the same name, in either of these cases I may err, and upon this account it is that it comes to be termed a false idea, though indeed the falsehood lies not in the idea, but in that tacit mental proposition, wherein a conformity and resemblance is attributed to it, which it has not. But yet, if, having framed such an idea in my mind, without thinking either that existence or the name man or Tartar belongs to it, I will call it man or Tartar, I may be justly thought fantastical in the naming, but not erroneous in my judgment, nor the idea any way false. 26. More properly to be called right or wrong. Upon the whole matter, I think that our ideas, as they are considered by the mind, either in reference to the proper signification of their names, or in reference to the reality of things, may very fitly be called right or wrong ideas, according as they agree or disagree to those patterns to which they are referred. But if any one had rather call them true or false, it is fit he uses a liberty, which every one has, to call things by those names he thinks best, though in propriety of speech, truth or falsehood will, I think, scarce agree to them, but as they, some way or other, virtually contain in them some mental proposition. The ideas that are in a man's mind, simply considered, cannot be wrong, unless complex ones, wherein inconsistent parts are jumbled together. All other ideas are in themselves right, and the knowledge about them right and true knowledge. But when we come to refer them to anything, as to their patterns and archetypes, then they are capable of being wrong, as far as they disagree with such archetypes. End of section 39. Reading by Malone.
Section 40 of an essay concerning human understanding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An essay concerning human understanding by John Locke. Chapter 33 of the Association of Ideas. 1. Something unreasonable in most men. There is scarce anyone that does not observe something that seems odd to him, and is in itself really extravagant, in the opinions, reasonings, and actions of other men. The least flaw of this kind, if at all different from his own, every one is quick-sighted enough to espy in another, and will, by the authority of reason, forwardly condemn, though he be guilty of much greater unreasonableness in his own tenets and conduct, which he never perceives, and will very hardly, if at all, be convinced of. 2. Not wholly from self-love. This proceeds not wholly from self-love, though that has often a great hand in it. Men of fair minds, and not given up to the overweening of self-flattery, are frequently guilty of it, and, in many cases, one with amazement hears the arguings, and is astonished at the obstinacy of a worthy man, who yields not to the evidence of reason, though laid before him as clear as daylight. 3. Not from education. This sort of unreasonableness is usually imputed to education and prejudice, and for the most part truly enough, though that reaches not the bottom of the disease, nor shows distinctly enough whence it rises, or wherein it lies. Education is often rightly assigned for the cause, and prejudice is a good general name for the thing itself. But yet I think he ought to look a little further, who would trace this sort of madness to the root it springs from, and so explain it, as to show whence this flaw has its original in very sober and rational minds, and wherein it consists. 4. A degree of madness found in most men. I shall be pardoned for calling it by so harsh a name as madness, when it is considered that opposition to reason deserves that name, and is really madness. And there is scarce a man so free from it, but that if he should always, on all occasions, argue or do as in some cases he constantly does, would not be thought fitter for Bedlam than civil conversation. I do not here mean when he is under the power of an unruly passion, but in the steady calm course of his life. That which will yet more apologize for this harsh name, an ungrateful imputation on the greatest part of mankind, is, that inquiring a little by the by into the nature of madness, Book 2, Chapter 11, Section 13, I found it to spring from the very same root, and to depend on the very same cause we are here speaking of. This consideration of the thing itself, at a time when I thought not the least on the subject which I am now treating of, suggested it to me. And if this be a weakness to which all men are so liable, if this be a taint which so universally infects mankind, the greater care should be taken to lay it open under its due name, thereby to excite the greater care in its prevention and cure. 5. From a wrong connection of ideas. Some of our ideas have a natural correspondence and connection one with another. It is the office and excellency of our reason to trace these, and hold them together in that union and correspondence which is founded in their peculiar beings. Besides these, there is another connection of ideas, wholly owing to chance or custom. Ideas that in themselves are not all of kin, come to be so united in some men's minds, that it is very hard to separate them. They always keep in company, and the one no sooner at any time comes into the understanding, but its associate appears with it. And if they are more than two which are thus united, the whole gang, always inseparable, show themselves together. 6. This connection made by custom. This strong combination of ideas, not allied by nature, the mind makes in itself either voluntarily or by chance, and hence it comes in different men to be very different, according to their different inclinations, education, interests, and so on. Custom settles habits of thinking in the understanding, as well as of determining in the will, and of motions in the body, all which seems to be but trains of motions in the animal spirits, which, once set a-going, continue in the same steps they have been used to, which, by often treading, are worn into a smooth path, and the motion in it becomes easy, and, as it were, natural. As far as we can comprehend thinking, thus ideas seem to be produced in our minds; or, if they are not, this may serve to explain their following one another in a habitual train, when once they are put into their track, as well as it does to explain such motions of the body. A musician used to any tune will find that, let it but once begin in his head, the ideas of the several notes of it will follow one another orderly in his understanding, without any care or attention, as regularly as his fingers move orderly over the keys of the organ to play out the tune he has begun, though his unattentive thoughts be elsewhere a-wandering. Whether the natural cause of these ideas, as well as of that regular dancing of his fingers, be the motion of his animal spirits, I will not determine, how probable soever by this instance it appears to be so; but this may help us a little to conceive of intellectual habits and of the tying together of ideas. 7. Some antipathies, an effect of it. That there are such associations of them made by custom in the minds of most men, I think nobody will question, who has well considered himself or others; and to this perhaps might be justly attributed most of the sympathies and antipathies observable in men, which work as strongly and produce as regular effects as if they were natural, and are therefore called so, though they at first had no other original but the accidental connection of two ideas, which, either the strength of the first impression, or future indulgence so united, that they always afterwards kept company together in that man's mind, as if they were but one idea. I say most of the antipathies, I do not say all, for some of them are truly natural, depend upon our original constitution, and are born with us. But a great part of those which are counted natural would have been known to be from unheeded, though perhaps early impressions, or wanton fancies at first, which would have been acknowledged the original of them, if they had been warily observed. A grown person surfeiting with honey no sooner hears the name of it, but his fancy immediately carries sickness and qualms to his stomach, and he cannot bear the very idea of it. Other ideas of dislike and sickness and vomiting presently accompany it, and he is disturbed. But he knows from whence to date this weakness, and can tell how he got this indisposition. Had this happened to him by an overdose of honey when a child, all the same effects would have followed. But the cause would have been mistaken, and the antipathy counted natural. 8. Influence of association to be watched educating young children. I mention this, not out of any great necessity there is in this present argument to distinguish nicely between natural and acquired antipathies, but I take notice of it for another purpose, namely that those who have children, or the charge of their education, would think it worth their while diligently to watch, and carefully to prevent, the undue connection of ideas in the minds of young people. This is a time most susceptible of lasting impressions, and though those relating to the health of the body are by discreet people minded and fenced against, yet I am apt to doubt that those which relate more peculiarly to the mind, and terminate in the understanding or passions, have been much less heeded than the thing deserves. Nay, those relating purely to the understanding have, as I suspect, been by most men wholly overlooked. 9. Wrong connection of ideas, a great cause of errors. This wrong connection in our minds of ideas in themselves, loose and independent of one another, has such an influence, and is of so great force to set us awry in our actions, as well moral as natural, passions, reasonings, and notions themselves, that perhaps there is not any one thing that deserves more to be looked after. 10. An instance. The ideas of goblins and sprites have really no more to do with darkness than light. Yet let but a foolish maid inculcate these often on the mind of a child, and raise them there together, possibly he shall never be able to separate them again, so long as he lives, but darkness shall ever afterwards bring with it those frightful ideas, and they shall be so joined that he can no more bear the one than the other. 11. Another instance. A man receives a sensible injury from another, thinks on the man and that action over and over, and by ruminating on them strongly or much in his mind, so cements those two ideas together that he makes them almost one, never thinks on the man, but the pain and displeasure he suffered comes into his mind with it, so that he scarce distinguishes them, but has as much an aversion for the one as the other, Thus hatreds are often begotten from slight and innocent occasions, and quarrels propagated and continued in the world. 12. A third instance. A man has suffered pain or sickness in any place. He saw his friend die in such a room. Though these have in nature nothing to do one with another, yet when the idea of the place occurs to his mind, it brings, the impression being once made, that of the pain and displeasure with it. He confounds them in his mind, and can as little bear the one as the other. 13. Why time cures some disorders in the mind, which reason cannot cure. When this combination is settled, and while it lasts, it is not in the power of reason to help us and relieve us from the effects of it. Ideas in our minds, when they are there, will operate according to their natures and circumstances. And here we see the cause why time cures certain affections, which reason, though in the right and allowed to be so, has no power over, nor is able against them to prevail with those who are apt to hearken to it in other cases. The death of a child, that was the daily delight of its mother's eyes and joy of her soul, rends from her heart the whole comfort of her life, and gives her all the torment imaginable. Use the consolations of reason in this case, and you were as good preach ease to one on the rack, and hope to allay, by rational discourses, the pain of his joints tearing asunder. Till time has by disuse separated the sense of that enjoyment and its loss from the idea of the child returning to her memory, all representations, though ever so reasonable, are in vain; and therefore some, in whom the union between these ideas is never dissolved, spend their lives in mourning, and carry an incurable sorrow to their graves. 14. Another instance of the effect of the association of ideas. A friend of mine knew one perfectly cured of madness by a very harsh and offensive operation. The gentleman who was thus recovered, with great sense of gratitude and acknowledgment, owned the cure all his life after, as the greatest obligation he could have received. But, whatever gratitude and reason suggested to him, he could never bear the sight of the operator. That image brought back with it the idea of that agony which he suffered from his hands, which was too mighty and intolerable for him to endure. 15. More instances. Many children, imputing the pain they endure at school to their books they were corrected for, so join those ideas together, that a book becomes their aversion, and they are never reconciled to the study and use of them all their lives after, and thus reading becomes a torment to them, which otherwise possibly they might have made the great pleasure of their lives. There are rooms convenient enough that some men cannot study in, and fashions of vessels which, though ever so clean and commodious, they cannot drink out of, and that by reason of some accidental ideas which are next to them, and make them offensive. And who is there that hath not observed some man to flag at the appearance, or in the company of some certain person, not otherwise superior to him, but because, having once on some occasion got the ascendant, the idea of authority and distance goes along with that of the person, and he that has been thus subjected is not able to separate them. 16. A curious instance. Instances of this kind are so plentiful everywhere, that if I add one more it is only for the pleasant oddness of it. It is of a young gentleman, who, having learnt to dance, and that to great perfection, there happened to stand an old trunk in the room where he learned. The idea of this remarkable piece of household stuff had so mixed itself with the turns and steps of all his dances, that though in that chamber he could dance excellently well, yet it was only whilst that trunk was there. Nor could he perform well in any other place, unless that or some such other trunk had its due position in the room. If this story shall be suspected to be dressed up with some comical circumstances, a little beyond precise nature, I answer for myself that I had it some years since from a very sober and worthy man, upon his own knowledge as I report it; and I dare say there are very few inquisitive persons who read this, who have not met with accounts, if not examples, of this nature that may parallel, or at least justify this. 17. Influence of association on intellectual habits. Intellectual habits and defects, this way contracted, are not less frequent and powerful, though less observed. Let the ideas of being and matter be strongly joined, either by education or much thought. Whilst these are still combined in the mind, what notions, what reasonings will there be about separate spirits? Let custom from the very childhood have joined figure and shape to the idea of God, and what absurdities will that mind be liable to about the Deity? Let the idea of infallibility be inseparable joined to any person, and these two constantly together possess the mind. And then one body in two places at once shall, unexamined, be swallowed for a certain truth by an implicit faith, whenever that imagined infallible person dictates and demands assent without inquiry. 18. Observable in the opposition between different sects of philosophy and of religion. Some such wrong and unnatural combinations of ideas will be found to establish the irreconcilable opposition between different sects of philosophy and religion. For we cannot imagine every one of their followers to impose wilfully on himself, and knowingly refuse truth offered by plain reason, interest though it does a great deal in the case, yet cannot be thought to work whole societies of men to so universal a perverseness as that every one of them to a man should knowingly maintain falsehood. Some at least must be allowed to do what all pretend to, that is, to pursue truth sincerely, and therefore there must be something that blinds their understandings, and makes them not see the falsehood of what they embrace for real truth. That which thus captivates their reasons, and leads men of sincerity blindfold from common sense, will, when examined, be found to be what we are speaking of. Some independent ideas, of no alliance to one another, are, by education, custom, and the constant din of their party, so coupled in their minds, that they always appear there together, and they can no more separate them in their thoughts than if they were but one idea, and they operate as if they were so. This gives sense to jargon, demonstration to absurdities, and consistency to nonsense, and is the foundation of the greatest, I had almost said, of all the errors in the world, or, if it does not reach so far, it is at least the most dangerous one, since, so far as it obtains, it hinders men from seeing and examining. When two things, in themselves disjoined, appear to the sight constantly united, if the eye sees these things riveted which are loose, where will you begin to rectify the mistakes that follow in two ideas that they have been accustomed so to join in their minds as to substitute one for the other, and, as I am apt to think, often without perceiving it themselves? This, whilst they are under the deceit of it, makes them incapable of conviction, and they applaud themselves as zealous champions for truth, when indeed they are contending for error. And the confusion of two different ideas, which a customary connection of them in their minds hath to them made in effect but one, fills their heads with false views, and their reasonings with false consequences. 19. Conclusion. Having thus given an account of the original sorts and extent of our ideas, with several other considerations about this, I know not whether I may say instruments or materials of our knowledge, the method I at first proposed to myself would now require that I should immediately proceed to show what use the understanding makes of them, and what knowledge we have by them. This was that which, in the first general view I had of this subject, was all that I thought I should have to do, but, upon a nearer approach, I find that there is so close a connection between ideas and words, and our abstract ideas and general words have so constant a relation one to another, that it is impossible to speak clearly and distinctly of our knowledge, which all consists in propositions, without considering, first, the nature, use, and signification of language, which therefore must be the business of the next book. End of section 40. End of an essay concerning human understanding, by John Locke.